Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the board meeting and Board Education Day and stakeholder meeting today and tomorrow. I want to start with roll call, and then we're going to move to the swearing in of Mr. Johnson.
Teresa Taylor,
Here.
David Miller,
Here.
Malia Cohen, Michael DeToy, Monica Erickson, Troy Johnson,
Here.
Frank Ruffino for Fiona Ma,
Present.
Lisa Middleton,
Present.
Kevin Falke,
Good morning.
Ramon Rubalcaba,
Present.
Yvonne Walker, Melissa Willett, Dr. Gail Willis.
All right, she's excused. With that, I'm going to have us go over to the right over here, Troy, and we'll swear you in. So Troy, raise your right hand. I state your name.
I, Troy Johnson,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States
to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California.
and the Constitution of the State of California.
I take this obligation freely
I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion.
without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion.
And I will and faithfully
And I will well and faithfully
discharge the duties upon which I am about to enter.
discharge the duties upon which I'm about to enter.
Thank you for publicly acknowledging your commitment.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, with that, thank you, everyone. I'm going to move us into closed session for just... No, we're going to do it after, when we're done with closed. So with that, I'm going to recess open session. We'll go into closed session, so I appreciate it if everybody could leave. It's a short closed session, so it won't be very long.
Oh, no, it's my grandson. See?
the Board of Administration Education Day, and we'll begin by taking the Pledge of Allegiance. And I have asked Mr. Ruffino to do the pledge today.
Place the right hand over the heart and begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Mr. Ruffino. So I am going to give Mr. Ruffino a moment of personal privilege, but you have to push your button so I can call on you. Go ahead.
Well, thank you, Madam President, and my fellow board members, colleagues, and staff. Today is my last board meeting as the Treasurer Delegate after 7 years and 1 month of service with the CalPERS Board of Administration. It has been an exhilarating, challenging, and always an inspiring ride. I have decided to retire after 40 years and 5 months of state service. Thank you. For those who have worked with me through the years, you know that I have given 200% to everything that I do. This decision is bittersweet, and I'm going to miss working for the great people of the state of California. But first, I had the honor of being appointed by State Treasurer Fiona Ma as her delegate to both CalPERS and CalSTRS Board of Administration. I have enjoyed every day in this role, and I am extremely grateful to Treasurer Ma for providing me this opportunity to serve on both of these boards. Second, it has been an honor and a privilege to serve CalPERS members and work alongside such a distinguished and dedicated board. I want to express my deep gratitude for the support and collaboration we have shared over the years. I thank you, fellow board members and colleagues. And to all CalPERS team member, everyone from the executive all the way to the janitor, thank you for your unwavering dedication and for upholding CalPERS' long-standing commitment to our mission of protecting the retirement security and health benefits of our active and retired members. You, staff, make CalPERS as great as it is. Your work has not gone unnoticed, and we truly appreciate you. Serving this board has been an honor, a pleasure, and the highlight of my professional life. I will always treasure the experiences and the many relationships formed during my time here and hope our paths will continue to cross. It truly has been a privilege that I will never forget. President Harry Truman said, and I quote, "America was not built on fear. America was built on courage, on imagination, and unbeatable determination to do the job at hand." Unquote. That's as true now as ever, and it is true for CalPERS. The work still continues, and I know that you will do a great job protecting our pension and health benefits of our active and retired members. And finally, after 40 years of public service, I will be enjoying more time with my family, who have been gracious enough to support me over the years. And while I am retiring from work, I am not I am not retiring from service. I will stay active, and I expect to continue to serve our state and our community in one way or another. I wish you all the very best and look forward to staying in touch. Thank you, Madam President, for this comment.
Thank you, Mr. Rufino. Thank you, Frank. That was well said. So now I'd like to take a moment of personal privilege to recognize and honor Frank Rufino, who is attending his last meeting as a member of the CalPERS board representing State Treasurer Fiona Ma. So Frank, your dedication to public service and your commitment to our members and retirees have been evident in everything you do. Throughout your time on the board, you have consistently asked thoughtful questions, actively participated in our discussions, and always kept the best interests of those we serve at the forefront. We deeply appreciate your contribution, your insight, and your unwavering support for CalPERS and its mission. You have been a valued colleague and a true friend to all of us, even though we still didn't get that pasta dinner. Your presence will be greatly missed, and on behalf of the board and staff, thank you, Frank, for your years of public service, your leadership, and your friendship. And we wish all of you the best in your new retirement and your new endeavors. So thank you, Frank.
Hear, hear.
So now I'm going to move into the rest of my talking points here. Yesterday, we recognized and honored Martin Luther King Jr. Day, a day dedicated to reflecting on Dr. King's enduring legacy of justice, equality, and the pursuit of a more inclusive society. And it's more important than ever in this current environment that we continue to acknowledge this. Dr. King's vision of a world where everyone is treated with dignity and respect continues to inspire us. And at CalPERS, we are deeply committed to the principles of diversity, equity, and inclusion. We believe that embracing these values not only strengthens our organization, but also ensures we uphold our purpose of serving our members, employers, and stakeholders. Dr. King's message reminds us of the importance of standing together to advance opportunity and equity for all. Today's agenda has been put together to prepare us for the issues that will come before us before this board later this year. And I do want to encourage fellow board members to actively participate in the discussion and ask questions throughout the day. And for those who'd like to make public comment, we've reserved time for that toward the end of the day. And with that, I'll hand it off to our CEO, Marcy Frost, for her remarks and to preview today's agenda.
Good morning, board members, and thank you, President Taylor. I also want to start the morning with some recognition for Frank. Just thank you for your 7 years and 1 month of service to the CalPERS members. You've been an incredible ally in those 7 years. I've enjoyed your storytelling, just had a lot of laughter with you. Assuming we can still swap recipes, and Teresa, I think we can still get the pasta dinner scheduled. But we're really quite grateful for your role on the board and truly have been such a strong ally, not only for the team, but in particular for the 2.4 million members that we serve. Next, I'd also like to welcome Mr. Johnson to the board for his first term, and then welcome Mr. Miller back for your third term. We're looking forward to working with both of you. And Monica, welcome as well. And then finally, I want to officially introduce you to Sherry Slate, who joined the CalPERS team in late December as our new Chief Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Officer. She's sitting here behind me. Sherry comes to us after decades of working with CVS, with Cisco, and other large private employers. She's a national leader in inclusion that focuses on purpose. Here at CalPERS, our purpose is clear: to deliver a secure retirement and quality health care for our members while fostering a culture that attracts and retains the talent we need to do that. Sherry is a wonderful addition to our team. She's proven that in her very short time that she's been here. Please give her a warm welcome. And then Sherry, could you please stand so the audience can see you? As President Taylor indicated, we do have a full agenda today on strategic topics related to investments, healthcare, and cybersecurity that will help inform your decisions throughout the year. We're starting with a presentation from our Managing Investment Director for Private Equity, Anton Orlich. And Anton's presentation is intended to highlight our success in private equity, in particular over the last 3 years. I know some of you remember, and Brad always hates it when I bring this back up, but you remember the last decade storytelling that we did on private equity. Really, the stops and starts have been a real problem for the program and for the book. So we now have a very good story to tell here to help people understand why and how we are increasing our investments in this sector. It is probably one of the top questions that we get asked is why is CalPERS invested in private equity? So we're going to spend some time this morning really getting into that quite deeply and really encourage the questions coming from the board. It's part of the diverse portfolio that we need to deliver the promised benefits to our members. And then next on the agenda will be Stephen Gilmore. He will moderate a discussion about the effects of AI on global investment markets with Aniket Shah. Aniket has extensive international experience advising leading investors, corporations, and governments about strategy, sustainability, and economic growth. And then in the afternoon, we'll look at the cybersecurity risks facing us today. Our Chief Information Security Officer, Al Arboleda, will be joined by Rachel Wilson of Morgan Stanley, and she will share her unique perspective as a Chief Data Officer and former senior executive with the National Security Agency on the risks that we confront today. Then we turn to 2 sessions on health, starting with a presentation by Dr. Julia Logan, our Chief Medical Director, who will provide an update on the results of our collaboration with Covered California and the Department of Healthcare Services. Our health team has been making a concerted effort to align health policy initiatives with our partners to both lower costs and improve health outcomes. Dr. Logan will share the results of the quality alignment measure set and look ahead at additional alignment efforts for our combined members, which comprise 45% of California's population. And then finally, Don Molds, our Chief Health Director, and his team will explain how we're looking to keep healthcare costs affordable by analyzing regional coverage for public agency and school enrollees. It's the start of a year-long analysis the team will be doing to ensure our health plan members have access to competitive premiums and reliable coverage. And then lastly, for those attending or watching today, I invite you to join us for our stakeholder forum tomorrow, where we will continue discussions on topics that I know are of great interest to our stakeholders. The program will begin at 10 a.m. here in this room. President Taylor, that concludes my remarks. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Frost. I don't see any questions from the board. So with that, I'm going to move on to the election of president and vice president, and I'm going to hand the gavel over to our vice president. Oh, you got it. Hold on. There you go.
Okay, thank you, Madam President. So, are there any nominations for board president?
Mr. Rubalcaba.
Mr. Rubalcaba.
Thank you. I would like to move to nominate Teresa Taylor, our current president, as president for the board. Thank you.
Okay, are there any other nominations for board president? Are there any other nominations? Okay, we'll proceed with calling for a second. Seconded by Director Palkey. So we'll have a roll call vote.
David Miller.
Aye.
Deborah Gallegos. Michael Totoy. Monica Erickson. Troy Johnson. Frank Ruffino.
Yes.
Lisa Middleton. Kevin Palkey.
Aye.
Ramon Rubalcaba.
Aye.
Yvonne Walker.
Aye.
Melissa Willett.
Yes.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much, Mr. Miller. I do want to thank the board for their continued support of my presidency. This is my last year on the CalPERS board, so there's a few things that I want to continue to collaborate with the board and the staff on to get accomplished. And one of those, of course, is making sure TPA is successful and our funding level gets higher, because I'm loving the place we're at right now. So thank you again. And with that, I'm going to ask for any nominations for vice president. Are there any nominations? Oh, Mr. Palkey, hold on. There you go.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd like to nominate David Miller for Vice President.
Fantastic. I have a nomination for David Miller for president. Is there, vice president, is there a second? Mr. Troy Johnson has seconded it. Do I have to do a roll call vote? We don't have anybody. So all those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed? All those abstaining? All right, with that, the motion carries, and David Miller, you are vice president, and congratulations.
Thank you, everyone.
So there's one last thing I do want to highlight regarding public comment for those attending here in person and those watching or listening on the webcast. Public comment is an opportunity for members of the public to share their thoughts and perspectives with the board. We value and appreciate your input, and we thank you for taking the time to participate. Please note that this is a time for board members to listen to your comments. Board members will not be responding or engaging in a dialogue during this period. If necessary, we will be asking staff to take care of it after the session. Thank you again for your participation. And with that, I am going to turn this over to our private equity discussion. Oh, no, I'm sorry. We have action items, which is, hold on a second. Not yet. We have action item board travel approvals. What's the pleasure of the board?
Move approval.
Second.
All right. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? All right. With that, we move on to the next, which is proposed. Why is that not on here? Proposed decision for the administrative law judges. And with that, Mr. Miller, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam President. I move to adopt the proposed decisions at agenda items 1 through 8 with the minor modifications argued by staff, and remand agenda item 9 for the taking of additional medical evidence as argued by staff.
All right. Do I have a second for this? All right, seconded by Mr. Palkey. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed? All right, hearing none. And no abstentions, correct? All right. Hearing none, the motion carries.
Okay. Further, I move to deny the petition for reconsideration.
All right, I need a second on that. Mr. Palkey has seconded it. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Any abstentions? All right, motion carries.
Okay, that concludes that item, Madam President.
Thank you very much. And with that, we are moving on to the CalPERS private equity turnaround. Anton Orlik. None of this is on here. What the hell, man? For those of us who actually like using computers. Thank you, Anton.
Thank you. I have to start by congratulating Mr. Ruffino. Tremendous record of public service, and thank you for your service to the board. President Taylor, Vice President Miller, and members of the board, thank you for your time and the opportunity to share this presentation on private equity at the Board Education Day. On behalf of the 40-person private equity team, I'm excited to share with you the success of their hard work. In 2022, we overhauled the private equity strategy to realize the vision of our CEO, Marcy Frost, that the asset class could deliver even higher returns at greater scale for our pensioners. Up to that point, our private equity program had outperformed the public equity markets in most periods, but it had done so at a more modest allocation of our portfolio than that of our domestic and global peers. Also, CalPERS private equity outperformed the public equity space despite underperforming relatively to the private equity universe and versus a majority of our peers. The CEO's vision and expectation for the investment office was clear. Private equity needed to do better, and it needed to do so at scale that would move the needle for the entire CalPERS portfolio. We now have almost 3 years of returns with private equity index and peer performance for benchmarking for our current strategy's progress in serving our pensioners, those who have been serving California. The overhaul in 2022 aimed to improve returns with a more resilient portfolio. Together, we enhanced diversity by vintage year, strategy segment, target market size, asset manager, and structure. And together, we improved investment selection, and we achieved a more cost-effective implementation, which was a major priority for this board. Today's presentation is divided into 3 parts. We begin with a section on the basics of private equity for our members who have expressed interest to learn more about the asset class. This first section will cover what private equity is and contributes to the portfolio. The second part will cover over 3 decades of CalPERS' history investing in private equity. It will show that private equity is added to the retirement security of our members by returning more than public equity markets would have provided. However, there has been room to do more better based on how private equity markets perform generally and based on how our peers performed in the asset class. The third part will detail how our 2022 strategy overhaul has improved our private equity program to deliver meaningful improvement in returns as compared to indexes and other public pensions private equity programs. The last part will cover the ways that the strategy has delivered higher returns, including your and the CEO's leadership in ensuring that our deployment in private equity was consistent, improving the team's culture, diversifying the portfolio, and improving the decision-making of investments into funds and co-investments, including by weaving consideration of sustainability and inclusion to achieve higher returns. We begin with slide 4 that shows the definition for private equity and its characteristics. There are 2 key parts to the definition. First, equity investments provide ownership capital in exchange for profits of a company. This is as opposed to debt investments, which come with a contractual right to set amount of money from a company. Equity investors are paid after any debt holders, but equity investors have more upside opportunity. Debt investments are managed by our fixed income and private debt asset classes. The second part of the definition involves what happens during the hold period of these investments. They do not trade on a stock exchange. They are not able to be transacted daily. These unlisted companies exchange hands in transactions that take months to pull together. The characteristics listed on the bottom half of the page describe the function of the implication of these 2 parts of the definition. For example, the higher risk and higher return characteristics come from equity holders getting paid last, but potentially more. And illiquidity is a function of the fact that these are not trading on an exchange. What is especially important for our members to know is that private equity has the highest expected return of any of our asset classes. This is absolutely critical. For those joining us today who are contributing employees or employers, PE is the only asset class that in its entirety has an expected return that is higher than CalPERS' assumed earnings rate of 6.8%. While infrastructure has an expected return slightly higher than our assumed earnings rate, it is lower than that of PE and is only part of our real assets asset class. Please feel free to ask me questions as I'm moving through the slides. I'd love to make it conversational. Moving to slide 5. Private equity is the third largest asset class in the portfolio. 4 of the 5 asset classes can be thought of as public and private versions of ownership and debt capital, equity and debt. To highlight for our members, over the last several years, CalPERS has increased the target allocations for private equity and private debt as part of an effort to improve the risk-adjusted returns of our portfolio through a combination of higher expected returns and diversification. Moving to slide 6. Private equity is defined by CalPERS to include buyout, growth, and venture. Some institutional investors use private equity and buyout interchangeably and break out venture as a separate asset class. I just want to highlight that to make clear any kind of confusion in how we categorize it. A rule of thumb to distinguish between these 3 segments is that buyout investments are in mature companies and investors use the capital to obtain control of the company. Growth investments are for scaling companies and investors use the capital to help the company grow faster, but the company could survive without the equity capital infusion. And venture investments are for startups which need the equity capital to become established companies. All 3 of these come together to create a diversified private equity portfolio. As we will discuss later, for much of its history, CalPERS PE relied on the buyout segment with limited diversification. Moving to slide 7. This exhibit provides a select list of the many differences between public and private equity. It is important to highlight that it is not a list of what makes one asset class better or worse than the other. Rather, it's highlighting the different functions and purposes that the asset classes provide a portfolio. On slide 8, we're moving into a deeper level by looking at the inner workings of private equity as opposed to comparing private equity to other asset classes. CalPERS functions in private equity as a limited partner, the second line on the list there. General partners and limited partners together serve different roles and have different legal obligations, but commingle their funds, mostly from limited partners, into a capital pool. And that capital pool invests through a fund in portfolio companies. To put it simply for our pensioners who have less experience with investing, limited partners invest in funds managed by general partners, and funds are pools of capital that general partners use to invest in portfolio companies. Moving to slide 9. Focusing on the differences between limited partners and general partners, limited partners decide to invest with the general partners who make investment decisions from there. Once limited partners invest in a fund run by a general partner, the general partner has discretion in selecting and exiting portfolio companies to generate returns. This distinction in roles is critical because it limits the liability of investors functioning as limited partners such as CalPERS. Slide 10 moves from a discussion of the entities in private equity to the phases of a PE fund, which can be broken down into 4 parts. The first involves GPs raising capital from LPs. In the second phase, GPs invest in companies. Third, GPs sell the companies, harvesting the profits and returning the capital to limited partners. Finally, general partners wind down the funds. Slide 11. Here we consider dimensions of private equity investing that involve the structures used. Up until now, we've focused on funds, which are at the top of the list and are the foundational structure for the asset class. We can think of funds as the standard structure, and the rest of the list consists of derivatives and funds, which provide additional structures through which LPs can invest. For example, with a co-investment, an LP puts additional capital in a specific portfolio company of a fund. But the whole structure of a co-investment depends upon the existence of that fund in the first place. To summarize, the additional structures can be thought of in relation to traditional fund investing. A customized investment account, which is also called a separately managed account, has many of the attributes of a fund, but there's only one LP. And since there is a single limited partner, the LP can tailor the rules of the partnership better to its needs. However, the fundamental distinction of the general partner controlling the investment in and exit from portfolio companies remains. LP secondaries are transactions of funds after LPs have made commitments to the fund. Fund of funds are vehicles in which the GP raises capital from LPs, but instead of investing in portfolio companies, the GP invests in funds, which in turn invest in companies. Moving to slide 12. This is a complicated topic that we try to distill in a stylized example, and I definitely would love to entertain your questions here if you have them. To be clear, this is an incredibly complicated topic, and the fee structures and waterfalls of funds vary dramatically. That said, we tried to provide an emblematic example to walk through. As with any investment, PE investments come with costs. As an active strategy, which requires more management than, say, passive public equity investing, PE has more fees, just as, say, a mutual fund has more costs than an index fund. To be absolutely clear, this is a stylized example, and any given fund has an individualized economic arrangement. The common expression to describe PE fees is 2 and 20. The 2% refers to the management fee, which reflects the active management that GPs undertake to generate the returns, and the 20 refers to the percentage of profits that GPs receive to incentivize higher investment returns. The profit share is also called carry. Again, underscoring that this is an illustrative example, if this PE fund performs as described here, and the GP generates a 2.5 times gross return, then the GP has generated $1.5 billion of return. The GP takes $1 billion and turns it into $2.5 billion. Over the course of the fund's life, the GP is collecting management fees. And the return is not a one lump sum. It comes through each transaction. Capital is called from the LPs, portfolio companies are purchased, not all at the same time, and again, the exits are not contemporaneous. As the GP exits companies in which it invests, the GP collects a share of the profits after the management fee paid by the LPs are deducted. So essentially, the limited partners are getting a deduction from paying the profit share that amounts to the management fees paid. Roughly speaking, after the GP collects its economics, the LP's return goes to about 2x net, again, rough math, So the 2.5 times gross return becomes a 2x net return for the limited partners. In other words, the LPs that invested $1 billion receive their money back plus an additional $1 billion as a return on their investment. The LP has generated an attractive investment return in this scenario, while the GP collects a minority but meaningful part of the upside, approximately $400 million. We're going to talk about co-investments more in this presentation, but to highlight it here, the power of co-investments is that much of these fees don't occur, and the limited partner captures more of the gross returns, thereby increasing its net return. Slide 13 goes back to the topic of risk-return profile, but limits the types of investments to different segments within private equity. Some institutions include private debt in private equity, but CalPERS takes the more common approach of splitting out private debt from private equity as an asset class. On the horizontal axis, there is in the asset class breakdown here, the horizontal axis has a risk dimension. So basically, as you move from left to right, risk increases.
Anton,
Yeah.
I have a question for Ms. Middleton and Mr. Rubikava. I think on the previous slides. Go ahead, Ms. Middleton.
All right, thank you. Anton, thank you. This is very good. And my question does go back to the previous slide. And I appreciate getting an opportunity to see what the basic structure looks like. We are a institutional investor. There are numerous pension funds that are out there. To what extent have we been able to work with other pension funds, other institutional investors to try to moderate these fees that are being collected?
Excellent question. The history here is quite long, and CalPERS is a founding member of the Institutional Limited Partner Association, or ILPA, and we continue to participate in that important organization. I serve as a board member currently, and the work is covering both finding a good balance of the economic arrangement to incentivize return, but to have an appropriate distribution of profits between limited partners and general partners. There also is other major topic regarding transparency and sustainability and those types of governance issues. But to answer your question specifically in regard to economics, if you look at this example, we actually use 1.25%. And I do think that that illustrates the long-term success that limited partners have had working through an organization like ILPA to bring down management fees. We do have a range of management fees in our portfolio, but on average, we're well below 2%, and that's why we selected 1.25% here.
All right.
Any other questions, Ms. Middleton?
That's good for now.
All right, thank you. Mr. Rublikava.
Thank you. Very good presentation. Also on the same slide, I commend you that CalPERS have been able to reduce fees, and 2 at 20 is not common for CalPERS. So my question was, the fees, they're outlined or negotiated in an agreement, right? I think I saw something earlier, but I can't find it. What is that agreement called between the limited partner and the general partner? Is that a special kind of agreement?
Yeah. It's called a Limited Partnership Agreement.
Oh, simple.
The acronym is LPA, and it is common to every fund, but the terms are highly idiosyncratic.
So that was part of it. So that lays out the fees, correct, in there?
That would cover every dimension of the agreement between GPs and LPs, including economics.
Okay. And later on, you'll talk about alignment and can't remember the co-investments. So those alignments or requirements of CalPERS on culture or whatever we want to, that's also in the agreement? Is that where that is embedded? Or is it based more on manager selection, or how does that work?
So the LPA, and as you can imagine, as more and more time goes by, they get longer and longer as outside scenarios in one pocket after thousands and thousands of transactions generate an outcome that is unusual or unexpected. So then a term gets crafted to address those outside cases. And so now LPAs can end up being quite long. And our staff spends an incredible amount of time negotiating these. We have everything covered there, from the economics to the governance. Terms that, for example, would allow a limited partner to replace the general partner. It spells out the obligations of the general partner to the limited partner. It defines a concept that we regularly participate in called the Limited Partner Advisory Committee, or LPAC. So essentially every dimension of coverage is in that LPA. There are some points that apply to a limited partner, a given limited partner in a fund, which are not generally applicable to the entire set of limited partners. And those are covered in something called a side letter. And a side letter covers, governance or arrangements that really don't belong to the LPs participating in that fund universally.
Does that cover everything, Mr. Rubalcaba?
Yes, thank you. Appreciate it. And we'll have some further questions later at the right time on something in the appendix, but thank you.
So with that, I just want to make sure in the agreement, for example, I think for most of even our limited partners, I'm not sure, we're doing the labor agreements. Is that the checklist for the, okay.
We, general partners, we have general partners at the manager level sign labor principles attestation.
Okay.
And also have incorporated those into either our LPA or our side letter.
Excellent. Thank you very much. All right, Mr. DeToy.
Thank you. Anton, I just want to say thank you for your team's work for the last few years. The turnaround's been quite remarkable. Knowing that GPs probably aren't too excited to go to the co-investment route with too many LPs, are we pushing for the co-investment in every private equity investment we're doing, or is there a ratio that you're looking at? Can you talk about kind of when you would go a co-investment route versus just more of an LP?
Yeah. We start with the foundation of manager selection and invest in what we think are the best funds. And then we selectively participate in co-investments where we think we are doubling down on the best opportunities that are provided by those funds. We are seeking to get a good mix of the two different types of structures to get to a good overall economic point. But to be frank, in 30 years of investing, we actually had an outcome where our co-investments underperformed our funds in most periods, even on a net basis. That's something that we've been able to reverse in the last 3 years. But the fundamental point I'm making is it's more important to select the right co-investments than to do co-investments for the sake of it, because you're potentially opening yourself up to this concept of adverse selection. And that can take many forms. It could be a situation where a manager gives you bad deals, or it could be a situation where the limited partner picks the wrong deals. We did have a situation where we had probably not ideal co-investment selection, and that's what led to the underperformance. But we've reversed that and are now in a situation where our co-investments outperform our funds, even on a gross basis. What I mean by that is we're capturing the full fee and carry savings and then adding a little bit of outperformance from the deal selection.
Thank you. And then is there a way to, and I understand all things being equal, of course, choosing the right partners is the most important thing to get the return. Is there a way to rationalize or calculate how much we've already saved over the past, 3 years in this co-investment cycle, or how much we look, in the future of how much we're going to save in the co-investment with the savings of the fees?
We do have a slide on that here, and I'll just fast forward to it now. The left side of the slide is the same, but the right gets into some, rule of thumb on how much we're saving. So we have a $15.5 billion commitment budget, and we target at least 40% of that in co-investment. For every $1 billion we do in private equity investments, that's co-investment instead of fund investment, we save approximately $40 million. So that would be about $2.5 billion per year over the life of the investment that goes in the ground that year. So that's a very important point. And then if we repeat that over the course of a full market cycle, which would be 5 to 10 years, then we can compound that and we can get to the estimate here of the $25 billion over 10 years. But we've had 3 full years where we've executed this strategy. So that would get us to, approximately $7.5, $8 billion of savings just from the migration from the fund investment to co-investment for 40% of our portfolio.
Perfect. And these savings stay in the perf and either collect interest or are then able to be deployed in other investments, I assume. So helps our funded ratio in the long run and overall health of the pension.
Absolutely right. The fee savings translate into higher net returns, which improve the funded status.
Perfect. Thank you.
All right, thank you. That's all the questions from the board right now. If you want to move forward, Mr. Orlick.
Great. We were walking through slide 13, and here we were just talking about the various segments of private equity's risk-return profile. So on the x-axis, you have risk. As you move to the right, risk increases. On the y-axis, you have return. As you go up, returns increase. The ideal is to be in the upper right quadrant. Let's put it this way. The ideal is to be in the upper left quadrant, but that's very difficult to achieve. And if you just think about what the asset class delivers for you, on average, you will go on this line and end up in the upper right quadrant. And it's very intuitive, right? The more risk you take, the higher return you expect. And then you try through good investment selection to get a little bit more return than you would have expected with a little bit less risk. And that's what characterizes the work of an investor. I talked about how a lot of our credit activity, right, we put into private debt, but you can see starting with buyout, growth, and venture, the 3 segments that we talked about earlier, that's what we're putting into our private equity portfolio today. And one comes with a little bit more risk than the other, but we bring them all together to create a balanced portfolio. Moving to slide 14. By their nature, as we've discussed, private equity investments are liquid, they're held for a long time, and they're meant for a long-term investor. Now that raises the question of how they're valued as they're held. That is, how they're valued till the investment is actually exited. The left side of the exhibit outlines the three major approaches that are taken by institutions to determine what's called fair value. And fair value is an estimate of the market price at an exit. It's theoretical. We won't go into detail here about the differences in the approaches that are taken, but I will say that general partners use some combination of these three approaches, which have lots of detail to each of them, to assign a fair value. To be clear, fair value is just an estimate that gives a sense of where an institution stands with its investment. It's commonly updated quarterly, and it's audited annually. And as an investment goes through increases and decreases in fair value, it's fair to call these paper gains and losses, in the sense that the institution does not realize that with dollars brought in or dollars out the door. It's an estimate as you move along. The notion here is really trying to get a sense of, intrinsic value, but there is a nod to market conditions. So under accounting rules, a general partner is obligated to think about what is the market price exit in a transaction. Now, that's not something that one could get today. Part of the assumption is what would be an orderly transaction over a 1 to 2 month period, because it takes that amount of time to conduct a private market transaction. The right side of the slide gives you a sense of the different governance that goes into making sure that the GP follows the fair value approach. You've got valuation committees and audits. The audits are annual. And then CalPERS has its own internal committees, which review the work of the general partners and the auditors. I don't think it makes too much sense to weight what's going on these paper transactions. Really, one should look at what ultimately happens to the performance of private equity at what we call the exit or monetization, the return of capital. And that's what slide 15 gets to. This is no longer an estimation. This gets to what exactly happens with investments at exit. We're talking here about 2 decades of history, over 1,000 different portfolio company transactions. And what we basically see is that on average, from the prior 6 months mark of fair value that a general partner has provided limited partners, there is a 28% uplift in the valuation at which an exit occurs and money is returned to limited partners. So we can say that there is embedded conservatism in the fair value estimate. There is some time value of money that's involved in that. Obviously, the investment ideally keeps appreciating over the 6 months. But we can say that, based on this large volume of data, fair values on average are indicative of what things can be sold at. All right, so moving to section 2, the history of CalPERS P returns since the inception of the program.
I'm sorry, Mr. Orlick. I have a question from Mr. Palkey.
Thank you, Anton. Just to go back, basically the last 2 slides talking about valuations, are there industry policies that protect investors from valuations when they get reviewed to protect them from being overvalued or undervalued?
For this, I'll go to slide 14. There are multiple layers of governance around this topic. So there are accounting regulations, and for example, one called ASC 820. That's what requires the general partners to value essentially at an estimate of an exit market price or fair value. And that's what, these firms work is guided by. And then you've got requirements in things like the LPA, to bring in Director Rubalcava's question, that require, for example, frequency of provision of valuations, the frequency of audits, and then there's the layer from the limited partner that looks at whether or not this work was done. So you can think about multiple sets of eyes evaluating in the fair value estimates. And I think that governance is important, and the fact that you have so much scrutiny from so many different parties provides confidence. But at the end of the day, the greatest confidence comes from the fact that we see on average how the monetization substantiates the valuations that are provided, that are paper valuations.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Middleton.
All right. Anton, I'd like to go back a couple of slides to the one that showed buyout performance and risk. Yeah, there we are. Yeah. And you're looking at risk, I assume here, in terms of risk of financial performance.
That is a very, very complicated topic, and this is stylized. I'll go to the most common metric that's used, which is basically the up and down movement of the investments, the extent of that movement, and the frequency of that movement. Right. So we look at that volatility to think about risk is the most common way. And some ways that we get at that risk is you can look at the volatility of the private equity returns of peers, and you can look at the volatility in the stock market, and then assign a volatility premium to that on the premise that there's more risk in the private equity companies. There's a lot of controversy to that assumption, but that is an assumption that's made out of conservatism. So here we're providing a stylized example, but I think regardless of the metric that you would use to answer your question, you would find that there's more risk in venture than growth, and there's more risk in growth than buyout. And that's the key point.
Okay. One of the other risks that's associated for an organization like CalPERS is, for want of a better word, reputational, where we have a set of practices and policies regarding how individuals are going to be treated, be it in the workplace or elsewhere, that frequently those who are critical of private equity will come to us and say, you're not consistent with your principles. Is there any consistency of where that risk is greater based on whether or not it is a buyout, a growth venture, or in the seed stage?
Yeah, so I'll tackle that question at two levels. The first part of your question really dealt with private equity as a space, and it is just such a massive area of investment that it is really hard to treat it monolithically. And in my mind, it's more of a category of investment than something that's good or bad. The example I would give is take Enron, poster child for poor corporate governance. Lots of investor capital was destroyed, reputations were destroyed. Enron was a public company. And I don't think an institutional investor would take that egregious case and come to the conclusion, we shouldn't participate in public equity markets.
Right.
With private equity, there are also good examples and bad examples. Now, to tackle the second part of your question, on average, where would something be more likely to show up as a problem? I would imagine it would be with buyouts because they're large, mature companies with enormous footprints, large workforces, and so the more activity that there is, the more opportunity is there for mismanagement or malpractice. Venture firms are just starting up. They are very focused on disrupting the space and clawing out an existence as a company. Very limited, size and so on. That said, that different dynamic can lead to different sort of risks. A venture firm wouldn't necessarily have the same complex protections for human capital that a mature company would have. So that's an argument for why buyout actually would help avoid those circumstances. So I would just sort of think about the mix of circumstances that exist with each of those three categories, and that requires a different set of review and policing to achieve good outcomes.
I think it's an important consideration in that time is also involved here, most particularly your time and those of your staff. And those investors who, because of their business practices, end up requiring more policing or more answering back to us in terms of what did or did not happen in the course of their investments, create a cost for us that has to be factored into how we proceed.
That's right. We work really hard with the sustainable investments team on these topics, and we are scrutinizing the general partners with whom we invest, let's call them managers, asset managers, and we review their body of work up until that investment decision. We look at the policies that they have in place to have a sense of the prospective management, of these issues. It's a standard part of our review of an investment opportunity.
Thank you for that, and I appreciate it. And I know no one bats 1,000 when it comes to those kinds of decisions, but it has to be a part of our process, and thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Middleton. I will add on to what Ms. Middleton was talking about. Since I've been here, I feel like the buyouts and corporate restructuring has been the cause of a lot of headache for our private equity teams, our sustainable investment teams, because usually those are the ones where we have these investment risks, such as layoffs and taking pensions away, and mismanagement of workforce. So I don't know how often we do buyouts and corporate restructuring now. But I feel like those are the ones. It kind of reminds me of the old corporate hostile takeovers of the 80s and 90s, I guess. So that's why I think Lisa was kind of asking that question of what do we have in place when we're looking before the investment. And I think you kind of said that you're looking at that as ahead of time, right? And I know we have high confidence partners in our asset managers, but sometimes those big asset managers are the very ones that do that. So how do you, as the head of private equity, kind of deal with that?
Yeah. In multiple ways. We are constantly evaluating each investment opportunity and the overall construction of the portfolio through a fiduciary lens. And we see that ESG considerations are absolutely critical to get long-term outperformance. And so that's why we weave in these issues into our investment diligence. At the highest level, portfolio construction, as this board has, and we'll talk about this later, increased the target allocation to private equity. You can think about all the incremental dollars that you have allowed us to invest for higher returns for the pensioners has actually gone into the growth and venture segment. So the incremental dollars from the asset allocation change have not gone toward buyout. And then, in fact, even above and beyond that, we cut into the dollars that would have gone, that went into the ground under the prior allocation. Even that was cut from buyout. So we've dramatically diversified the portfolio away from those transactions. That said, they are a critical part of a balanced portfolio to generate the returns that our pensioners expect us to achieve. And then when we get to the next layer, that is going from the strategy segment down to the selection of the managers within those strategy segments, that's where we work with sustainable investments to look at the body of work of the manager. To be clear, though, sometimes you are better off with a manager that has a blemish on the track record, but then can give you confidence that they've changed their governance to not have that happen again. And just because someone has a perfect record, you shouldn't let up on that review. And we have a natural cadence of review of those policies that happens when we make each fund investment. So a given fund family will come back to market, say, every 3 to 4 years, and that's a natural check-in point to review how that manager has done. And that's on top of, obviously, the annual general meetings that the managers have and our review of the activity of the manager between fundraises through our participation in limited partner advisory committees.
And so the conversation between, and Anton, I really want to thank you for this, because I think it's really important we clarify for our members that we are looking out for these kinds of investments that hurt the workforce. So, but in that, I think as you're looking at it, we have, I guess what I'm trying to say is we have some folks, some managers that we have really high, or had really high confidence in, and they have proven not to be so reliable. And these are larger names. Does that, and you kind of acknowledge that, does that mean that you're looking at, and I know you had told us this before, but also kind of not the big, large private equity firms, but necessarily, but medium-sized firms to get into the kinds of investments we want to get into?
Yes, so that's sort of in between the two levels of discussion that I provided you before. So at the highest level was what strategy segment you pick. At the lowest level was what manager do you pick. In between, I think your description is correct, that within buyout, we have moved away from the larger strategies to middle market. And there is a dynamic where we have a larger voice with those firms. So with a large buyout manager, our check size is a relatively small portion of the capital pool, but with a middle market manager, we can make up more of the fund. One of the important governance changes that this board made was to allow us to go from investing 25% in a given fund to 35% in a given fund. That helped make possible this migration into the middle market. And through some combination of finding managers who are more forward-thinking about these issues and realize the return implications of missing out on the ESG analysis, and are being a larger portion of the portfolio with a reputation as a fund, as a firm that cares about these things, pension fund that is focused on these things, we are basically getting to better outcomes overall. You know, that said, I want to be clear, even a manager is not monolithic. So you can have a circumstance where a manager is let down by the management team of a particular portfolio company. And what matters then is how does that manager respond to the C-suite failure? And does it undergo, does it hold that management team accountable? And then what does it do to try to make sure that those management missteps don't happen again?
And those are questions you guys ask.
That's right.
Okay. Thank you very much. I think you can move on. We don't have any more questions.
Thank you. I do appreciate the questions midstream. The conversational approach is much more engaging. I'm going to move to section 2. So slide 17 is showing over 3 decades of returns for private equity. So there's a lot of history here. Each line is showing the 10-year look back at the year on the x-axis. So to put in perspective, we start at 2000 here because the CalPERS private equity program starts in 1990. But 2000 is the first data point where we have that 10-year look back. And we focus on the 10 years because that's providing, you know, a long-term timeline, which is how we think about it as an investor. So the blue line is CalPERS private equity. The gray line is the Russell 2000, which is a public equity index that's focused on smaller public companies in the United States. And then the black line is a global public equity index covering various size companies. And the key takeaway here is that in 97 out of 101 10-year periods, there was outperformance by CalPERS private equity against the global index. And for the small cap US, it was 92 out of 101. So the key takeaway here is that CalPERS PE has added billions of dollars of returns, value add, that has essentially increased the funded status for us to provide the retirement security that our pensioners demand. We're going to talk quite a bit on the next few slides about how we could have done better. But I don't want that point to go unnoticed. The hard work of this team over 3 decades has generated long-term outperformance versus the public equity markets. We'll compare ourselves to some private equity specific benchmarks, but this demonstrates the value that private equity has added over 3 decades for CalPERS. Moving to slide 18. So this is the same exhibit. You see the CalPERS private equity line, except that instead of the public equity indexes, we have a private equity index. And this is an objective measure of the private equity universe. It contains hundreds of funds. We don't know exactly which ones. And it's a way to think about, yes, you may have outperformed public equity, but how did you do versus the opportunity set that's available to you? And this is what the 2022 strategy overhaul was about addressing. We only outperformed the private equity universe in 16 out of 101 10-year periods. That said, I want to be absolutely clear. That index, that private equity index, is not investable. You can't say, okay, we're going to go ahead and take whatever portion of our portfolio from public equity and buy this private equity index. It doesn't exist in that manner. It exists as a way to benchmark performance in private equity, but it is not something that you can put dollars into. So you have to, in order to participate in private equity, have an asset allocation to it, a team, and invest in the space. So if you bring this exhibit together with the prior one, we can say that CalPERS has achieved higher returns by investing in private equity versus public equity, but it didn't take advantage of the average returns that private equity had to offer. So moving to slide 19. This exhibit could be inferred from the prior two slides, but we provide it here explicitly to underscore the point that generic private equity outperformed public equity by an even greater margin than CalPERS private equity did. And this was the opportunity that we were looking to seize. Specifically, the private equity index outperformed in 101 of the 10-year periods against the FTSE and all 101 periods against the Russell 2000. So I'm going to skip slide 20 and come back to it. So moving to slide 21, there's a lot that goes into the question about why CalPERS private equity underperformed the private equity universe. But this slide gets into one of the major reasons why. It speaks to the procyclicality that we had in our program going back decades. Essentially, we invested more when the market was frothy and the opportunity was less attractive. And then when there was an environment that was risk off, we walked away from private equity, and those were the higher returning vintage years. And it was this cycle of procyclicality, and we'll talk about this later, that the board stopped by increasing the allocation to private equity over the mid-cycle ALM in 2024 that allowed us to be consistent in our dollars deployed so that we could avoid repeating that cycle. Going back to slide 20, there was another issue. We went through the exhibits that showed CalPERS private equity outperformed public equity. What happened, however, is our allocation as a portion of our portfolio was too small to really move the needle. So the fact that we were subscale in private equity and didn't achieve the returns that we could have had contribute to this lost decade. And that was actually in a board meeting just before I joined. But the key point was somewhere between $11 and $18 billion in lost returns for our pensioners hurt our funded status. And so when we looked at the strategy overhaul in 2022, it wasn't just about getting more out of the portfolio pound for pound. It was about doing it in a way that could reach the size that would move the needle for the total fund. So moving to slide 22. We focused so far on comparison to the public equity space, This is a comparison to peers, and the takeaway is, it's okay to lose to some of these pensions. They are outstanding institutions with public servants just like ours, very hardworking teams. That said, we were 30 out of 30, and there was an opportunity to do better. Now, moving to the third part of the presentation, the current strategy. So there are three main takeaways that we have in this section. First, the data in the board material shows that the strategy we launched in 2022 has taken CalPERS private equity from underperforming to outperforming both the private equity universe and peers. Second, with CalPERS private equity now outperforming those two, returns relative to public equity should now be even better than public equity going forward. And third, the CEO's and the board's courageous decision to increase the CalPERS private equity allocation has been critical to that success. And I'll speak to some of these points on slide 24, but specifically, when there was the increase from 13 to 17%, it allowed us to maintain that $15.5 billion of commitments to the asset class that we had a step function increase to reach in 2021. And 2021 fiscal year was quite a frothy year in the markets, and that vintage looks like it won't do particularly well. And if we had not been able to sustain the same levels of dollars deployed following that, then we would have had another situation with an outsized allocation and an underperforming vintage. In these last few years since that time, as we moved to 17%, we've maintained that $15.5 billion for 3 additional years. And as a result, that is a strong foundation for the performance we've had to date. Now, obviously, just because you deploy capital, it doesn't mean that you'll succeed. But if you get the timing wrong by being inconsistent, you create a structural failure that it would be very difficult to overcome, as we've seen in the prior slides. Other features of the turnaround involve culture. We do know from our engagement surveys that the team is much more engaged, has a sense of ownership of decisions, and is collaborative and robustly debates investment opportunities, which I think is leading to better investment decisions. We've talked a little bit about portfolio construction. That's the third point on this slide. How we've diversified within buyout away from large to middle market, and how we've added growth and venture. Growth and venture don't just have higher returns on average, they also have some diversification from buyout. And we'll see how actually, in accord with classic portfolio theory, when you add assets that have higher risk but are diversifying, you can actually achieve higher overall returns, and we have data that shows that that's what's happened. The fourth bullet on ESG, I don't want to belabor the point since we had some questions about it, but it's integrated in our process, and there's a great amount of work that we do with the Sustainable Investments team to keep improving that. That is not something that is a set it and forget it. It's a constant effort to improve to the best practices in our decision-making on investments, constantly refining our due diligence questionnaire, constantly bringing these issues up with our managers. The fifth bullet on structural alpha, this speaks to the co-investments point and the separately managed accounts that we use to lower our costs. We do know that we've dramatically lowered our costs. We were in the 200 basis points area. Now we're in the mid hundreds. And so we're already seeing a tangible impact from things like co-investments and separately managed accounts with more attractive economics than traditional funds. And then lastly, investment selection. We do know now that our fund investments are outperforming, and then we're layering on that more cost-effective implementation through the co-investments. And then we also know that we've been successful with co-investment selection. Slide 25 provides some data around the engagement survey for private equity. And here you see a compare and contrast the 2022 survey scores versus 2025. There are obviously lots of categories here. Just a couple I would highlight. Employee empowerment went from 35% to 80%. We pushed decision-making down into the individuals who were closest to the managers and had the best information about what was happening in the portfolio. Teamwork up from 52% to 83%. And the recognition and reward, 38 to 83%. There has been a strong effort from the CEO's office to recognize the work that the PE team has done. And the team has received numerous awards, which I think is reflected in the sentiment on how the team has been recognized. And the last I would flag, continuous improvement. It's a mindset point. I do think that this is something that we're building on when we implement TPA. There has been some discussion about how one of the aspects of TPA is very powerful is this mindset, and that is reflected in this number where we are constantly trying to improve our investment decisions within private equity. We expect that will continue as there's more cross-asset class dialogue. This next slide drills down on one part of the engagement survey, the Net Promoter Score. This is something that is difficult to change because it essentially takes, on a scale of 1 to 10, people's ranking of the program and only treats it as a positive data point if it's a 9 or a 10. And I don't know about you, but I feel like when I give someone, say, some kind of company consumer rating of 6, I feel, okay, that's above average. Well, on this Net Promoter Score, that's actually a detractor. So it is very hard to move the needle, on this metric. And you could have a scenario where you take members of the team and they move from, say, a 2 or 3 to a 5 and a 6 of average to above average, but that wouldn't show up in the score. And so here you can see that despite those structural difficulties in the metric, we have been able to go from negative 44 to positive 50. Slide 27 is the same slide you saw earlier, but 3 years later, 2.5 years later. So this is as of June 30, 2025, and CalPERS has gone from 30 out of 30 to number 1 out of 30. One point that I think is important about this evaluation of our performance is when you look at us versus the private equity index, it doesn't speak at all to the size question and what's widely regarded to be the case, that as you have a larger portfolio, you have a headwind to returns. With this evaluation of performance, we can see that we have the highest 3-year return despite the fact that we're about 25 times larger than the 30th largest pension on the list. Not the 30th performer, but the 30th largest. And so this is concentrated to the 30 largest private equity programs in the US. Slide 28 is another way to take a look at peer performance. We know the constituents in the prior slide, outstanding programs from state employees, run by state employees. Here, This is a black box peer comparison that's put together by Wilshire called the Universe Comparison Service, Trust Universe Comparison Service. And we don't know who the constituents are, but they are programs whose total assets are at least $50 billion. And so we would expect there would be some constituents here that would have relatively small private equity programs relative to CalPERS, but they're all mega pensions. And you can see our percentile ranking on the 1 year through the 5 year. We've gone from the bottom half to the first percentile, which is the best percentile in the industry. And then on the right, we see some commentary from the board consultant about how that's been important to deliver the PERF's top decile returns, again, the total funds top decile returns for the last fiscal year. Slide 29 speaks to the current strategy's risk-return profile. And I think this speaks to Director Middleton's question about how do you measure risk. So in this specific case, risk is evaluated as the volatility of our returns versus the volatility of the returns of our peers. And so in 2022, we were in what you would describe as the high risk, low return quadrant. By diversifying the portfolio and through successful investment decisions within the strategy segments that we expanded into, we are now in the high return, low risk quadrant. Again, that's all relative to peers. The peer set that this is based on is the one from the prior slide that is managed by Wilshire. Slide 30 speaks to how we are doing versus various measures of the private equity universe. The three largest providers of private equity performance data are listed here, and we have a snapshot of where we stood on the 1, 3, and 5 year at the launch of the strategy versus today, or as of 6/30/2025. And you can see that in all time periods, we've gone from underperforming the private equity indexes to outperforming. To be clear, this is not the dollars that were put in the ground's performance. This is the performance on the overall portfolio, which is driven by the investments that we've made over the last 3 years. And the next slide, 31, highlights the point of how the dollars deployed under our current model has performed versus the prior strategy that CalPERS has had. And these are gross numbers. Everything else in this presentation is on a net basis. But we're not looking here to evaluate these as the return that we're receiving. We're looking to this slide to evaluate the prior versus existing strategy. So both numbers are in gross to have that comparison all the way down to the portfolio company level. So this is a portfolio by portfolio company evaluation. And you can see that we are currently producing a 1.26 annualized multiple. And multiple is a very straightforward way to evaluate. It's not subject to the same issues that IRRs are, internal rates of return, which is a percentage return metric. So very straightforward. You put $1 in, and each year you're getting 1.26x back on a gross basis. We used to be in a state where we were getting back 1.1 per year. We've talked through slide 32 already, but as we've increased co-investment, we've been able to reduce the costs. I want to be clear, there's a real danger in doing co-investment for the sake of co-investment. So we can talk about the cost savings, but we do think about where we get to on a net return basis. And we would only do this if we felt that the co-investments were additive, and we can think about the cost savings as contributing to our net return. We wanted to just share some headlines that have been in the press insofar as some of our pensioners don't read the Wall Street Journal or pensions and investments, but I do think it is important for our beneficiaries to know that the industry is seeing how successful the hard work of the team has been. That's it. Happy to answer any additional questions.
All right. The board lit up, so here we go. Mr. Palkey, you are first.
So mine is not so much of a question, but more of a thank you. Watching the data move since being on the board, in my eyes, has been phenomenal. Knowing that many of our members are retiring on modest pensions and having to go back to work, I've said it time and time again that every dollar that we make within our investments, whether it's private equity or any of the other assets, is a benefit to our members. So when looking at the beginning of the year and seeing our asset value hit the 600 billion mark was truly a astonishing event to see at the start of the new year. So again, thank you, Anton. Thank you, Stephen, for the work that you and the teams are really doing in the investment office. Thank you.
We really appreciate that. The team is very thankful for the support that we received from the board. One statistic I want to flag to your comment is the 97% score on customer focus. The team takes very seriously the motto of serving those who serve California and knowing that the returns that they're generating are going to pay pensions.
Thank you very much. Mr. Rubalcava.
Thank you. I join my colleague Kevin Paki in thanking and commending your 40 people for all the work you do in the leadership under our new CAO and our CEO. I had a question on the appendix. I really appreciate how this is. I've gone to many classes and conferences, and I never quite understood a lot of what they were telling me, because I remember I had a discussion about co-investment, and they were very worried about me when I said CalPERS was in, and we were in co-investing then. Anyway, but now I understand the concern that we're speaking to, so thank you for clarifying that. But my question is, on the appendix, you have a lot of good details, and one of them that I really appreciate is how earlier in the slides we were talking about how ESG was able to be incorporated, and that helped with the performance, what have you. But on the appendix, one thing you mentioned is the stakeholder engagement, labor principles, have you, which is good. But I also noticed there was a bullet that said that we have scaled back or ended commitments to PE funds that were not aligning with our values and human capital, which is good to know. But I was wondering if we could know those actions either in closed session or whenever it's appropriate at some point in the future, just to understand what has happened. But excellent presentation, and this is very good. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I also want to, before I go on to Lisa, just congratulate you guys. Since I've been here, I've watched our private equity team almost dissolve. And since you've gotten here, in 3 years, we've got this result. So very, very pleased, and thank you very much.
Appreciate your support.
Ms. Middleton.
All right, thank you. I'm going to continue with the trend of saying thank you. This was a really good report. And I would suggest that we take this report and get out and meet with many of the stakeholders and go through this, particularly organizations like the League of California Cities Finance Officers Association and their meetings, so that some of the skeptics on private equity can see the kind of results that we've had. I particularly want to say that slide 25 was one of the most gratifying slides I have seen since I have been on the board. One of the core values that we all have here at CalPERS is that employees who are engaged, who feel they're being treated fairly, who are being given an opportunity, will better perform. This slide is simply an absolute proof that the better engaged your workforce is, the better your performance is. It may also say that great performance makes people feel good about the work that they're doing. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Middleton. Mr. Ruffino.
Thank you, Madam President, and I will continue the thank yous, but I want to start off by respectfully disagreeing with my colleague Lisa. Not disagreeing, but she found a favorite slide, which I don't say that it's bad in any way, shape, or form. But my favorite slide, it's slide 27, which clearly,
Yeah, that's my favorite slide.
made a big difference. And before I ask you, I have a quick question. I want to pause for a moment, and I would build on what Lisa said about getting this report, and specifically slide 22, slide 27, and slide 33. And I challenge everyone to get copies of, especially those stakeholders, they are in a leadership position, to pause for a moment the critics, and let's at least acknowledge that this is incredible work, and this is giving us a return that we should be proud of. And for that, staff needs to be acknowledged and thanked for it. Having said that, you talked about the turnaround of 2022, which obviously goes way, it's more than performance. Culture, governance, accountability. And I know you mentioned, and I believe in slide 24, some of the decision-making changes, that you spoke about culture. How confident are you that these changes, improvements, whatever you want to call it, are going to be durable across market cycles and leadership changes?
Very confident. The reason is the team has internalized the strategy, and there is shared ownership over the portfolio. The team is extremely motivated, and that engagement will obviously not override a major drawdown in markets. Capital markets experience those things. But what I do feel very confident is the team is positioned to deliver relative returns better than the public equity markets. Now, if public equity markets are extremely challenged, that will reduce the absolute return of private equity. But we have done very well with our manager selection and have gotten our process to a point where it's repeatable. We've done very well with our co-investment selection. That is also repeatable. And so we think we'll have value add versus public equity.
And a follow-up to that, Madam President, these opportunities that you have spoken about, and I think you mentioned it, how are they being embedded as we move into the total portfolio approach, right? I think you mentioned it a minute ago, but I want to hear a little bit more. How do we make sure that they're embedded not only with TPA, but also in the capital allocation environment? We have a very dynamic capital allocation environment. Do you have any concern about that? Sorry.
Yeah, sorry, I thought you were finished. Vice President Miller Chief Investment Officer Stephen Gilmore, they've all talked about how TPA is an important part of this evolutionary process. And to underscore that point with specificity to private equity, as we grew private markets and the board made the decision to increase private debt and private equity in 2024, we actually had the TPA mindset already embedded there, because the idea was, how can we generate better returns? And we looked at those two asset classes relative to their public equivalents and saw that as where the best place to invest was in a competition for capital. So I actually would underscore that we are seeing success now as we were in this evolutionary process of TPA.
Great. Thanks again, and as I said earlier, I will forget slide 22, but I will continue to cherish slide 27. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Mr. Ruffino. Mr. Miller, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I will try not to just be redundant with heaping on to all the praise, but I will say, kind of at the micro level, this was just an outstanding presentation and a great way of putting data and information in front of us in a way that's useful for our understanding and that we can also use to communicate with our stakeholders. I think it was really outstanding and really told the story and not just the immediate story. Some of you who know me know that I've been actively engaged in, these kind of discussions for a long time. I think I first ran for the board in, 2001, over 20 years ago. And I've always been often at odds with some of our critics and stakeholders in kind of being bullish on private equity and bullish on CalPERS, because seeing the potential for us to have what should be our natural kind of structural strategic advantages of the kind of phenomenal talent, the mission-driven people that come to our organization, our scale, scope, our reputation. And there have been ups and downs over the years, but that potential has always been there. And the expectation that we could and should be outperforming everybody really looking at this organization. And so thank you to the team, thank you to my colleagues on this board and the boards that preceded this board, and to Marcy for the kind of leadership and courage to have that constancy of purpose, to stick to it, despite which way the winds were blowing at the moment, to be able to get to this point. And while all this credit that's due to the team in this moment are there, but it's been a long time coming, and there's been lots of incremental changes and improvements and forward and backward steps. But to get to this point, to be able to tell this story and show this in a pretty unequivocal way, I think is quite an achievement. I'm just very proud of you all.
Really appreciate the panoramic perspective there. I mean, it is decades of work.
We appreciate it. Thank you. That's all from the board, but I do have 3 people asking to speak on the PE turnaround. So 2 in board chambers here, or in the board, JJ Jelensic and Jennifer Odell. You guys can come on down, and then we have 1 on the phone.
JJ Jelensic, RPEA. This presentation was presented as a neutral educational piece, but for the most part, it's really an internal advocacy document. It relies on non-investable benchmarks, valuation-based performance smoothing, short window reversals, framing of past failures as missed opportunities, repeatedly uses conclusory language, emphasizes press praise and awards, highlights employee engagement scores, and downplays long-term underperformance. It compares smooth private returns with public returns, and then claims higher risk adjusted returns, but never shows a risk adjustment or an unsmooth PE return. Slide 9 says that the GP has unlimited liability and fiduciary duty, but ignores the indemnification and waiver of fiduciary responsibilities in LPAs. I would encourage every member of the board to randomly pick an LPA and read it. See what you have agreed to. Valuations are in fact overstated. The GP gets paid for assets under management. LPs like higher reported returns. Staff likes higher reported returns for their bonuses. The only valuation process that the system has been willing to release says values are set by the GP and are independent of staff. Slide 15 offers as proof that PE is conservatively valued by the that in a rising market, successful exits have higher values than they did 6 months ago. I'm glad to know that Nativia is conservatively valued because it has risen 36% in the last 6 months. Staff has failed to report that that slide was based on a paper by a private equity firm justifying its marks and venture. And it ignores venture capital and growth, areas that are becoming more important parts of the portfolio. This article offers as further proof that from September 27th to September 2007 to September 09, public markets fell 31%, while PE fell only 19%. If evaluations were conservative, secondaries would not consistently occur at a discount to net present value. Slide 20 points to the opportunity cost, but gives no credit for what was gained. It's worth noting that the S&P rose 227% plus dividends during that period. The slide claims the method for estimating the opportunity cost was given in IC material dated September 1920. In case you didn't look, it doesn't exist there.
Mr. Jelinek, your time is up.
Can I have another minute, please?
No, sorry. You have to do that ahead of time.
Okay, well, I hope that you all recognize the difference between advocacy and education, and I encourage you all to read an LPA.
Ms. Odell and then Ms. Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Jennifer Odell from the Laborers International Union of North America. I am here representing our nearly 500,000 members across the U.S. and Canada, thousands of which are plan participants in CalPERS. I am so pleased to hear from the previous presentation, one of the key drivers of the performance, the outperformance of private equity at CalPERS is ESG and taking ESG into consideration. To that end, I wanted to raise your attention about one of the managers in your portfolio, Apollo. Excuse me. Some developers in the New York City residential market are experimenting with allowing the use of body shops, which are labor brokers on their projects. Developers allow general contractors to use body shops to offload the reputational and regulatory risk of worker exploitation while profiting from the low wages. Body shop workers are paid near minimum wage, while the body shop contractor gets paid $28 to $48 per hour for each worker. General contractors insulate themselves from the unscrupulous actions of these body shops, which rely on the system of mass incarceration and immigration status to create a pipeline of precarious laborers who do the most dangerous work on construction sites. Apex Labor Solutions is one such body shop that Athene is allowing at 5 Times Square to undermine labor standards. 5 Times Square is one of the city's largest residential or office to residential conversion projects. Apollo's merger with Athene hides Apollo's links to body shop worker exploitation. It is important that Apollo and all its affiliates and contractors uphold workers' rights, transparency, and good governance principles to protect workers and investors alike. Irresponsible subcontracting of body shops can cause reputational risk, costly work delays, and legal battles that may diminish investment returns. We hope you all take this into consideration when considering new investments with Apollo, especially considering the adoption of labor principles that apply, obviously, to the private equity portfolio. Thank you so much for taking our concern seriously. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Ms. Brown?
Thank you. Happy New Year. Margaret Brown, President, RPEA. I want to start by congratulating Ms. Taylor and Mr. Miller on your election to being President and Vice President. My comments are about the private equity turnaround. What we heard from Mr. Orlick today seemed more like a pitch than it was education, but I did hear him say that private equity should be judged over a full cycle of 5 to 10 years. Usually only 3 years of data, CalPERS cannot credibly claim a turnaround, long-term outperformance, that the strategy has worked across market cycles, that returns are durable or repeatable. This board should know that IRR at 3 years is highly sensitive to valuation assumptions. And those valuations are provided by the general partner, and the general partner is paid a fee based on those assumptions. So there is definitely a conflict. CalPERS is 2 to 5 years too early to claim a turnaround, just to be sure. And I'll finish Mr. Jelensek's comments. On slide 24 on the driver's turnaround points to investing in different segments with higher risk. But it fails to mention secondaries, which the PE annual review identified as having a significant impact on performance. Staff satisfaction is good, so is public praise, but they don't pay benefits, especially when the praise is coming from vendors and people with a social agenda. The education piece points to PE as a very strong driver of improved fund performance, while ignoring that private equity underperformed public equity in the period and was therefore a drag on returns. This is advocacy, not education. You have a duty to know the difference. Thank you, Mr. Jelensek. One last thing. When JJ keeps saying read an LPA, I hope you know that that's a limited partnership agreement. When I was on this board, I was not permitted to see a limited partnership agreement. I hope that changes with this current board. Thank you.
All right, with that, we'll move on to Nick Kolev. Is he on the phone or is he in off? Oh, there you are. Okay. So you do want it at the end. Okay, that's what I asked. That's okay. You can wait. Yeah. Okay, then we have the 3 callers.
Yes, President Taylor, we have Jared Gabby with United Food and Commercial Workers to comment on the private equity turnaround presentation. Mr. Gabby, you are now live and can proceed with your comments.
Thank you. My name is Jared Gabby Beagle, a researcher with the United Food and Commercial Workers. We have spoken to this board a number of times about how Apollo Global Management is violating your labor principles at Heritage Grocers, a company owned in Apollo Fund 9. Today, we join the laborers and the bakery workers unions who are highlighting other portfolio companies where Apollo is creating labor-related investment risks to call on the board to enforce your labor principles by halting any future investment with Apollo. But I also want to raise another way that Apollo is working against the interests of CalPERS and the people of California. Apollo's chairman and CEO, Mark Rowan, is leading the charge to cut federal grant funding for universities across the country, including those in California, if they do not adhere to specific political and educational ideology. Apollo's Rowan, who has played an active and prominent role in the public campaign against higher education nationally, was the main author and central force behind the Trump administration's so-called Compact for Academic Excellence in Higher Education. The compact would give the White House unprecedented power to deny or retract federal funding to universities based on their political loyalty. These cuts threaten not only the quality and independence of young people's education across the state, but also threaten plan participants, local economies, and governments that are supported by billions of dollars in research and education funding, which in turn participate in CalPERS. Virtually all of Rowan's money comes from Apollo, which he co-founded with Leon Black and Josh Harris, and Apollo's fortune was amassed largely through the fees and carried interest paid by limited partners like CalPERS. CalPERS has invested around $3.5 billion with Apollo over time and has roughly $2.5 billion in investments currently managed by the firm. Alongside its violations of labor principles, the use of Apollo's wealth and influence built on managing CalPERS and other state investments to harm California workers, its institutions of higher education, and local and state governments is incompatible with its fiduciary duty to CalPERS and plan participants. We urge you not to invest additional assets with Apollo as it seeks commitments to Apollo Fund 11 or other investment vehicles. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please.
Next, we have Lisa Gregory with the Bakery, Confectionery, Tobacco Workers, and Grain Millers International Union to comment on the private equity turnaround presentation. Lisa Gregory, you are now live and can proceed with your comments.
Good afternoon, everyone. In March 2025, Apollo added one of the largest baking companies in North America to its portfolio, Maker's Pride. This baking company makes products for some of the most iconic food companies in the world, including Nabisco, Kellogg, Hershey, and General Mills. For over 25 years, the BCTGM has been organizing large industrial bakeries owned by Maker's Pride. One of those locations is a plant in London, Kentucky, which employs over 600 workers. In early 2024, workers in London signed authorization cards to join the BCTGM, and an NLRB election was scheduled. During the campaign, corporate management and supervisors in the bakery ran an aggressive anti-union campaign that resulted in almost 70 labor charges filed against the company for surveilling union activity, intimidation, coercion, threatening Hispanic workers with deportation, forcing workers to wear Vote No t-shirts on the job, communicating anti-union messages to employees through posters, letters, in-plant TV monitors, and captive audience meetings, and firing multiple union supporters. Due to the employer's behavior, the workers lost the vote, and the union pursued the filed unfair labor charges through the National Labor Relations Board. It was during this period that Apollo's ownership stake in the company was finalized, and yet under Apollo's ownership, Maker's Pride continued its anti-union activities, resulting in more charges being filed by the union. The anti-union actions by the company did not change under Apollo's ownership. Finally, in a decision issued on September 17, 2025, almost a year and a half since the election, a federal administrative law judge found the company committed violations of the National Labor Relations Act and ordered a rerun election, in addition to back pay and reinstatement to the 4 workers fired during the campaign. The company decided to unnecessarily contest the NLRB's decision, further delaying justice for the workers who want an opportunity to join the BCTGM. We would like Apollo to take responsibility for the anti-union actions of its management at Maker's Pride, agree to accept the NLRB's ruling, and agree to the parameters of a fair union vote through the neutrality agreement. CalPERS has adopted workforce principles, and I would ask that they take those principles into consideration when considering new investment opportunities with Apollo. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Our next caller, please.
Next, we have Larry Woodson with California State Retirees to comment on the private equity turnaround presentation. Mr. Woodson, you are now live and can proceed with your comments.
Okay, thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Hello? Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the opportunity to comment. Mr. Orlick has given a very thorough presentation. I'm sure he and his staff are acting in good faith and professionally. I take issue with a number of things he said and some things that he didn't say. Starting off, I'll quote a pretty well-known investor that I think you all respect, in the name of Warren Buffett. He hates PE. He advises pension funds to get out of PE investing. He says that they are dishonest in their valuations, and that the S&P actually outperforms, at least the last 10 years, the private equity. And I found myself that if you look at just, I mean, Mr. Orlick referred to public markets, but if you look just at the S&P, it has outperformed private equity in the last 10 years. The self-valuation that general partners undertake has a lot of dishonesty, as Buffett says. The IRRs, they game them, and I don't have time to go into how they game them, but they are substantially higher. So but even if you use those inflated figures, they're below the S&P. Now, Mr. Orlick says that these funds are audited annually. Well, they're not audited by an independent auditor. They may be audited by accountants that are hired by the general partner, but they're not. There is very little oversight of these, government oversight. Certainly the security SIC does not have much oversight. I would also, and there are no penalties for if they did not adhere to accounting principles. I will also mention, as I did in my report to the board and also to the executive staff on the dangers of private equity, Mr. Orlick didn't mention the enormous harm that private equity is doing to our healthcare system, as well as businesses that it acquires and puts out of business because of leverage buying and saddling them with huge interest rates, and doing the same thing with their real estate, and then leasing back to them, and they acquire huge debts. So, also in terms
Mr.
of
Woodson, your 3 minutes are up.
Yes. Okay. Well, I just referred to the Steward Health, where CalPERS invested almost $500 million, and 36 hospitals have closed and 31 are in bankruptcy. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I had, before we go into the next session, there's two things. I had one more question for you, Anton. And then secondly, I think we need to take a break for 10 minutes or so before we move into the second presentation. On slide 11, you go over the type of funds we're in: commingled fund, co-investment, customized, LP secondary, and fund of funds. Do you have a breakout of the percentage that's in those funds, or do you have that on top of your head? If you don't, that's fine.
Yes. To sketch it out, I can give you the run rate. So under the current strategy, we have been fulfilling the goal that started in the 2029-2020 fiscal year to have at least 40% of our investments in co-investments. So that speaks to our fund versus co-investment breakout. And then when we speak of secondaries, these are categorizations that are not mutually exclusive. So our secondaries investments, when we buy, for the most part, are through funds. So they're funds, but instead of buying portfolio companies, they're buying LP secondary interests or GP-led secondaries.
So they fall under commingled funds, basically, is what you're saying. Okay.
A,
But they're
a lot
secondaries.
of it. A lot of it. There are also secondary transactions that are bilateral, but what I'm getting at is these categories are not mutually exclusive and collectively exhaustive. They're different cuts at what the portfolio looks like. But roughly speaking, you can think about the secondaries activity as about 10% of the portfolio. Now, part of me saying that these are different categorizations, and so you can't add them up to 100, is the fact that we are, roughly speaking, as much a buyer in the market as we are a seller of secondary transactions. And that background speaks to the hands-on nature of the strategy that we've been using, where we are optimizing the portfolio to make sure that we have the right amount in each vintage across each strategy. And so you should think about secondaries as simultaneously providing returns in their own right, but then also an expression of our investment views where we don't have to wait until the next fund commitment to make a decision or to act on our view about the market. So first part, roughly 60% funds, 40% co-investment, and then on the secondaries activity, about 10% of the portfolio activity.
At any given time, basically, is what you're saying.
Yeah, and that's a standing program. It's constantly engaging in the market. Any one quarter buying versus selling can take a lead, but on average over the 3-year period, we've been actually a slight buyer over seller.
Okay. Okay, so that's actually, we're doing a little more buying than selling.
Yes.
Okay.
But it's, I mean, again, we're talking about 10% of the portfolio, but within a couple of $100 million.
And that's part of the active strategy.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. That was all my questions. With that, I'd like to recess for about 10 minutes for the board, and we'll be back at 11:37. Thank you. Oops.
Thanks.
Start calling names, Kevin.
You gotta get you a gong instead of that hammer.
He turned red. Oh, and Troy. He's no, I. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Stephen Gilmore. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. Look, it's an absolute pleasure for me to introduce Aniket Shah, who's one of the top-rated analysts on Wall Street. He focuses on sustainability, thematic research, which is, I guess, today AI, and also looks at the intersection of those issues with policy out of Washington. With those brief comments, I'll pass over to Aniket.
Stephen, thank you very much, Stephen, and thank you very much. This is truly a pleasure and a privilege for me to be here with you. Stephen asked me to put together a presentation on what do we need to know about AI. It's a pretty ambitious topic and a pretty ambitious set of questions. What I want to do today is just lay out a few key principles and a few key thoughts just to set the agenda. And then after that, we'll go into discussion and question and answer if that works for all of you. First of all, let me tell you what I'm not here to do. I'm not here to tell you whether AI is good or bad. I'm not here to tell you whether this is a financial bubble or not. That's not the purpose of my presentation. But rather, I would like to give you my perspective as an analyst, as an economist, on what AI is actually doing to the economy, what it could potentially do to the economy, and why any of that matters for a long-term allocator like CalPERS. So with that, I want to make 4 main points. The first point I want to make is that AI is not new. Okay, this is not a technology that has just come out of nowhere. In fact, the origins of this technology go back over 70 years from today. The Turing test, the famous test of whether or not a computer system could in fact be deemed by a human to be a machine or not, as a test case of AI. That's 76 years ago from today. What is new about AI is the compute, it is the scale, it is the fact that ChatGPT is the fastest growing consumer application in human history. You've never seen something grow as quickly in terms of how consumers are using it as AI. And the amount of capital that is therefore being discussed linked to AI is unlike anything in the past. So the first point is that we should put this moment within its historical perspective. And if you have a historical lens, you can also understand some of the ups and downs that comes with this topic that might portend the way forward. The second point I want to make is around the economics of AI. Artificial intelligence will cause a significant reallocation of capital in the global economy. That is capital from allocators like yourself to the financial markets. It's capital that is being reallocated by corporates into the real economy. So it's happening at multiple layers. It is a capital allocation that is also happening in how government spends money, all topics that we will speak about. But despite the fact that this is going to cause a significant reallocation of capital, and in fact already is, and we can talk about specific numbers in a second, we have yet to see the productivity gains in the labor market that have been dreamt up by AI. And that shouldn't surprise anyone, because generally speaking, productivity gains happen decades after a technological boom. Okay? And so there's a big question around what artificial intelligence will do to the physical capital stock. And then there's a big question about what it'll do to the labor capital stock. And those are both topics that I hope we can speak about today with specific numbers and specific trends. The third point I want to talk to you about is about the politics and the geopolitics of AI. Unlike other major technological booms in the past, whether it was the railroads in the 19th century, the telecom build out 25 years ago, and so on and so forth, AI finds itself in the middle of a technological race that the United States is facing with China. And it is nothing short of a technological race. And therefore, the way that the US government will engage on AI is different and has been different than other technological booms in the past. And as you are thinking about the investment case of AI, you have to understand the geopolitics of it. And again, just to be clear, that as the United States is in this technological race with China, there is a support for the AI technology stack that I would argue is unlike technological stacks in the past. The geopolitics of AI are complicated because of the national politics and the domestic politics of AI. And in my presentation that you have in front of you, you'll see some slides that I've put together about what's happening at the domestic state level in the US, where you're seeing significant regulation put into place around AI, responding to a growing concern from the American population around AI and data centers, around power prices, around potential labor dislocation, and so on and so forth. Okay, so that's point number 3. And point number 4 is the corporate and investment angle in all of this. Ultimately, what all of you and what all of our clients at Jefferies do for a living. At the corporate level, we are still in the very early stages of AI's integration into corporate America. There's a wonderful survey put out by the US government every few weeks, and they ask American companies, have you used AI in your creation of products and services recently? And still today, 80% of US companies answer no. Now, that number was higher. In other words, there were even more companies that said no in the past. Put another way, there are more companies that are using AI day in, day out. But we're still at the early stages of the implementation and the integration of AI into the economy. And that is interesting because at some point the question comes, where will the revenues come from for all of this massive capital expansion? Someone has to pay for it, is the point. And it's the customers in the form of individuals or consumers, or corporates that will be the big demand centers. That will be the drivers of the demand for this. And so we can talk about that as well. From an investment perspective, AI touches the entire economy now. It is 60% of GDP growth in the United States is from AI CapEx build, 60% of the growth, okay? So how a large allocator like CalPERS thinks about allocating to this theme is not a simple exercise, and I give CalPERS a lot of credit for how they're thinking about this because it is complicated. You don't want to put all your bets in just one part of the ecosystem. You want to place some bets in the models. You want to place some bets in the hyperscalers. You want to place some bets in the physical AI and the infrastructure. You want to place some bets in companies that will be able to become more efficient thanks to AI. And that question of how do you allocate to this major theme, to me, has to be done via a systems level approach to this topic, because taking a bet on just one slice of it is likely going to lead to some difficult volatility. So that's what I wanted to say to just lay out the agenda. We are thinking about these topics very, very carefully, and we have a lot of slides that we can turn to, but hopefully, Stephen, that's a helpful start to the discussion.
Look, thanks very much, Aniket. I wanted to go back to, I guess, basics. People throw out a lot of terms like training for models, inference, reasoning. Can you walk us through what each of these things are? And I know you've got a slide on this.
Sure. No, with pleasure. Maybe I can actually pull it up. Just one second. Okay, so just to go one by one, when we talk about artificial intelligence, we're talking about computer systems that are designed in order to perform tasks that are the domains of humans. Okay, so we're talking about reasoning, problem solving, perception, intelligence. That's what we mean by AI. It is replicating, frankly speaking, how humans operate in the economy. When we talk about machine learning, we're talking about a subset of AI in which the systems learn from data. That's the important point. So the learning that happens of the system doesn't just happen from fixed rules that are programmed into your computer, but rather from data that makes the system learn and learn from itself. That is the machine that we talk about from machine learning. It is machines that are learning from data, which today is data that is scraped from the world's text, from the websites, from books, etc., etc. Large language models, you've of course heard about LLMs. Here we're talking about machines that are learning from models that are trained to predict text. Okay, and that's really what we talk about when we're using a ChatGPT or a Gemini or one of these tools, that it is looking at all the different ways in the past, like literally trillions of data points of how does one complete the sentence, I live in New Jersey and therefore, fill in the blank, But based on that information, this is what the next word should be. But it is done using, again, trillions of data input. So the large language here is the fact that there's a lot of words and data that is being put in to predict the next word that comes in that sequence. By training, what we mean is the teaching of these LLMs. Okay, so that is having a model and then adjusting its parameters based on data and making sure that it comes to successful and correct conclusions. And this is a very difficult, highly data intensive and highly compute intensive challenge where you have to go and make sure that, again, as you finish that sentence, you don't want that sentence to be wrong too many times, because if you do that, then of course the user loses a confidence in that tool. By inference, what we mean is the generation of outputs. Okay, so that's the actual search, or that's what you are seeing when you are putting information or a question inside your AI tool. By reasoning, what we mean is the ability of a model to perform multi-step thinking. So it's not just a one in, one out, but that the model can think through, this is the first answer, and therefore you might want to know this as your next question, and therefore you might want to know this, and therefore you might want to know this. It's why you see in a lot of these tools, not just a one-time answer to your question, but a interpretation about what may come next. And then finally, compute is just the raw power of computational processes that's required to train these models, to do the training that I mentioned of the LLMs, so that you get the inference that you are all looking to do. So that's just sort of a 101, at least the way I interpret these complicated topics, Stephen.
Thanks. Look, one of the things you mentioned was the geopolitical angle.
Yes.
And I'm quite interested in how you think about that, because the US is home to a lot of the frontier models. China perhaps has taken a somewhat different approach.
Yes.
Perhaps a greater focus on applications. There are also questions around access to chips, maybe less of a focus on LLMs. So you have things like DeepSeek and reasoning.
Yeah.
What should we be thinking about geopolitically?
Sure.
And how does that affect our view with respect to investing in economics?
The US is right now in a multi-decadal economic and technological race with China. And one has to appreciate how real, how deep, and how pervasive that feeling is across Washington policymakers. In fact, if you ask me, what is the driving impulse of the current administration in terms of foreign policy and domestic economic policy, I would actually say that the foundational layer is this US-China technological race. It is, by the way, bipartisan. And the implications of it has been that both Republican and Democratic administrations are using industrial policy or state capitalism in order to try to compete with China. I'm going to come to AI in a second, but I have to start at that level and that layer, which is that both Republicans and Democrats are effectively short-circuiting free markets in order to ensure that the United States can compete with China. The best evidence of this is the CHIPS Act. This was something that President Biden passed. You'll all recall that President Trump campaigned on eliminating the CHIPS Act, but the signature deal last year was the US government taking a stake in Intel. That money was actually money in the CHIPS Act, which President Biden had passed. I could give you 20 other such examples. Why does this matter on AI? It matters on AI because of this reality. This is from the Australian Strategic Policy Institute, one of several think tanks that is trying to assess where the US is versus China on different technologies. To give you the punchline, 15 years ago, China was in the lead. 15 years ago, America was in the lead in 55 to 60 out of 64 critical technologies of the world. Today, according to their methodology, China is in the lead in 57 out of 64 critical technologies. If you take a look here, I just laid out from their most recent study the AI and quantum technologies and where the US is versus China. And you'll see here that according to their assessment, China is in the lead in many, if not most, of the underlying technologies with regards to AI. We all saw this quite forcefully last year with the DeepSeek moment. That was a remarkable moment in, I would say, in economic history and financial history. The reaction to it was very interesting. It did impact equity markets on that day, but more importantly was the narrative around it, where a lot of American investors said, oh, that just can't be the case that China is ahead and able to produce these efficient models compared to the United States. Since then, we have seen a DeepSeek moment almost every month, to be honest, about where China is versus the United States on AI. With that as backdrop, let me answer your question. My assessment of the situation is that in certain domains with regards to AI, China's in the lead, and in other instances, America's in the lead. America's in the lead so far on semis. America is in the lead on compute. Those are our two major strengths. NVIDIA still today has the most advanced chips, and we, meaning America, still has a computing infrastructure that is much deeper than China. On the other hand, China has a few things going for them. They have no issues building data centers. They have none of the constraints that we do, public opposition and so on and so forth. China has none of the power constraints that we do. In fact, the power prices in China are lower than the power prices that we have here in the United States, even though we are such a large energy economy. And we can talk about why that's happening later on if you're interested. So what does that mean for all of you? It means that the US has to keep racing forward. And what that means is that the US government is going to continue to backstop the AI trade as much as they possibly can. My view and my assessment is that a lot of the industrial policy that we're seeing right now and the trade policy, the US-Japan trade deal, for example, $550 billion, most of that money is going to go to support AI infrastructure in the United States so that the US can compete with China. I think we all need to appreciate as investors, you may or may not want to have exposure to Chinese equities, and I appreciate that is a complicated topic for many of us. What you have to understand, though, in your portfolio is how is your exposure to AI? How could it be at risk because of its Chinese competitors? So if you have a big exposure in company X, go and figure out what that company Y is in China, the company that's doing the same exact thing, and ask yourself, can Y beat out X? And that is a good project, and it's something that many of our clients are doing holding by holding.
One of the things you mentioned there was also the, I guess, domestic politics. You talked about the geopolitics and the support that, I guess, bipartisan support in this space. I'm thinking about some of the political issues that come up. You talked about energy demands, so there's an effect on price, and you talked about pricing. There's also the potential for labor disruption. How should we think about these things politically, and how might that impact policy? You've also noted that various states are enacting regulation or legislation on this. So how should we think about those issues?
Absolutely. Let me start with the data point and then a few framing points. The data point I want to give you is the one in front of you. This is from the Pew Research Center, and they put out a wonderful perception index of U.S. adults on AI. And this is, you can look at this over the last 4 years, and they ask Americans, are you more excited than concerned? Are you equally excited and concerned? Are you more concerned than excited? And in the last 4 years, you've seen a dramatic shift where 37% of Americans used to be more concerned than excited. Now 50% of Americans are more concerned than excited about AI. And this, by the way, if you read the study, it's actually most marked amongst young Americans, young adults, who are worried about labor, who are worried about power prices, if they can afford a homes, and this is part of that story. This is bipartisan, by the way. This isn't just red states or blue states. This cuts across states, and we are seeing this play itself out in Washington policy. As you know, I'm sure President Trump had 2 efforts in 2025 to put into place basically stipulations that would prevent or at least make it harder for states to regulate on AI. He tried to put this inside the One Big Beautiful Bill, failed, couldn't get his own party to support that, and tried to put it inside the National Defense Authorization Act, failed as well. And so President Trump then went down the path of doing this via executive order. So there's an executive order out there that is trying to slow down the ability of states to regulate on AI. And we could talk about that. But why is that important? That's important because A, it shows how fraught the politics are. It shows that a commander of his own party can't get his party behind that view. And the reason is that I think Republican lawmakers know that if they show themselves to be very super pro-AI, they're going to pay for it at the ballot box. And the second implication is that you are starting to see quite significant state-level regulations. California, Texas, Colorado, I could go on. And these are quite interesting and put together could very well be a constraint on the pace at which AI gets rolled out in the economy. Let me get one step below the politics and get back to the people, because ultimately people drive politics. There's a wonderful small little organization called Data Center Watch that looks at public opposition to data center build. And in their most recent assessment, they indicate that over $90 billion of data center projects in the last quarter were either postponed or stopped because of public opposition to data center build in the United States. That's a significant amount of money, by the way. 90 billion is roughly a quarter of annual spend on data center and data center related technology. It's not nothing, and that opposition is increasing exponentially right now. So it's going to be a big topic in 2026 for the midterms from both parties. Why does this matter for investors and allocators? Well, it matters because the pace at which AI rolls itself out in the economy is, I hope I've explained to you, it is inextricably linked to GDP growth now. I already mentioned the 60% of GDP growth last year was from AI-related capital expenditures. It is related to the equity markets, which are right now pricing in a significant expansion, rapid expansion of AI. It's linked to the US-China technological race because one country where there isn't this kind of public opposition to AI is China, and they don't have the same transmission mechanisms that we do to take those, if there was opposition, and impact it into policymaking. And so it's a very real topic. It's probably the topic I spend most of my time talking about with clients right now because it's not appreciated as deeply as I believe it should. And I think it's going to be an important topic in 2026 and beyond.
Thanks. I'm conscious that board members may have lots of questions, so please just chip in when you have any questions. I don't want to be the only one asking them. Sorry, Chair Taylor.
So I do have a quick question. The quarter, basically $90 billion of annual build of data centers are being opposed by the people in the areas that they're being built in. So I was reading, and I think it's the Swiss, because I can't remember for sure. Their data centers are being built underneath apartments, and they're heating apartments.
Wow.
So I think I think part of the reason it's being, opposed is because these huge energy sucks, right, out of our own towns, and it's going to drive our costs up. So even if it's put on the outskirts of whatever city or town, our thinking as American consumers is that something like that would drive our prices up.
Sure.
So, I mean, I think the smart thing would be for these folks to look at different venues to make sure that doesn't drive the costs up. Like,
yeah, you're 100% right about the fear of power prices. And if I can just put out a bold statement, the increase in power prices that we've seen in the United States so far has actually so far very little to do with AI. We're going to see those increase. In other words, those increases are still to come. And so this problem, we are at the beginning stages of this problem. And if I may just spend a minute talking about power and power prices and energy, because that's actually what I spend a lot of my time working on and spent my career working on. The single biggest challenge for the US on power is our permitting system. It's not the actual technology. It's not solar costs. It's not battery costs. It's not natural gas. We know how to do all of that, and we can do it pretty well and pretty cheaply. The challenge is that right now, if you want to build a transmission line that connects wind power in the Midwest to a data center on the East Coast, that'll take you 13 years to do. And because you have to get all these different people to approve it, you have to spend all this money on environmental assessments, and so on and so forth. And so for people like myself who've been studying energy and energy transitions for a long time, we have long known, way before AI came about, or this iteration, post ChatGPT's announcement, that the US would need more power. That's no surprise to any of us, because we were going to electrify everything. We're electrifying transportation, we're electrifying buildings, so power was going to increase, the demand of power was going to increase. But the constraint was permitting. And the thing that I would be watching out for more than anything else in terms of bringing down power prices is, can the administration, in partnerships with states and cities, have comprehensive permitting reform? That is a bipartisan topic. Everyone likes that. Everyone wants to get it done. Nobody actually gets it done. So we've had very little progress in that front. But just so I'm clear, you can try to cap prices and this and that. There's going to be a lot of discussion about these different policy tools. But the actual answer of how do we have more power, the power that's needed, not just for AI, but also for all of the other electrification of the economy, is actually through permitting reform. And that's something that I feel all organizations, companies, and long-term investors should be involved in those discussions, because it's of net benefit to all of us if we can figure that out.
That makes sense. And of course, that's part of the reason why our prices have already been going up, right?
Exactly.
So here's the fear that this more energy costs, right?
Exactly.
And I'm assuming that part of this permitting problem also runs into our transition, right? So for solar and wind, and because I know we also need battery storage, right? That's a different thing altogether, but
big time. And let me just spend 30 seconds talking about the transition. One of my favorite stats to bring up in presentations like this is, despite all the discussion of drill baby drill, the green scam and all of these different terms, in 2026, so this year, according to the administration's own Energy Information Agency, EIA, over 90% of incremental power capacity will come from renewables and storage.
Nice.
90. And I ask that question in every meeting I give right now or I make, because the general median answer from very sophisticated individuals with whom I engage is 5 to 10%. They say, oh, but Aniket, of course, it's going to be natural gas and coal and nuclear. And maybe in 10 years we get new nuclear. Maybe we'll get some more. Maybe those gas turbines will start getting built at scale by the Siemenses and the GEs of the world. But right now, we will go halfway through an administration that is as anti-renewables as you can imagine. And most of the incremental capacity, not generation, I'm talking about capacity, will be from renewables. And you're right, Chair Taylor, that the big X factor in all of this, the thing to be watching for, and frankly, where California has a head start in, and so does Texas, is storage. It's battery storage. Because battery storage is going up the same S-curve as solar did over the last 10 years. It's a very exciting story. It's linked to AI, very much so. And it should make people optimistic about the pace of the transition. So I just a wholehearted agreement with what you said.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. I've got two more. So, Mr. Palkey, hold on. Apparently, I can't push that button. There we go.
You made a comment about AI is integrated with the GDP. Can you elaborate on that a little bit more?
Yeah, it's simply, if you look at the breakdown of what is driving GDP growth in the United States, like what are the components of that, what you will see is that between 50 and 60% of the growth, the 3 to 4% GDP growth is actually AI-related capital expenditure. So it's $200-300 billion a year of capex, and that capex, when you break down a GDP, is in C plus I plus G plus X. That's the I, and so you're seeing a significant amount of increased investment in the economy, and a lot of that is tied to AI.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Middleton.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Shaw. Fascinating conversation. The 90% increase coming from renewable sources in 2026, that's not a number I have heard from anyone previously.
Yeah.
That would, it seems, argue that the CalPERS strategy of making a significant increase in the amount of investment that we have in renewable energy products and programs is potentially a wise one, but I'd like to get your comment.
It is very wise, and I say this not just because I really do respect Stephen, and I really do respect Peter Cashin. I don't know if he's in the, there he is, and these are some of the most exceptional individuals I get to interact with. But that aside, it shows the wisdom of the board, which is to say, don't just follow headlines. You actually have to look at the real economy. And the real economy, it's beyond a doubt of where the real economy is going. Let me give you one more number, because numbers matter when we have this discussion. In 2015, the year of the Paris Agreement, there was $380 billion globally invested in low carbon capex. All right, so that's a number I would ask you to think about, 380 billion. In 2024, that number was 2.1 trillion. In 2025, Bloomberg hasn't yet put out the number, but my estimate is it'll be around 2.4 trillion. So I laugh, I must say. I've spent 18 years of my life working on climate. I did my PhD on this topic. I was an advisor to the Secretary General on the Paris Agreement. I spent a lot of my life working on this, and I laugh when I hear people say, oh, Annika, this energy transition thing is over. Sustainability is done. And I'm like, what are you looking at? Because the real economy is moving in this direction, because the economics have moved in this direction. Because if you want power tomorrow, your cheapest and fastest form of new power is solar and batteries. If you want a car, you're largely thanks to China and to BYD, and here in the US, thanks to Tesla, you are seeing a lot of very high quality cars where your total cost of ownership is lower than an internal combustion engine car. So yes, to answer your question, I think it is well advised. Now, within the transition, one has to always be nimble and smart and think about the subsectors and the sub-technologies. And again, as someone who interacts with the entire financial industry, I can say that the CalPERS team is top notch. I think they're thinking about these things very, very thoughtfully. But the bottom line is focus on the data as opposed to the vibes, because the vibes can be so powerful right now, especially against this, and sticking to the data will work.
Thank you. Thank you. You've made a lot of us feel better. But go ahead, continue.
And I've got a question here. I mean, looking at the future,
yes,
obviously this needs to be financed.
Yes.
And you've talked about the national imperative.
Yeah.
You've talked about CapEx being one of the drivers of growth. And of course, it is one of the important reasons why growth held up so much despite the tariffs.
Yep.
And why people's forecasts were wrong.
Correct.
So one of the questions is, how is it going to be financed, the spend? Because the hyperscalers, huge free cash flow, but some of them are now getting to that point where they're raising debt. So how do we think about the financing challenge, the switch from maybe equity financing to debt? And it's particularly relevant today because today was a day where we saw Japanese yields spike dramatically. And of course, they have a knock-on effect to global yields. So what's going to happen to the cost of financing?
It's a great question. I wish I had a crystal ball to answer that, but I'll give you my reactions to it. The first reaction I have is that you're right, Stephen. We are seeing a shift in how the data center build is being financed. Right now, it's happening in live time. And it's happening away from these hyperscalers saying, you know what, we're some of the most profitable companies in human history. So we're going to take some of those profits and use that to invest in the construction of these data centers and the associated infrastructure, energy and so on and so forth, to now going to the debt markets. And a lot of this is private credit. Some of this is public bonds that they're issuing. And that's a shift. Now, the good news is that these companies are highly under leveraged so far. The leverage was not a big part of their business model to get to this point. So do they have the capacity to take on debt? Sure, they absolutely do. However, anytime you add leverage to a system, you increase the uncertainty around it. That's just the definition of it, because you now are controlled by forces outside of your own control. So point number one is you are absolutely right, and that's an important shift. And for allocators like yourself, one of the main ways going forward that you will get exposure to this theme is by providing private credit to the expansion of data centers and associated infrastructure. And that's a different underwriting process than buying stock in NVIDIA and Meta and so on and so forth. It's a different risk profile and has to be assessed differently. So that's point number one. Point number two, which I think is important, is that another big provider of capital for the AI-related build-out will be the U.S. government. And, not to belabor the point, but a lot of the state capitalism that I alluded to, the industrial policy state intervention, that's the U.S. government using its balance sheet to come in and participate in these projects. And I would argue the Intel deal is part of that. The MP Materials deal, that has to do with the rare earths, but it is linked to infrastructure and manufacturing and reindustrialization. That's a part of it. The Department of Energy's Loan Program Office, which has now been renamed as the Energy Domination Office or something like this, is a couple $100 billion of capital. Don't quote me on that. It's of that order of magnitude. that will be used to build largely nuclear projects, by the way. The US-Japan trade deal, that's $550 billion of Japanese capital, corporate and government, that the first projects that are being discussed are all related to AI. And so point number two is that beyond just the equity debt component is that you have a significant state intervention. And that just has to be understood. It's such a critical part of this whole story. The third point I would make around this is that so far, even in my discussion of this in the last 90 seconds, I've spent a lot of time talking about the supply of AI, right? This is largely a supply side discussion so far. But I would ask you to think a lot more about the demand side of AI. And, just if I can show you some of these charts, because it's linked to the question of how will this get financed. At some point, you need to see these numbers move significantly. This is in the last 2 weeks, did this business use artificial intelligence in producing goods and services? 82.8% said no. You need companies having revenues that are significant enough that they can start financing the associated infrastructure. This is true for large companies and for small companies. This is interesting too. During the next 6 months, do you think this business will be using AI in producing goods and services? Again, you're seeing an increase, which is great, but you need a lot more of it because this is Nike or a mom and pop bakery saying, oh yeah, I'm going to use AI, which you should think means I'm going to spend money for this, which means that the OpenAIs and Googles and Microsofts of the world have more revenues that they can plow back into building out this infrastructure. But right now, what's happening, there's a lot of supply of infrastructure and the monetization isn't quite there. And people like me, analysts like me, are spending a lot, incrementally more of our time thinking about the demand side as a source of potential revenues for the construction of the infrastructure.
All right, Mr. Miller.
Yeah, two things I'd kind of like to hear your thoughts on. One, they both relate to what are the things that you see as going to be able to kind of differentiate who are the likely winners or versus losers in this market? And one is regarding the whole topic of energy efficiency and being able to have similar functionality, but with less need for the kind of really disproportionate outsized energy needs, because the focus has been all, it seems, on just capability and kind of big picture work. And on that same topic, kind of these do everything kind of approaches to AI versus more focused applications, versus whether it's code writing or medical or financial or whatever, versus these big systems that right now are just trying to, it seems a lot of focus is on just capability writ large versus really coming down to the brass tacks of applications for real world kind of problems and products that all these companies that aren't using it now would use it if there was something specifically, how do I find the new customer for my product using AI?
Sure.
Actually, can I just add on to that?
Yeah.
There have been other occasions when there has been some sort of transformative technology or some transformative development. Think back to the railways. We'll think about .com. Railways, people would say, well, actually, the people that got rich were the people who didn't necessarily build the railways, but the ones who actually made use of the railways. So any lessons from the past in answering Vice President Miller's question?
Yeah, and I was glad you talked about the energy situation because I come from an environmental regulatory agency background. And it was at least 20 years ago, my boss visited China and he said they're building super advanced energy transmission stuff out into the middle of nowhere where there is nothing right now. And here 20 years, there's small industrial cities out there.
That's right.
So
Absolutely. A wonderful question, sir, and I'll try my best to just give some reactions. And let me just say for everything, I approach this topic with enormous humility. These are really unknown questions, and I look to history and I look to data to be a guide. So first question was about use case capability beyond just capabilities. Before I go beyond capabilities, let me talk about capabilities because we will only use more of these products if they are capable. So it's important to know how capable are they. And I like this chart. This is from a study called OpenAI Eval's GDP Val Leaderboard as of December 2025. And it basically what it does is that it takes a tough problem and it asks that problem to these different AI tools. And then it asks that same problem to experts, human experts. And then they give the answers, both provided by the AI tools and the human, to independent evaluators. And they ask the independent evaluators which one is better. And they don't say which one is from AI versus from the human expert. And the wins only shows that we're close to 50% now. We're GPT 5.2, so around 50% of the time the GPT answer, so the OpenAI answer to a very difficult question, is deemed by the independent evaluator to be better than that of the human expert in that field. If you look at wins plus ties, so again, that's a win for the AI and ties where the independent evaluators say they're both equally good, you see the numbers getting, pretty high up there, 75%. So that's one way of looking at the capability. Now, if I'd show, it's interesting to look at this study over time, because then you can see has it improved? And yes, the answer is it's improved tremendously. And so is this the singularity? Is this artificial AGI? I don't know, but this is pretty interesting to me. And I always look at this number with a lot of focus. So that's point number one, is that the capabilities are improving and they're improving significantly. Now that said, let me go to point number two, which is that when you look at here, what do business leaders ask AI to do versus a human? For quick tasks, this is from a very important study that actually moved the markets. This was the MIT Media Lab's paper last year that showed that only 5% of corporate projects on AI led to any ROI. It's a fascinating study. And when this study dropped, equity markets went down because of a study. Can you believe it? From a group of academics. So academia is important, as I tell my 4-year-old daughter. And what's interesting here is that for quick tasks, the survey shows that AI is preferred, but still for complex projects, the human is preferred. And this, sir, goes to your question, which is like, okay, you're great, you have capability, but you sort of want humans to still do the project, and therefore, how useful is this tool? Now, shifting this is very hard because it has to do with society, it has to do with inertia, it has to do with legal challenges. If I presented to you today and I didn't know every single part of my deck, and I was presenting to the board of CalPERS, and you asked me a question and I said, I don't know, sir, that AI created that. I think you would lose all respect for this discussion is my guess, right? So in my case, I still have to do a lot of the work myself and or with my physical team because I need to trust it. Now, does that shift? Does that shift over time? Perhaps. It's a sociological phenomenon more than an economic phenomenon. So point number two is this chart, which is that we are still at a point where complex projects, which is what most of us do, is in fact preferred by humans, or preferred to be done by humans versus AI. Now let's go to point number 3 about where will the practical applications be. You're certainly seeing it with coding, right? That was area number 1 for where AI is penetrating very quickly. I think you will see it in a lot of back end for financial, legal services professions. I think a lot of that can be now done, automated by AI. That will have significant bottom line boosts, and it could also lead to some labor dislocation for sure. I am generally not of the view that we're going to have 20, 30, 50% unemployment because of AI. As you know, people have said that every time a new technologies come about and every time people have been wrong. But there is going to be disruption. So both things can be true, that it will be disruptive and that there will be more jobs created in the future, and we're going to be in that period of disruption. And then just finally, to be practical, 2 areas that I'm watching for in terms of your question of practical applications of AI that will be profitable and could take off are actually both in the physical AI world. One is robotics, and the second one is self-driving cars. Those are both areas that I think are very interesting. In the case of robotics, it's very much tied to the demographic challenges of the world. The data came out yesterday about China's demographic collapse. The total fertility rate, TFR, in China is now below 1. So it's basically means generation by generation you have a roughly 50% reduction in total population, which means China's going to have an issue where they need these jobs to be filled by someone. Robots are going to play a big role in that. China has, I think, 8 or 9x more industrial robots in use than the United States does right now. Think about that, 8 to 9 times more than we do. And so I think that will be supercharged by AI, and Mr. Jensen Huang of NVIDIA has made similar arguments, and Elon Musk has made similar arguments, and so on and so forth. And secondly, about self-driving cars, I mean, here you guys would know better than me, but every time I'm in San Francisco, the normalization of self-driving cars is astounding to me. And then I talk to my friends and colleagues who use those cars, and they say, I enjoyed that a lot more than being in a car driven by an individual. And so I think, and you're starting to see the S-curve from a very low base, but you're seeing that S-curve adoption. And I think that's an area where AI could supercharge that technology.
I was actually going to ask a question about robotics.
Oh, okay.
But you've covered that. I wanted to ask a question about additional disruption, because a lot of these models have been based on a lot of data. You've got large language models. You've got some people saying that actually there's a limitation there because of the need for data and training, and there could be other approaches like world models. Could you talk a little bit about that and things we need to think about in terms of happenings or occurrences, events that could just change the way we think about this technology?
Yeah. And again, I say this as an outsider peering into this. I'm not a physicist or a computer scientist, but this is my dispassionate understanding of the issues. On your first question, the gentleman whose work I follow a lot in order to understand the limitation of these scaling models right now and of the LLMs in general is a gentleman by the name of Dr. Jan LeCun, who was the chief scientist at Meta, and one of the, brilliant AI scientists of the world, and who recently left Meta. And he's given some wonderful podcasts and interviews, and well worth listening to. And he basically believes that we've reached limits to the learning acceleration that we've seen, because of exactly the point that Stephen made, that at some point the input of data dries up. You can only put in so many Reddit feeds and books and emails and all of this stuff, and at some point it needs more. I mean, it needs more data to get better. There's an argument about SYN data, synthetic data, where AI creates the data to put into its own tools. That gets pretty meta to me. I'll leave that for the scientists to explain. But one of the things that Professor LeCun talks about is the importance of physical AI in order to bring more data into the models. What do I mean by that? So imagine a world where this pen is also an AI listening and viewing device. So while I'm speaking, it can see Mr. Johnson's reaction. And it can see that when I use my voice at this tone, Mr. Johnson responds some way. And when I use my voice at this tone, he responds in some way. And when I use certain words in discussion, Chair Taylor responds one way, and other words, she responds another way. And the amount of data that can be collected through physical AI by having a contraption that is watching, listening, hearing, exactly. So that then you could see a further acceleration of learning. So my first answer to your question, again, as a non-expert who's just trying to piece together this information with my limited brain, is that could be a accelerant up. And one of the reasons that Jan LeCun is now doing his own thing is that he wants to pursue that approach to AI learning, which is a different approach to that of Silicon Valley. Your second question was about what else should we be thinking about? The other thing that I would ask you to think about, and this is actually linked to California, is the whole field of catastrophic risk associated with AI. And if you'll allow me to, I will just show you, let me see if I can find that. Now I'm off script, but one of the interesting parts of this whole ecosystem around AI is the question of, is AI going to create the end of the world? Which sounds a little nutty, science fiction kind of stuff. I'm here to tell you that there's some very serious people in the world who take that path seriously. The most important of that, from whom I've learned a lot listening to his recordings and interviews, is Professor Geoffrey Hinton, who won the Nobel Prize recently. He was one of the godfathers of AI at Google, and who has now made it his full-time job to go around the world warning companies and governments around catastrophic risk associated with AI, that we basically lose control of these systems, and the systems start communicating and interacting with each other in a way that we can't understand. By the way, one of the reasons why Elon Musk and Sam Altman created OpenAI originally was because of Elon Musk's fear around this topic. And it's actually very important to understand that one of the most, whatever one's views of him may be, I think we could all agree he's a pretty smart engineer and technologist. And he was worried about the direction of travel of AI. And so he wanted it to be a nonprofit, and he wanted it to be a public good. Now, why do I bring that up? Why do I bring it up? Yes, serious people are thinking about catastrophic risk, but it is now finding its way into the regulatory domain. That's why I bring it up. And here in California, if you look at the first row, one of the aspects of this Transparency in Frontier Artificial Intelligence Act is that companies have to publish a risk management framework for catastrophic harms. This is in the second to last column, around how you are basically ensuring that this tool, how will you make decisions as a company given the potential catastrophic risks associated with this technology. And so I've never seen anyone write about whether this is a direct result of the thinking of people like Dr. Hinton, but I am starting to see that line of thinking finding its way into the parlance, into the discussions. And just to give you another modest homework assignment, there was a wonderful report published last year called AI 2027. And it is a report published by an organization called the AI Futures Project. And it was written by a group of people who used to work at OpenAI, who left and created this think tank that is basically forewarning about where AI may go. And just to give you the conclusion is that the world ends in 2027. And again, I approach this as an analyst who wants to understand all the facts. And I think if you're thinking about, what you need to know, the title of today's talk, you have to understand that there is this strain of thinking around catastrophe and that it's going to become potentially a bigger part of the regulatory domain.
That's a lot. I just, woo. So I had read, somebody wanted, so I had read that China had, you said 9 times, that they had deployed robots in several factories. So hundreds of them.
Yeah.
And I don't know whether these were humanoid-looking robots or just robots but it was in a lot of their factories, which means that the labor that they were providing right now is gone already.
Yeah.
So how does that impact? I mean, we don't know how it impacts China because that's kind of a dark box to go into. But I mean, it would negatively impact the United States if you did that, right?
Yeah. I mean, again, we're in the early stages of all of this, and this demographic collapse that's happening in China, it'll take decades for it to work itself out. But if you study demographics and you talk to a demographer or you look at the estimates at a TFR of 1 or 0.98 or whatever China's at right now, China's population goes from 1.4 billion to 650 million in 2 or 3 generations time. That's a lot. That's a massive we're talking 1 billion less people. So how do you run an economy with 1 billion less people? Interesting. It's sort of an interesting question, right? And robots are a part of it. AI is a part of it. And, what do they say? Necessity is the mother of all invention. It's one of the reasons that I just think one needs to track China very closely on these technologies because there's a lot of necessity for them. Why is China the leader in solar, wind, batteries, electric vehicles?
Well, because they've kind of ruined their environment.
Exactly. Well, but also they don't have other fossil fuels. So they said, okay, the U.S. is the world's largest oil producer. We're the world's largest natural gas producer. China didn't have that. They said, we're going to have to create our own tech stack. And I think we're going to see that similarly in AI.
Okay. And I've got a whole bunch of questions
Oh,
from
boy.
the board. Ms. Middleton.
Thank you. The question of catastrophic damage from AI raises what's our next subject after you, cybersecurity.
Great. Okay.
And so I'm
teeing
curious
them up.
of. I know personally, my greatest fear with AI is AI in the hands of incredibly brilliant cyber thieves.
I would not disagree with you at all that is something we should be thinking about, that intelligence agencies are thinking about, and it's part of the reason why the U.S. is the government is intervening so much on AI. So yes, and yes.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Palkey.
Thank you. First off, thank you for presenting or bringing this presentation right off the bat with destroying every question that I had. So now I had to reframe all my questions. I've been following AI for quite some time. I'm a big fan of sci-fi, so in theory, we've already passed the deadline for floating cars and self-lacing Nikes. But there was a philosophy that was put out there with the advancement of AI. Does it say more to us as our advancement in technology, or does it say more to our values as humankind? And knowing that there's all these doomsday scenarios out there and whatnot, I'm hoping that even though we're doomed to repeat history, that we find a way that doesn't doom us. I mean, we look at all these. You mentioned it at the beginning, the technology race, right? And obviously, we've had already the race for the moon, the nuclear race, and so I'm hoping that we have learned from our history, and we can make something better for all humankind. So, not much of a question, but yeah.
Here.
Thank you, Mr. Pelkey. Mr. Miller, go ahead.
Well, after that cheery subject, one of the things that really struck me when you mentioned this idea of China having such a reduced population, the whole demographic challenge for a country with that size, that scale, just geographically, or the Russian Confederate, 12 time zones. Kind of with the backdrop of the Ukraine war and this complete reset of what war looks like technologically in terms of, versus the Chinese certainly want to be a global economic superpower and are, a technology superpower and are, and want to be a military superpower and are not really quite in the context of kind of the conventional way wars have been fought until very recently. But it strikes me that, for the motivation behind state actors and governments, that has got to be a huge part of the driver that would impact both investment opportunities, market forces, and to what extent governments will intervene in the marketplace based on those kind of national defense or imperial ambitions. And we're seeing some of that, sadly, here in the U.S. as well.
Yeah, it's a great prompt, great observation. I think your point is exactly correct, that one of the main domains, if not the main domain of AI, will be through the defense complex and through defense tech specifically. Just to bring some of these topics together, one of the main arteries of state capitalism right now in the US is something called the OSC, the Office of Strategic Capital. It sits inside the Pentagon, inside the Department of Defense. And it was created by President Biden, now expanded by President Trump. And it has, I'm forgetting the number, either 150 or 250 billion with a B, $billion of lending capacity to lend to companies to compete with China. And you can bet your bottom dollar that a lot of that will have to do with critical minerals and rare earths. That's a lot of what the focus is on right now. And it'll also have to do a lot with AI and the whole AI ecosystem. Companies like Palantir. Palantir, interestingly enough, was a recipient of money from InQtel. InQtel is the CIA's venture capital fund. This is not like conspiracy theory stuff. This is on their website. And so again, you are seeing exactly your point, the linkage between defense, tech, and AI already play itself out. And yeah, I mean, how that all goes, who knows? It's way beyond my knowledge and capacity, but it is something that if you are, a long-term asset allocator like yourselves, understanding that scenario is well worth doing. And so I think you're asking all the right questions.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. I will say that I believe that Office of Strategic Capital just loaned one of Trump's sons some
That's
money,
right.
$400 million
You're right.
or something.
I think you're right.
Yeah.
I think you're right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
That was, I don't think that's why that was set up, but hey. I don't have any further questions from the board. I do have a public commenter, but I want to thank you very much. This was very eye-opening, and I really appreciate it in layman's terms so that we can get a handle on it. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much for having me.
All right. And with that, I'm going to move over to Luikia Smith from CFT, if you want to come down to the podium right here. There she is. She said after, oh, I'm sorry, you said after the cybersecurity, before the health topics. Got it. My bad. All right, so with that, we are moving into lunch. So we'll adjourn for an hour. Wait a minute, do we have an hour? We don't even have, yeah, we're going to be overtime, so sorry about that. I'll give us 45 minutes. So, yeah, let's say 12:35. Thank you very much. 1:35, I'm sorry. So with that, hey, good afternoon, everybody. We are now on strengthening your cybersecurity strategies in a new age of technology. So we got Al, and I'm going to say your name wrong, so I'm not going to say it, Al. Arboleta, is that correct? And then Rachel Wilson, who's Managing Director of Wealth Management, Chief Data Officer of Morgan Stanley. Take it away, Al. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me introduce Rachel. Rachel Wilson manages cybersecurity, fraud, data quality, and privacy risk for Morgan Stanley's wealth management business, with responsibility for protecting client data and preventing unauthorized access to client funds. She is a senior subject matter expert who regularly advises executive leadership and clients on the evolving cyber threat landscape and effective mitigation strategies. As Chief Data Officer, she leads wealth management's integrated approach to data governance spanning information security, data quality, data privacy, and information management. Prior to joining Morgan Stanley in 2017, Rachel spent 15 years at the National Security Agency in senior executive leadership roles, including leading counterterrorism operations, serving as Chief of Operations in the United Kingdom, and directing high-risk cyber operations at scale. She has been recognized by Morgan Stanley as part of the Makers class and was named a top woman in wealth tech by Think Advisor. Take it away, Rachel.
Well, board, thank you so much for having me this afternoon. It's an absolute pleasure to get this time with all of you. As Al mentioned, I'm Rachel Wilson. My job is essentially, in a nutshell, to make sure that all of the systems and networks and applications that Morgan Stanley fields to our advisors and our clients around the country and around the world are as time-tested, battle-hardened, hacker-proofed as possible before we put them out there in the universe. And as Al mentioned, I spent the first 15 years of my career in federal service at the National Security Agency, spent a couple of years running the NSA's counterterrorism operations mission. Think of this as using technical means to get onto the devices used by terrorists. So we'd hack into their phones, their tablets, their laptops, we'd read their emails, we'd listen to their phone calls, we would geolocate them, and then you could imagine where things went from there. I spent a couple of years in London doing the cybersecurity for the 2012 Summer Olympics. And as all of you would expect, I've been spending a lot of time in Southern California this year thinking about how we can help you shore up the infrastructure in Southern California in preparation for your own Olympic Games. I can tell you that in 2012, we had a vast array of cyber actors coming after those Olympics. So think of this as the Chinese trying to hack into the clocks and timers at the Olympic Games. Can't run track and field if you can't run the clock. We had the Russians trying to get into the databases that housed all of the Olympic drug testing records. And so some of the conversations we've been having with the CIO of the state of California really refer to exactly that, that if the Olympic Coordinating Committee decides not to include the Russians in this 2028 Olympic Games, we all, as Californians, and I grew up in California, so I consider myself one of all of you, all of us as Californians will need to be braced for impact from what I'm sure will be a significant attempt at a Russian cyber attack. So those are the things I'm thinking about right now based on my background. I spent my last 5 years at the NSA, just on a personal note, in what I would tell all of you was my dream job, and that was running the NSA's professional cyber exploitation operations mission. That job was largely about recruiting the best computer scientists and computer engineers out of American universities, giving them 18 months of highly classified training, and then conducting hundreds of operations a day where we hacked into the networks of the Chinese, the Russians, the North Koreans, the Iranians, stealing the secrets out of their networks, giving them to our policymakers, our warfighters, all with the goal of keeping the United States and her allies safe. And after doing that for 5 years, I left and came to Morgan Stanley, basically to bring all of that practitioner-level hacking experience to the defense of our systems and networks and applications. And as Al mentioned, a big part of my job at Morgan Stanley is advising our clients, individuals, institutions, endowments, universities, pension funds, and of course corporations, in how to better protect themselves from cyber actors at various domains. So I wanted to start this afternoon by giving all of you a quick tour of the cybersecurity landscape around the world. Things have really changed in the cybersecurity space over the last 5 years, not least of all as a result of the proliferation of artificial intelligence. So we will definitely hover there. And then I want to give you a sense of what I see as the risk landscape now that we're in 2026. I'll, of course, share with all of you, recognizing that we're all here today wearing many hats, some best practices that I would encourage all of you to think about, obviously in your capacity here as board members, but also to think about at home with your families. We have cyber risks across all of those domains. And so that's my hope, is that both in this context and in the rest of our lives, we come out of here maybe running a little bit faster from a cybersecurity perspective. So does that sound like a plan, team? All right. So in terms of our world tour, I really think of this as, why don't I sleep well at night in this job? I'm sure that your cyber folks, your technologists also don't sleep well. My biggest source of sleepless nights, now 9 years in this position at Morgan Stanley, without a doubt has been the North Koreans. You wouldn't necessarily think of the North Koreans as the top of your list, but if you think about North Korea, right, up against staunch international sanctions, no domestic economy to speak of, and yet trying to fund a wildly expensive missile and nuclear program, how is North Korea doing this? How are they funding their government? Well, they essentially fund their government by hacking into institutions and stealing data that they can sell, or hacking into institutions like mine with the goal of stealing money. They've resourced this hacking strategy at a very high level. So estimates now have it at 12,000 people within the North Korean government who have hacking as their full-time job. And quite unlike how we are educating students in the state of California, in North Korea, on your 11th birthday, you are administered an aptitude test by the government. If you, as an 11-year-old child, score best and brightest on that North Korean intelligence exam, you are immediately moved into the hacking mission for the North Korean government. So these children are moved away from their families, raised in dormitories, trained to be hackers from the age of 11. So those ranks of North Korean hackers just continue to grow. You add to that the fact that these North Korean hackers are largely trained by the Chinese. Their internet access in North Korea is all provisioned by the Chinese, which means, sadly for all of us playing defense, that they're very, very good at this. And so to that effect, all of us need to be on notice. If any of you have some free time, maybe over the next long weekend, I would encourage you to read the book, listen to the podcast about the Bank of Bangladesh heist. This is a very notorious bank hack where the North Koreans successfully hacked into the Central Bank of Bangladesh and carted off close to $100 million over a long weekend. What not everyone knows about that particular heist, though, is that the North Koreans were a typographical error away, a spelling mistake away from that being a nearly $1 billion losses. To put that in context, that's an eighth the reserves of the entire nation of Bangladesh. This close to gone over a long weekend. This was not a one-off for the North Koreans. Again, this is their strategy for funding their government, to the point that last year the United Nations published a report supporting the allegations of 27 countries around the world who are all claiming, correctly in my opinion, that they have been victims of North Korean hacking. This is not just against corporations or banks. This is hospitals, it's municipalities, it's local governments, it's across the board, any entity with two nickels to rub together or data that anyone would want to buy, potentially a target for the North Koreans. Now, if that weren't bad enough, I would tell you over the last 5 years, I have lost every bit as much sleep over Iran. But Iran is a very different animal, guys. The Iranians are not hacking us for money. They are hacking us because they have long appreciated that cyber represents an asymmetric threat. So if you're Iran, what does it take to sail an aircraft carrier into the San Francisco Bay? That's a $10-year billion-dollar project. What does it take to build a nuclear weapon? Thank goodness the Iranians have really struggled to do that. So what does Iran do instead, and what does it mean for us as individuals trying to defend institutions? It means that the Iranians will put 40 guys in the basement of a building in Tehran and manage to wreak havoc on organizations just like ours. This is what they did against financial services firms from 2012 to 2014, when in the throes of all of those nuclear talks, they went bank to bank to bank on Wall Street, 46 banks over 2.5 years, conducting wildly disruptive denial of service attacks, all in retaliation for economic sanctions, military activities, our own cyber actions. I would encourage all of you to think of yourselves as a strategic target for Iran. Imagine what it does to the state of California if your websites don't work, if your participants, employees can't access your sites. This again becomes a strategic advantage that the Iranians managed to achieve at very low cost and at very little time. But this gets us to when I tell all of you that there's been a sea change in cybersecurity over the last 5 years. This is a result of the proliferation of artificial intelligence, combined with the democratization of very advanced cyber capabilities. So if we went back in time 5 years ago and you looked at all of the malicious traffic on the internet, you would have seen that the majority of this malicious traffic was nation states. So think Rachel in her NSA capacity, the Russians, the Chinese, but also the British, the Canadians, the Israelis, all of these entities, nation states, hacking each other to try to gather intelligence or to conduct espionage. That was what we saw. And make no mistake, especially now with the war between Russia and Ukraine, the volume of malicious nation-state cyber activity on the internet is higher than ever before. My point to you, though, it is now dwarfed by, in fact, cyber traffic that is criminal in nature and that is financially motivated. This rise of what we call cyber criminal syndicates is the number one risk that we see to institutions like yours across the country today. These cyber criminal syndicates have proliferated to a level that makes them, I would argue, the most significant criminal element the world has ever seen. So these are traditional organized crime rings that are now using cyber means to conduct their crime. And because they are leveraging artificial intelligence, they are operating at a scope, a scale, a velocity that even for me, 25 years in the cybersecurity industry, boggles the mind and is unmatched to what we have seen historically. So now 70% of that malicious cyber traffic is aimed at stealing money, either through financial transactions, of course, which you all manage for your participants, but also for stealing data, whether that is your employee data or otherwise. That data is very, very lucrative. So to put that in scale, in terms of the volume of financial impact of these cyber criminals, we are talking $12 trillion in cyber criminal revenue last year alone. If you were to put all of the cyber criminals in the world in one country, that country would have the third largest economy on the planet. That is what we're up against. And of course, these folks are all over the world. And now that they have AI at their disposal, this has lowered the barrier to entry to being a quite sophisticated cyber actor. So again, if you went back in time 5 years ago, what did you need to be a hacker? Well, you needed an advanced degree in computer science, you needed access to covert infrastructure, a nation-state toolkit, a nation-state element to train you. What do you need to be a hacker today? Well, a little bit of ChatGPT combined with some YouTube videos, same way our kids, grandkids learn how to do everything now. You are off to the races as a quite sophisticated actor, literally in a matter of weeks. certainly not months, let alone years, as we have seen prior. So this is what we're up against. And to give you a sense of what these AI-enabled attacks look like, I want to give you all an example of an AI-enabled cyber attack that we see at Morgan Stanley all the time. And then in talking to Al and your technology teams, you all see exactly the same thing here. So I'm going to describe it, and then Al, I'm going to turn to you, and you're going to tell me what this looks like within this environment. But just know this is real, clear, and present danger. I will also tell you, board, I have presented this same cyber attack to my own board of directors. The presentation, frankly, didn't go very well, so I hope you guys will be more gentle. All of that said, so what happens? So imagine in this case, a cyber actor goes out to the dark web, right? The part of the internet that's not indexed. You can't get there through a Google search. None of us are going to land there accidentally. The hacker goes out to the dark web and he buys a list of credential pairs, logins and passwords. These logins and passwords have nothing to do with you, nothing to do with me. These are the logins and passwords that have been compromised in corporate breaches across the United States over the last few years. So think Target, Home Depot, Equifax, LinkedIn, all of these companies that have been hacked. The hackers go after the database that houses all of the logins and passwords for customers, participants, clients, and they steal all of those logins and passwords. Why does the hacker want all of these logins and passwords from, say, the Target breach? It's because he or she knows that many of us tend to be victims of that particular form of human frailty that causes us to reuse the same login and password again and again. Now, I know all of us in this room today, none of us are doing that. We know, Michael, you're smiling, that if we are using that same login and password everywhere all the time, we are then at risk everywhere we've used it. It only has to be compromised once, and the hackers will try it against every website they can find. This is simply a password guessing campaign that they're going to throw against your internet gateways. So the hacker gets these 10 million logins and passwords, and he wants to throw them against my authentication gateway to see if anyone is using that same login and password at Target that perhaps they're using at Morgan Stanley. 5 years ago, Al and I would have told you that was a long proposition to fat finger in all of those usernames and passwords. Now, what do you have to do to conduct that attack? Simply put that file into ChatGPT, ask it to script up that Python script, and then throw those passwords against you. This is a 5-minute, $5 exercise. Now, to further speed up the process, and I know talking to Al, you all see the same thing, the hacker then goes back to the dark web and rents a botnet. Now, a botnet is simply thousands of highly hackable endpoint devices. These are typically your Internet of Things type devices. So think about all the things in your home that are connected to the internet. Your television, your thermostat, all of these things have computing power. They're all internet connected. In this last case, the hackers actually rented a herd of smart refrigerators and used those refrigerators and their compute power to launch a major cyber attack, testing all of those logins and passwords against my internet-facing platforms. Al, tell us a little bit about what this looks like here.
Well, we would see this on our member registration page.
Oh, sorry, do I?
I see. Okay. We would see this on our member registration page. And when we've worked with our partner to identify what's going on, they're not even trying to register accounts because typically, like as Rachel said, they bought a list off somebody. And they don't know that these people are CalPERS members or not. They just know that these are socials, first names, last names, dates of birth that they have information on. And they will attempt, and we have tools in place to block their attempts, but it's something that's happening in increasing frequency than we've seen in past years. So I would say that in prior years, we saw this maybe a couple of times a year, and I'd say that this is now more of a regular occurrence as opposed to unusual.
And that's exactly the point, right? Is this, again, with AI, this is easy to do. It is very inexpensive. It is one person in a matter of hours, and the entire cost of the operation we estimate as being less than $5. And so with that in mind, what happens? Well, of course, in my case, the refrigerators are throwing all these logins and passwords. It'll be a very small percentage of those logins and passwords that work, but what happens next? In my case, we could see that person, setting up, they log into the account, they set up bill payments, they set up money movements, all the things you would have seen a traditional fraudster do. But now with AI, we've got scope, we've got scale, we've got velocity. This is the game changer that we're seeing enabled by these cyber criminal syndicates. So if we pivot now to the future, I would tell you that for me, in thinking about coming to see all of you this afternoon, I've concluded that I think 2026 is going to be the year of the 3 Rs for us. So for me, the 3 Rs are Russia, ransomware, and resilience, all of which I think are core to your membership model as well. So if we start with Russia, I think that many people would argue that because you have not seen over the last 4 years of this war between Russia and Ukraine, you have not seen big headlines advertising major Russian cyber attacks. Many people believe that perhaps Putin, Russia, his very potent cyber army are sitting this war out. But I would make the case to you that, in fact, Russia's cyber army has been very, very active these past few years, and they've been active in pockets of America that you would not expect. Essentially, and I'm about to say this begrudgingly, both as a former civil servant and as a patriot, the Russian cyber strategy in this war has been ingenious. What they are doing, essentially, is hiding in the noise of all of that cyber criminal syndicate activity we just discussed. What they don't want is escalation. They don't want attribution. They do not want another colonial pipeline-style attack where everybody gets very upset. Instead, they want to conduct attacks that are right under the waterline, that are deleterious to American institutions, American companies, American people, but that are not going to be red flags, that are not going to pop in terms of international discussions. So they are using the very same tradecraft that we see these cyber criminals use, but they're using them in ways that are costly to American institutions and are very damaging to Ukrainian refugees globally. So you think about any pocket of the world that is now taking care of Ukrainian refugees, we're seeing it a potential target of these Russian cyber attacks. And these Russian attacks, think of the Russians as taking like very much a boil the frog type approach. So coming in and slowly ratcheting up the heat with their attacks to levels that you don't notice until they've gotten really, really extreme. I want to give you guys a quick example of what those Russian cyber attacks have looked like in my neck of the woods, but I'd encourage you, talk to your technology teams because we are definitely seeing this in institutions around the country. For me, if we were to go back in time, and Troy, I hope you don't mind, but I'm going to ask you a question in a second. So I'm putting you on notice. It's not a difficult question, Troy. I promise you. Like, you look like the troublemaker on this group. So, all right. So, Troy, this one's for you. But I gave you a warning. So if we went back in time, say 4 years ago, before the start of the war with Russia and Ukraine, if I had asked you, Troy, what percentage of the accounts being opened at your typical American retail bank, so think your Bank of America, your Wells Fargo, your PNC, what percentage of the accounts being opened every day were fraudulent? What would you have guessed? 5% is a great guess, and I will tell you that would have been the best day of my life. The reality, guys, is that even 4 years ago, if you went to your Wells Fargo, your B of A, your Citi, your Chase, upwards of 30 to 40% of the accounts being opened every day were fraudulent. Why? And I'll keep this quick. There are huge human farms in other parts of the world. So think Bangladesh, Ghana, Sierra Leone, massive warehouses filled with people sitting next to big stacks of stolen identities. What those people are doing is opening a bank account in your name at one bank, opening another bank account in your name at another bank, linking those two bank accounts and harvesting the 75-cent micro deposits that banks send each other when you link an account. So you guys have seen this. Your financial people have seen this. You link two bank accounts, they send those tiny little ACH payments back and forth. Now, 75 cents doesn't sound like a lot, but if you are doing that hundreds of times a day across hundreds of people, there are entire communities in Southeast Asia and in Africa that are living off of the harvesting of these micro deposits. You'd also ask the question, why weren't the banks doing anything about it? And frankly, it's because the cost of preventing that fraudulent account from being opened was more than 75 cents. So the banks were really viewing this as a retail shrinkage problem, a cost of doing business. Then the Russians took notice and they decided to leverage this tradecraft for a very different purpose. So let's fast forward. Now it's December, 3 months before the start of the war. Suddenly, those fraudulent bank account opening numbers are more like 60%. Now it's January, they're 75%. Now it's March, tanks are rolling across the border into Ukraine. We banks, just like all of you, we get together and talk about these problems. We're obviously competing on many fronts, but when it comes to cybersecurity and fraud prevention, we are all working together. We get together and the retail banks are reporting 95% fraudulent account opening. What did the banks do? None of you all noticed this because you all have bank accounts already, but what the big banks did was take their new account opening flows off of the internet. So think of this just like your membership enrollment pages. They took their opening a new account page off of the internet, and this took us months to figure out, but this was exactly what the Russians who conducted this attack intended. They made it look like a criminal activity, but the intent, make no mistake, was to make it virtually impossible for millions of Ukrainian refugees to move their money to the safe harbor of American bank accounts during the course of the invasion. Was the attack expensive? Absolutely. Was it a criminal act? Without a doubt. But that was not the intent. The intent was essentially a denial of service attack against American banks to stymie the flight of capital out of Ukraine while the Russians tightened the noose. We have seen this across industries and institutions all across the Western world. Think about what this could look like in your own backyard. Which of course gets me to our second R, ransomware. And then of course we'll pause, and I'm happy to take questions or take the conversation anywhere you all would like. But ransomware attacks are certainly the ones that I would, sitting in any of your chairs, be losing most sleep over right now. These ransomware attacks are incredibly sophisticated. They're globally commoditized. The average ransom payment today is more than $2 million a pop. And 95% of ransomware victims do, in fact, pay. These attacks are not the pop-up on your laptop asking for $500 in iTunes gift cards that you might have gotten 5 years ago. These are, again, now globally distributed, very sophisticated, and they are all what we call triple extortion scams. So, describing how one of these might play out. Hacker gets into your environment. The first thing they're going to do is steal all of the data that you care about. So think of this as all of your members' social security numbers, their tax IDs, your employees' social security numbers, anything you would pay to have restored to your possession or pay not to have sold on the dark web. That's what they're going to steal. And this is going to take them weeks, months to siphon off your data from a crown jewel's perspective. Once they have stolen everything they think you value, you'll come to work. CalPERS comes to work. All of your computers, blue screen of death. Back-end databases have been irrevocably encrypted. Production environment is down. You cannot service your members. You are, for all intents and purposes, dead in the water. Your IT team, perhaps any of you, will then receive a phone call, the first of what I will argue will be 3 very spooky phone calls, saying, "Happy Monday, you've noticed all of your systems are down. We hackers are happy to help. We're just going to need $500,000 in this Bitcoin cryptocurrency equivalent in this wallet in South Africa by 2 o'clock this afternoon. And if you don't pay by 2 o'clock, make it $600,000. They will ratchet up the ransom, increase the pain point to compel you to pay. Now, of course, I'm going to argue, both as a cybersecurity expert and as a patriot, I don't want you to pay that ransom when the time comes. What happens when you, either as an individual or as an institution, pay a ransom? You have now advertised to the world that you are an institution that will pay a ransom. And that means the hackers will just keep coming back. Some examples here: City of Baltimore, near and dear to my heart, living all in Maryland and working for the NSA all those years, also a municipal client of Morgan Stanley's. They have been held for ransom now 6 times by the same hacking group. We met with them this past year to go over their annual budget for 2026. They have put ransom payments into their annual budget. This cannot be what the taxpayers of Baltimore want to be paying, but they're now 12 million taxpayer dollars in the hole to these hacking groups. We've seen the same thing in Seattle, in Minneapolis, municipal airports. We've seen this at transportation systems, not just airports, but think light rail systems, where they've essentially decided that now ransom payments are part of their cost of doing business. I would not want to see that happen here. But as I mentioned, the vast majority of people do pay. And here's the irony: if you pay, and I say this in jest, but I mean it, you'll have the best customer service experience of your life. These hackers are very reputationally sensitive. They will be immediately debugging your servers, decrypting your data. I had a corporate client tell me 2 weeks ago that her computers had never worked better than the day after her ransomware attack. And I kid you not, guys, they will actually send you a customer survey. How was your ransomware experience with us? Because they want you to tell your friends and neighbors your overall functions. Yep, we got hacked by the Bulgarians. They were delightful. They really want this to be a positive experience so that you're glad that you paid. But they're not done with you. When I say that these are triple extortion scams, they will call you back the next day and say, "We forgot to mention while we were in your environment, we stole all of your data. And if we don't want us to sell the Social Security numbers of millions of Americans, millions of Californians on the dark web, we need another $500,000, and now we know that you are willing and able to pay." Whether you pay or not, that will be your decision, but they're still not finished because, team, I hate to tell you this, these guys are very entrepreneurial, and they know what all of your Silicon Valley companies know, that as a business, you do not want a one-time payment from a customer. You want a continuous revenue model. So when they call you back on Wednesday, it's to offer you a product that CalPERS never knew they needed, ransomware as a service. This is a 3-part deal where, in exchange for a monthly fee that you as an institution would pay in perpetuity, they're going to give you 3 things. First, they're going to give you IT support. So they're now on Al's team. They're going to help you keep your systems up and running. Weird way of getting antivirus protection, but that'll be part of their offer, is cybersecurity consultancy. Second, they will agree not to sell your member data on the dark web tomorrow. This honor amongst thieves promise. But here's the kicker. This is actually mafia-style protection money because they will also offer you to help protect you from other hacking groups that want to do the exact same thing to an institution like CalPERS. So I now have, and I hate to admit this, but it's important to understand, I have hundreds of clients at Morgan Stanley who now are paying, not happily, but quite willingly, a monthly fee to one Eastern European hacking group that is theoretically protecting them from the rest. This really is the brave new world that we're in here in 2026, which of course leads us to resilience. In talking to your technology teams here, I know this is your focus. Obviously, you have tons of very sensitive data, but you're also providing a critical service to your members. And so ensuring that your systems are available 24/7, 365 days continuously, that resilience is crucial. And that means being able to respond to what I would argue is not an if, but rather a when that cyber attack occurs. And this is, of course, where you and the CalPERS leadership team have a crucial role to play. Have you had a conversation in this room about what you would do in the event of a ransomware attack? Are you an institution that would pay a ransom? Have you had that discussion? Do you know, if you decided to pay, how to make a payment in Bitcoin? Does the finance team know how to do that? Not something many of my clients are able to do even when they choose to. Do you have a law firm on retainer that would help you negotiate a ransom payment? You don't want to be doing that yourself. And have you practiced the process of reestablishing your critical services in the event of a ransomware attack? Why do 95% of entities pay a ransom? It's in part because they want that promise that they can pass on, in your case to your members, saying, we did everything we could to protect your data. But most cases why people pay is because they cannot restore from their backups. So I would tell you my favorite part of my job at Morgan Stanley is the 2 days out of the year where I do an unannounced test and I run around, metaphorically speaking, pulling the plug on our data centers, our systems, just to see how we react. Now, of course, as a globally significant bank, I have a regulatory responsibility to be able to restore those services, to enable our markets globally. But when I first tested them, and I promised our regulators that we could restore from bare metal in 4 hours, I can promise you we didn't do so well on that first test. So have you as a board had the conversation with the leadership team about what it would look like if you had a significant cyber attack, natural disaster? With the Olympics coming, I'd argue this is going to be important across the entire state. Do you know what it would take for you to restore from backups? And are you actively testing those systems on a regular basis? Many institutions tell me, Rachel, we know we have backups. They're following what I would argue is best practice, a 3-2-1 backup strategy. That's 3 copies of your data in 2 geographically dispersed locations, one of which is physically and logically removed from your existing networks. It's off your grid. And are you once, twice a year practicing actively restoring from backups? I would make that, and I sense that you guys have done this, part of an annual tabletop exercise where you are sitting down as a board, play the game. It's Monday morning, you're under a cyber attack. Do each of you know your role? Does your CIO understand their responsibilities in this? Does your general counsel know how they would handle this? I see all too often my clients pay a ransom only to discover that they have made a payment to an OFAC country, which now has them victims of an SEC exam. The worst scenario, and I'm speaking to you here now as individuals, you pay a ransom, then you get fined for sending money to Iran, an OFAC country, and then you get a bill from the IRS because you liquidated assets that now have you with a tax liability. Triple payment is not what you want to find here. So I would encourage all of you, train like you're going to fight. Those of us coming from the Defense Department, this is what we all did, and we find that it serves us really, really well. So with that, Al, unless there was anything else you wanted me to cover up front, happy to take this conversation anywhere you all would like, and also just really appreciate the time.
That was a lot. So the last thing you covered was the tabletop exercise, which we did at the IPCM, which was fantastic. So if we can do that for our board, I would love that too, because it opens your eyes. Because the minute you think, okay, well, I guess we have to pay this $100,000, and then other people are like, nope, we're not going to pay it. So then we say we're not going to pay it, and they come back with, oh, well, we took all of this data that we won't give back. So now you owe us $1 million. So it was just a very interesting exercise. So I definitely am for doing tabletop exercises. I've heard a lot of this, but I do appreciate you going over all of this in such a detail so that we can all understand it. I'd never heard of except for the triple insertion hack.
Triple extortion.
Extortion
yes.
act.
They keep coming after you again and again.
Yeah. And I had heard that, but not triple extortion act. And I also heard that there are supposed good actors that that they'll, once you get your stuff back and everything, it'll be cool. And then the bad actors. And I'm like, well, who knows that? I mean...
Well, I mean, you're exactly right, Teresa. So we see, and I wouldn't call them ethical hackers, but they are business people who understand that, frankly, they're in a credibility model, and that if they honor their promise to protect your data, so some of them, yes, they have a very strong track record of honestly keeping and protecting the data that they've stolen. Some of them, we just had a case with one of our clients, the hackers will actually provide you with forensic evidence that they have destroyed the data in exchange for the ransom. That's, when we find ourselves in these situations, that's generally what I insist on.
And then I think back here you said 95% pay?
Yeah.
I would feel very strongly against that, but...
Well, and I'll tell you, the reason people pay is either to get their data back, or in a lot of cases with companies, if you're able to restore from backups, that's great, but the hackers have your data, and so you're really paying to avoid the reputational risk of having to tell all of your members. I mean, think about it this way. If you were to not pay and your members all find out that you didn't do everything in your power to protect them, lots of companies have seen that as very significant reputational risk.
That's interesting, because I would think it would be the other way around. But because I recently looked at my data because I got another breach. I mean, there's so many out there. I forget who it was now. One of my companies that I do business with. Anyway, and there were like 3 breaches, each from some breach back in I don't know if one was Target, and so they're all, so it's all out there, right? So my information's been out there, but I guess it also said low probability that it was put on the dark web.
Right. But you're also right, Teresa, that this all compounds. So if you think about the data they get from you from Equifax, then you add that to Target, then you add that to...
I think it was a healthcare company, I don't remember.
Right, Anthem Health, you've got all the stuff that happened at Chance, then you add even... and I'll just share this with you, it very much depends on the actor. So some of them are trying to monetize it, whereas in contrast, the Chinese, their whole strategy is to build a dossier on every American citizen. So this is why you have China going after Marriott Starwood and Anthem Health and Target. Equifax, they want to know everywhere you've ever worked, every place you've ever stayed, all of your vacations, all of your health conditions. And you could imagine it's huge volumes of data for them.
Yeah, it's a lot. All right. Well, thank you very much. It was a great presentation. I appreciate it. I have one more person, Ms. Walker. Maybe.
Yeah.
There you go.
Thank you.
So, if the purpose of your presentation was to make sure none of us slept anymore, mission accomplished. I will say that when I know Marcia reminded me that I had asked for this. My mind went someplace else.
Tell me.
I was thinking more on the level below, like the organization and our members. We had a pretty significant breach, right? And of course, the members get concerned and everything else. And just thinking about ways that can help them protect themselves, because we're living in a world where it'll be more unusual not to have a breach than it is to have one. So what can we do? And I'm the retiree representative. So what can I practically, point out as tips and everything else, on that level? Because for most of them, they're not going to be able to really think of, are we going to pay a ransom or are we not? They just know my stuff is out there. I don't know how long it's going to be out there, what they're going to do. What can I do to protect myself, kind of thing.
Well, let me give you some quick hits on that.
Okay.
We talked a little bit about the pain that are passwords. That's the number one risk that I see to individuals, that they are using. Even a client I spoke to this morning who admitted to me that she is using the password kittens25 everywhere on all of her accounts. I guarantee you, your older members, this is going to be a significant problem, that same terrible password. I would want them using multi-factor authentication across the board. So never relying on a password alone, always having some additional form of authentication that they're entering. None of those additional forms of authentication are going to be completely foolproof. The same client who is using Kittens25, the hacker went into her Verizon account and set up auto forwarding of all of her text messages. So you think about all those one-time passcodes that we send you when you're initiating a transaction. Hacker was getting all of those codes in real time, meeting all of our step-up authentication challenges, was off to the races, committing fraud in her account. We see a lot of retirees fall for that. But I would also tell you, and this doesn't sit well with people, the number one source of fraud that we see to older Americans is actually their own friends and family. So it's the elder care provider, it's the nursing home, and honestly, it's the ne'er-do-well nephew. The number of clients that I have to call to say, I'm seeing transactions that are not you, but I'm pretty sure it's, the guy who somebody close to you, because they're coming from your phone at 2:00 in the morning.
When you're sleeping.
When you're sleeping, you could imagine someone gets their fingerprint into your phone. You don't know it. You guys have all used Zelle. Easy enough just to launch those Zelle transactions while mom is asleep. Mom is none the wiser, is not paying attention. We worry a lot about those things. And then the last thing I would say in this space is the scams that we're seeing against older people. The one that I find most heartbreaking is the romance scams that go against recently widowed women. So imagine, and I'll tell you, the hackers, they are mining the obituaries in your local paper, and they love assisted living newsletters. They get the newsletter of who has recently passed. They will then mine the open web and social media for everything about this new grieving widow and her late husband. They will then reach out to the widow claiming to have been a friend of the late husband. I remember your daughter's wedding. We did this trip. And it's all, and what they do is actually create a large language model that is trained against this widow. It is an expert in all things her. She starts communicating thinking she's talking to a man, and in fact, she's talking to an AI bot. I joke, but she should know this is not a real man, right? He remembers everything. He's
a perfect man.
He listens. No.
He responds within 5 minutes every time you text him. I mean, there should be signs here. But we have had clients who have given away their entire life savings to a bot, being housed out of, somewhere else. And they truly believe they're in love. I mean, these relationships cultivate over years. Even when we then, stage an intervention with the family and say, Mom, this is not a real person. All too often, these women don't want to hear it. This for them is, and then of course, like men, you are equally prone to this. You just are motivated by and this is so bad to say, but like greed and ego as opposed to by romance. This is where all of the investment scams come in. Oh, I'm big in crypto. I can double your money. Don't tell your wife. We're going to make so much money hand over fist. They send you a website that looks like a Coinbase account, but is not real. You log in every morning. You think your investments are going through the roof.
Yeah.
There's nothing there at all.
We're going to cover this tomorrow too, Yvonne.
Okay.
In the stakeholder forum, we have a partnership with the Identity Theft Resource Center. We did an online course a couple months ago, and we're going to do we're going to do almost the same presentation tomorrow.
But not as scary.
Well, yeah, it's pretty, yeah, but a lot of good tips and techniques on how to protect yourself, and to build, one of the things that we advocate in this session is building a circle of trust around you to help especially elderly people to maintain their financial independence, but at the same time, have a circle of trust to reach out to when you have questions or concerns about whether someone is in fact a bot or a person, or whether or not this is actually a real person, really.
Having a trusted contact that we can reach out to, or even, and this sounds so easy, but it works, having a safe word as a family. So if someone reaches out to you, I mean, just the other day I texted my dad from my work phone. He immediately responded with, who is this? Do you have a word that if someone calls you out of the blue and, you hear screaming and it's like your daughter's in a Mexican jail, what's the word you're going to use to verify that you're not talking to a bot that has perhaps created a simulation of your daughter's voice?
Okay, I have one more question then. So as we've been talking about AI and all this other stuff, and you hear about, being able to get mental health care through a bot. Like a lot of things are going to, you're not necessarily talking to a person. So then that to me would seem to ratchet up the opportunities. And then, so how do you, from your perspective, how do you fight against, because that's the way we're going. They're not going to just automatically put on more mental health, because they haven't so far. If they can get, the same thing or close to the same thing with.
So you are so right. And for those of us in data, we call that phenomenon data poisoning. So imagine if your surgeon is using AI to interpret the results of a scan, and we'll pick on them, and the Russians decide to really cause some disruption by injecting a whole bunch of incorrect data into that scan, you could end up getting terrible medical care, even mental health aside, as a result of this data poisoning. We're worried about that across the board, in the medical field, in the advice field. We haven't seen it in the wild yet. But it's coming. But it's coming, without a doubt. I don't have a good answer for that.
Oh, okay. You scared me enough already, so I'm okay. I'm going to give you a pass on that.
Mike DeToy, go ahead.
Thank you. You'll just be happy to know that my uncle passed away in Canada, and he sent me a letter talking about how, he has no kids, and I was the only heir that he wants to give money to. So
And you're all over it, right, Mike? He just needed something up front, pay some taxes.
Yeah, it's easy. But in all seriousness, how does, knowing that Morgan Stanley, I'm sure, has a lot of third-party companies that they work with, just like we do, organization our size, of course, we're a big target, but they're getting in on the different levels. So anything that Morgan Stanley does or that you recommend kind of vetting the third-party security processes?
So, Mike, I'm so glad you raised this. So I will tell you, with my board, this is the number one thing we talk about, is that I can shore up front door, back door, windows, but these third parties, your vendors, your suppliers, they are going to be your weakest link in a lot of cases. I don't think anyone in the industry has cracked the code on how to deal with third-party risk. I'm sure you do the same thing we do. We've got these endless questionnaires, and we ask a million things, and we do on-site visits, and we're like, wire brush these third parties to within an inch of their lives. But it's not solving the problem. They are remaining the weakest link. And the problem with these questionnaires, right, is, they know what the right answer is. They're going to give you the right answer, and then you're going to deal with the consequences later. We didn't talk about it today, but I do think that your cyber insurance policy is a big component of that. And I would argue that the most important thing that the vendors and third parties you work with can give you is evidence of their cyber insurance policy. Because what do insurance companies do? They're looking to minimize risk. If that company is insurable, period, that is the best indication you can get that they're doing the right things, because the insurance company is going to be all in vetting that.
Thank you. Ms. Middleton?
All right, thank you. Rachel, you certainly managed to scare all of us. But we need that. One of the areas where I find myself wondering what is happening and feeling that we've been inadequate is the organization of policing and law enforcement and penalties for these kinds of crimes. Even having the laws on the books that would effectively provide an opportunity to deter these kinds of criminals. If they are organized in the fashion that you speak of, then this is like any other organized crime network.
Absolutely.
We've watched the movies for the last 100 years of all of the various federal organizations coming together to fight organized criminals. Describe what's going on and what we can be doing as an organization to lobby for the kinds of laws and law enforcement personnel that we need.
So I'm so happy you are raising this. Let's use the organized crime analogy. So you think about how it's always gone down in all of those movies. You never convicted the mob boss of murder. You convicted them of wire fraud, tax evasion.
Yeah.
You followed the money. So what's different now in 2026? We didn't say the crypto word here, but that's the difference. Historically, you pursued organized crime with the money trail. Now these actors convert the money to crypto immediately, which makes it untraceable. That has been the number one challenge law enforcement is facing, is they can't work backward from where the money is landing. That's part of the problem. But you're also right that from a deterrence perspective, the vast, vast majority of this criminal activity is coming from overseas. Even in cases, so you guys probably don't spend your time doing this, but if you look at the FBI's top 10 most wanted list right now, 2 of the top 10 are Russian cyber criminals that both long track record of more than $100 million in crime against American institutions. They're on the FBI top 10 list. But you could imagine how that call from the FBI to the SVR goes. They're not handing over Boris when we ask for that extradition. And so in those cases, even when we know who they are and we know what they've done and they are a true criminal because they're overseas, you have just jurisdictional concerns through the roof. Last thing is that these activities are very difficult to trace intentionally. So these hackers, when they're coming after CalPERS, the IP address that Al's going to see coming after you is not the IP address they're coming from. That's the IP address of the refrigerator they are routing their traffic through. So you'd have to work backwards, multiple hops, to actually figure out that origination point. And they conduct their operations. And I say this as someone who used to conduct these operations myself, with the goal of obfuscating their source. Even the operation itself, if Al and I can look at the source code, so say malware has been installed on a computer, many of these are false flag operations. The attack could be coming from China with a source code is all written in Cyrillic to throw you off the case. All of this very, very intentional.
So what are the resources that we need to be organizing to fight this?
You're not going to like the answer to this.
I wasn't expecting to.
No. So unfortunately, and since we're amongst, friends, I suppose, a lot of those resources had been in CISA, so the federal agency that provides local support to institutions like yours and to jurisdictions and entities all across the country. we used to get a lot of bulletins from them. I mean, those organizations have been really gutted over the last year. So I'm much less confident in a credible either federal or law enforcement response than I would have been historically.
And that, that's not an answer I'm shocked by. But to come back to the question of, do you submit to ransomware or not, when you don't have an effective law enforcement backup, institutions are being placed in a very difficult bind.
And there's really kind of no one to call. I mean, especially, thinking about the question about an individual, if your loss is less than $1 million, the FBI is going to send you to the, Sacramento Police Department, who are understandably going to throw their hands up with that.
All right.
Well, this is depressing.
Thank you. I have one more person. Deborah, go ahead.
Thank you. Given the research that you've done as a firm, which sectors would you say are the most vulnerable from two perspectives? One, the ones being attacked, and two, the ones that are least prepared?
This is a really good question. So I will tell you, the least prepared tend to be your legacy industries. So think your HVAC, your industrial control systems. Just last week, spending a lot of time with, it's your plumber, it's your electrician, and these entities now are quite lucrative targets. So an example I would give you, we have a case right now, it's an assisted living facility in South Florida. The hackers got into the Nest thermostats. They turned everyone's heat to 90 degrees, and they went resident by resident, the hackers charging them each $50,000 to get control of their thermostat. Very creative. I mean, ingenious, right? What an incredible attack. I can tell you the people building thermostats are not thinking of themselves as targets of cyber actors. They're the least prepared. In terms of those that are most targeted, it depends on the intent. Is it the Chinese intent of just gathering that dossier? Then it's going to be your Office of Personnel Management. You all would be a wonderful target, sadly, for the Chinese if they're trying to build a dossier of people who live in the state of California and they want to understand everything about them. Entities that move money obviously are ripe targets. And then finally, we didn't talk about this today, and it's not relevant to you guys, but institutions, think big pharma, think institutions that have intellectual property. The Chinese are going after them hand over fist, because if they can get that new drug recipe, that new fighter jet layout, those are all things that they can put to work, both in terms of defense and in terms of economic benefit.
Thank you.
Oh, and one more, Mr. Miller.
Thank you. I kind of jokingly during our last presentation, held this up as, a device but how much of just the things and the places we go on a daily basis contribute to this kind of threat environment for us as individuals? Or I'm sure that, we are now known personages to various threat actors in terms of what we do on our phones, or even like dealing with some of these offshore retailers, AliExpress, Temu, Alibaba, and others, or even Amazon has all these third parties that sell through their site but just drop ship and deal with you directly on payments and customer service.
So I would tell you, in general, your mobile device is your safest piece of electronics.
Wow,
now,
thank you.
I'm going to give you one caveat to that, and I know it's rude, but I'm going to actually invite you guys to all look at your phones when we talk about this. If your phone is fully patched and up to date, so if you guys are like iPhone people, and every time Apple sends you that new iOS version, my prayer to you, do not be like my 21-year-old daughter who's going to look at that update and say, Mom, there's no new fonts. I don't like the new emojis. I can't go 20 minutes without my phone. If you are keeping your phone up to date in real time, because you all know those updates are just Apple fixing all of the most recently discovered security vulnerabilities. All the software manufacturers are constantly discovering new vulnerabilities. They send you that software update to fix them, then you're essentially immunized against them. If your phone is up to date, I feel really good about that. The internet connection, the 5G network is end-to-end encrypted. Your phone is not what I worry about. The laptop that you bought 10 years ago and you're not updating, that's what's going to get you hacked because it's not going to be fully up to date. That's why, Al and I talk about this. All the computers that CalPERS employees use, when there's that new patch that comes out, we're going to be really religious about making sure that computers are updated. That failure to update, these hackers are opportunistic. They're egalitarian. They don't care who you are. They just care that you're vulnerable. So they will scan broad swaths of the internet looking for anyone who hasn't updated their phone, and they use that as the opportunity to get in. Then they figure out how to monetize that access.
Yeah, your refrigerator may come after you.
Yeah, my
But
refrigerator's like
there's
30 years
also-
old. So, yeah.
There's also devices that you can even buy at stores. A lot of streaming, like free boxes for streaming services that you can even buy at Best Buy. I mean, so sometimes
Okay.
it's not. You have to also validate these devices that someone like a teenager would like to buy. Hey, free streaming, free services, things like that. And these devices are sold in things like Best Buy, Target, or even online and Amazon. And you don't vet the person that's selling it. Those devices are sometimes sold hacked and then can be used to pull data from your network and things like that. So
Al makes a good point. I mean, I would be very skeptical of anything that's free. I mean, the adage, right? If something's free, you are the product. This is why, that free antivirus product, that free virtual private network, never a good idea. You want to pay at least a nominal fee. And it's also a good example where I would argue buying American is definitely the route you want to go.
Yeah. Does it kind of apply too to some of these big offshore online retailers that are clearly selling products that are less than it even costs them to make them and ship them to my house? But it's very tempting for people, especially when they're trying to save a buck.
Yeah. Well, all of that just gets fed into your dossier. They know that you're reorganizing your kitchen.
Thank you very much.
All right, Mr. Palkey, one more time.
First time.
First time, sorry.
Thank you. I think this question is more for Al, possibly Stevenson. But all the talk about the devices being up to date. I mean, obviously, I'm one to keep everything up to date as fully as possible. But for our members, and specifically our retired members that are living on a fixed income that may not be able to buy new equipment on a regular basis, do we offer support on where they can find affordable products that will keep them sort of up to date when it comes to technology, things like that?
No, I mean, we don't offer something like that. But I mean, I think that's one of these things that we could partner with ARP or the Identity Theft Resource Center to provide information so that people, at least at the very least, we could provide them vetted information as to what are good sources of where to find these products, and that's something we can take a look into further to see if there, because I've been talking to ARP and other different retiree associations about sharing information, about partnering, because we have the same target clientele, right? And regardless of where they get the information, we just want them to get the information to protect themselves.
Yeah, thank you.
I just wanted to say that I think CalPERS makes us hold off on loading that for a little bit, so we make sure there's not a problem with the update. So I just want to remind our new folks, don't just go right in there unless you see it on the release on the email. I have one more question from Ms. Erickson. Go ahead.
Rachel, I just wanted to kind of bring forward, because I'm sure our members who are listening are probably very freaked out by all this, but I just wanted to share a story, and then if you could kind of also let me know if this is correct. For our members out there that get breach letters and things like that, I feel it's really important to also note that checking your credit report frequently is really a good idea. And then I'll just share with you that for me, I all of a sudden, great credit. I try to do my best. And all of a sudden I received a letter in the mail saying that I didn't pay my debt for a PG&E bill that was all the way in Texas. Ooh. And I'm like, how did this happen? Obviously, somebody got a hold of my data and they were opening up in new homes electric bills, right? So I started getting all these bills at, $400 or $500, and they kept coming and coming and coming. It took me a long time to finally figure out how to stop that. But I also learned about adding security to Experian and all the other credit bureaus where you actually have to authorize anyone opening an account under your name. But unfortunately, with electric bills or a cable and so forth, they don't need that. So I just kind of wanted to share that.
You are exactly right to raise this. And what I would tell your members is this. Don't wait to get that breach notification. I mean, to your point, we're getting them all the time now. Everyone should assume that their social security number, their personally identifiable information has been compromised and is available for sale on the dark web. And so to that end, that means freezing your credit at all three bureaus, right? So making it such that no one can pull your existing credit report. Think of how lucrative that information could be, and they can't initiate new lines of credit against you. And it's actually quite easy to do now. You freeze your credit, and then, so say you're going into a car dealership, the credit report bureau will actually send you a code, a one-time passcode for a one-time release to a specific individual, so you're not in this sort of freezing and unfreezing conundrum that we used to find ourselves in. But a couple of additional things there. To your point, I also want members monitoring their existing lines of credit. We talk about cases where, older people find that the last three checks in their checkbook have been pulled out and written. So whether this is your home equity line of credit, your credit cards, anything like that, you want to be watching and make sure you see the transactions. And then I'm going to add one more thing to your members' lists. I also want you monitoring your children's social security numbers. So identity theft of children, and I know you guys are going to talk about this more tomorrow, leading form of identity theft in America today. You could imagine if the kid's social security number gets compromised, so many things can be done with that. Now, your kids don't have a credit report, so there's nothing to freeze, but you can set up monitoring of their social security number. We've got a case right now in Southern California where couple sent their sent their daughter off to college. She applied for her first credit card, discovered she had a $400,000 mortgage in her name. A pediatrician's office, they had hired a temp to manage the office. The temp had gone through all the medical files, stolen all of the children's socials and all of their insurance information. And there were people having surgery against these kids' insurance and against their social security numbers. We saw mortgages, all kinds of things. The common denominator was all this one pediatrician's office. So making sure you're paying attention to your kids' social security numbers and not just assuming they're safe, I would tell your members that's a key thing.
I do want to thank you very much for coming and talking to us. We have a couple of these. I know we're having Al tomorrow. We do this at least once a year, sometimes twice a year, I think. I think it really matters. Plus, we have to take training, right? An annual training. And I think it really matters for those of us who are getting older, which is me, because it reminds you to pay attention to these things. So one thing that did happen just the other day was I got an iCloud storage thing, and it was not iCloud. It was cloud, and the home address from it was not iCloud at all. They were saying, you haven't paid for your storage. You need to update your payment information. So these things, I mean, they happen all the time. And it's the first time I think I've had a personal one happen. It usually happened at work. So everybody pay attention, listen to these warnings that we get and these trainings. And again, thank you very much, Al. Thank you for bringing her. We appreciate it, Stevenson.
Thank you.
So with that, I do have Michael Flaherman as a public commenter on cybersecurity, Lucia Smith and Nick Partita can come down as well. But I'll have Michael Flairman first.
Good afternoon. Let me start by introducing myself to most of you and reintroducing myself to some of you. My name is Michael Flairman. I was the local government agency member representative from 1995 to 2003, and subsequent to that, I've worked in private equity ever since. And I want to talk about the third-party threat issue because there's a very significant third-party threat related to private equity, which is that you're sending out, give or take, probably $1 billion a year that private equity firms, they just send you literally Adobe Acrobat PDFs that say, send us X million dollars by this date to this bank account. It's very insecure. It's the electronic evolution of what started out in the 1980s and 90s as a system of sending out capital calls by fax. And so at some point somebody said, oh, well, faxes are insecure. Let's do it by PDF. Money is stolen this way. I have worked with clients who have responded to fake capital calls. When people look into it as institutional investors, in your role, for example, they're often told, don't worry about it. We have people at State Street who look at these very closely, and if there are changes to the banking instructions, they call and double check. And I would argue that systems that are based on people catching fraud are not secure systems. The problem is that there are thousands of investors like yourselves and thousands of private equity firms that are all in this same system, right? So nobody really has the power to change it by themselves, right? And that's the problem that you confront. But what I would like to propose to you is that first you could pursue a group effort with other investors, and really I think you should, because I think it's only a matter of time before somebody steals money from you this way. But in the meantime, what you can also do is that nobody's really in the drafting of the limited partnership agreements, the contracts that you sign, or the side letter, what are often thought of as special deals. Nobody's thinking about how it can be addressed there, because what I would, if I were in your shoes, do is I would ask for and suggest to other investors that you all ask for a deal that says if the manager sends posts a fake capital call for fake amounts of money to their data room because their controller was fired and he walked off with the password, it's on them, right? They're the ones who have to eat the loss, because today it's completely ambiguous about whether it's your problem or the manager's problem, and the manager probably has a pretty good argument that it's your problem, and there's at least a chance to shift the problem so that it's their problem. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Partita?
Thank you to the chair, vice chair, and members of the committee for granting us time to speak. My name is Nick Partita. I work for Kaiser Permanente for 11 years, and I currently work in the emergency department as a registered nurse in the city of Irvine. And I'm a member of the United Nurse Association of California Union of Healthcare Professionals. I'm here today to flag some very alarming trends at Kaiser Permanente. CalPERS is one of Kaiser Permanente's largest purchasers of insurance. Most of the union members you represent are Kaiser patients, as am I. If anyone has the power to hold Kaiser accountable, it's this board. On January 15th, UNECU HCP released a detailed report that shows just how far Kaiser has strayed from what it was supposed to be, a nonprofit, patient-first healthcare system built for working people. Instead, Kaiser now runs its healthcare system more like a vulture capital hedge fund, putting money into companies that conflict with our values rather than investing in patient care. Read it for yourself at our website, investinpatientcare.org. Here's what doesn't add up. Kaiser's profit have exceeded $12 billion in 2024, with their reserves exceeding $66 billion, and its health plan premiums have jumped by 12% in 2 years. Just last week, Kaiser agreed to pay $556 million to settle a Medicare fraud case and agreed to pay $47.5 million to settle a privacy breach case. And yet at the same time, many patients are dealing with longer and longer waits just to get an appointment for first visits and follow-ups. And when they do finally get in, their visits feel shorter and more rushed, which are results of our short staffing. For this report, we gathered hundreds of stories from patients and frontline staff like myself about declines and delays in care. From 2023 to 2025, UNAC UHCP members filed 13,807 reports of unsafe staffing at Kaiser, about 19 documented incidents per day. On top of all of this, Kaiser has delayed our contract negotiations. For months, our bargaining teams spent hours in hotel conference rooms waiting for management to respond to or even show up with proposals. Then in December, Kaiser walked away from the table entirely and as of today has refused to come back. In public, Kaiser talks a lot about money, but at the bargaining table, our members have been crystal clear. We need safe staffing and real improvements to patient access. Management refuses to respond or even acknowledge these serious issues. This is a frustrating part. Kaiser can afford to fix these problems. Kaiser can afford safe staffing. They can afford to rebuild the kind of patient care they used to be known for when they once worked in partnership with me and my colleagues. This is why 31,000 UNAC UHCP union members throughout California and Hawaii are prepared to walk out on strike beginning Monday, January the 26th, and stay out until we get a contract that is finally addressing staffing, patient care, and patient access, because these issues affect every one of us, patients and caregivers alike. So we ask for your help. Please call Kaiser out. Urge Kaiser management to return to the bargaining table and to return to a proud history of working in partnership with union members to deliver the safest, high-quality patient care and make Kaiser the best place for caregivers to work. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Lucia Smith?
Thank you, President Taylor, board members and staff for the opportunity to speak to you today and address an issue that we have a concern of. And for also your important work that you ensure all Californians are able to get, all California public employees have access to quality health. My name is Lucia Smith. I'm a former leader for CFT, a union of educators and classified professionals. I was also the CFT, a former CFT classified council employees and former CFT secretary treasurer. And I'm also a retired employee from El Camino Community College, and I've been a CalPERS member since 1987 while I was working at El Camino, and continue to be a member in retirement. So I listened today in the room about AI and how scary that is. And then we listened to these cyber attacks, and that's also very scary. But I also think consistent healthcare or lack of consistent healthcare can also be scary. We had members last year come to speak at your meeting about Kaiser and their ongoing labor dispute and the disruptions it's caused for care of our members. And since that time, the labor dispute has taken a turn for the worse. Kaiser has unlawfully refused to bargain for over a month with the National Alliance of Healthcare Unions. And because of that, over 31,000 Kaiser nurses and healthcare professionals in California and Hawaii will be going out on an open-ended strike starting Monday. Kaiser's playing hardball with its workers, and that's hurting us, the patients, and your members. My wife's also a CalPERS member and is dealing with stage 4 metastatic breast cancer and has ongoing treatments at Kaiser every 3 weeks for the past 15 years. During the last strike, Kaiser canceled her chemo treatment because they didn't have staff to provide her care. Her next chemo treatment's on February 5th. Are we looking at her potentially missing another chemo treatment? We're only one family of many thousands impacted by Kaiser's refusal to come back to the table and negotiate fairly. Kaiser's showing that they're willing to put your members' health on the line rather than giving its workforce a fair contract, refusing to bargain and force workers to strike. Kaiser's making a choice not to serve your members' needs. We know that the nurses and healthcare workers, just like teachers and education staff, only strike when they know that that's the only way to stand up for the people they care for. With this looming open-ended strike, how many chemo treatments will my wife have to miss? Will her long-term health care suffer? That's scary for us. How long before Kaiser will decide to put patients like her before its profit? I'm here to urge you to be strong advocate for my wife and for every other CalPERS member who depends on you for their access to life-sustaining medical care. On behalf of our members, I'm asking you, please send a clear message to Kaiser to return to the bargaining table and settle a contract that's fair for patients and workers. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Smith. With that, we will move on to our next item, which is One Voice, Big Impact, Strategic Alignment Across California's Public Purchasers. And it's just you all by yourself, Dr. Logan? Oh no, here they come.
Where's down there? I can't even see.
Let me get my phone for you.
Oh, it's on the other side. I'll just do this.
Oh, is it? Oh, I see.
I think it's right here. Yeah, thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Julia Logan, Chief Clinical Director on the Health Team. Today I'm going to talk with you about our ongoing alignment work with our state purchaser partners and why that work is so fundamental to supporting our CalPERS goals of high quality, equitable, accessible, and affordable care. I'm also so pleased to preview our first year results of our Quality Alignment Measure Set, QAMS, demonstrating that our aligned efforts of holding plans accountable appear to be very effective, as members are receiving excellent care as compared to health plans across the country. Much of what I will be talking about on this slide and the few that follow may be review for several of you, but given that we have a few new board members and the Quality Alignment Measure Set is really our primary tool to hold plans accountable for quality, I hope the rest of you will bear with me. So why have we collaborated with our purchaser partners, which include Covered California and the Department of Healthcare Services, which is known as Medi-Cal, to align on so many incentives? Historically, state agencies have often operated in silos, even serving overlapping populations or pursuing similar goals. Each entity has their own contractual requirements, contributing to an administrative burden that had been swamping healthcare providers and plans. The three public purchasers, however, made a very deliberate effort several years ago to align on our quality and equity work to drive improvement in care. The providers in our networks treat CalPERS patients as well as Covered California patients and Medi-Cal patients. Clinicians don't and should not differentiate their treatment of patients based on insurance. So setting the same goals for all purchasers helps providers see one coherent set of signals rather than a patchwork of different requirements, helping to improve the results for everyone in California, including our members. What makes this collaboration so unique is the intentional alignment around a shared vision for shaping health plan behavior, driving provider performance and quality, and promoting health equity. Further, and this is what always strikes me, is that between the three entities, we cover more than 19 million Californians. That's about 45% of our state. As the largest public purchasers in the state of California, our alignment gives us the leverage to drive change that can positively impact care for millions of Californians. Additionally, our efforts have set a precedent, encouraging other purchasers and employers to adopt similar standards, thereby amplifying the impact of our work beyond our own membership. Our aligned quality framework is built on 4 pillars and designed with the end goal of improving care and health outcomes for our members. First, we know that a well-chosen set of measures change behavior across the system. Clinicians, systems, and plans invest time and resources on interventions to improve health, and everyone works towards the same goals. More on the measures on the next slide. We all also increase the benchmark that plans must hit for each of these measures to drive real improvements in care. And we all significantly increase the financial penalties that plans must pay if they fail to hit that benchmark, strengthening accountability. Finally, our collaborative approach also tackles the critical issue of health equity. We are requiring reporting of the same quality measures by race and ethnicity, ensuring that quality care is accessible to all our members and fosters a more inclusive healthcare system. Equity is no longer optional or a nice to have. It is integrated into our quality framework. I did want to briefly review the measures, particularly the 4 that have been the focus of our alignment efforts. Choosing the right quality measures, those that are evidence-based, that address outcomes that significantly affect our members, and that show room to improve, can save lives, reduce disease burden, and make the health system more effective and equitable. First, childhood immunizations. No child should have to die or suffer from a preventable disease, and immunizations are some of the most cost-effective interventions that we have in medicine. And while there is a lot of upheaval going on right now at the federal level around vaccine recommendations, CalPERS and our purchaser partners and the Department of Public Health remain committed to providing evidence-based preventive care recommendations. Next, colorectal cancer screening. After lung cancer, colon cancer is the second leading cause of cancer death in the United States. And I think most of us have heard about the rising rates in younger people. And screening reduces that risk of developing and dying from colorectal cancer by almost 70%. We also have measures to monitor the control of high blood pressure and diabetes. These are two of the most common chronic conditions nationally and for our CalPERS members as well. And if left uncontrolled, both can lead to a host of debilitating, life-threatening complications. You may remember us talking about the National Quality Forum study that we were involved in. That's one of the clearest pieces of evidence that I'm aware of on why measure choice matters. Improving performance of just two measures, colorectal cancer screening and blood pressure control, to the 66th percentile could save about 150,000 lives over 10 years. This tells me that through these measures and our levers to drive change, we have the ability to improve and even extend the lives of our members. Now let's preview the progress that we've made. The results that I'll run through on the next few slides are preliminary data. We will make any updates to the data and provide results for additional measures when we share results with you later this year. And we intend to post publicly so that our members can make informed decisions about their care. First, I wanted to orient you to this slide. The orange bars represent services performed in 2023, and the blue bars represent services performed in 2024. The results are reported in the year that follows the service year. So for services in 2024, we receive results in late 2025. The orange bars represent the number of our health plans, of which we have 10, that were above the 66th percentile in 2023, while the blue bars represent the number of plans that were above the 66th percentile in 2024. A few things I wanted to mention. The 66th percentile was a requirement for plans to meet starting in 2024, but we provide a comparison to that same benchmark for 2023 so you can see our progress. Additionally, in 2023, the plans reported results for their entire commercial book of business, whereas the results in 2024 are specific to our own CalPERS members, as required by our new contract in 2024. So the comparison isn't entirely apples to apples, but it is fairly close because our CalPERS population is very similar to the plan's overall commercial population in most cases. As you can see, from 23 to 24, there was a considerable improvement in the number of plans that met the 66th percentile for both blood pressure control and colorectal cancer screening. Plans did very well on diabetes control for both years. Childhood immunizations, as you can see, continues to be an area where most of our plans really struggle, consistent with health plans nationally, and which we'll talk about more in a few slides. This slide shows that for 3 of the 4 measures which we just reviewed on the previous slide, controlling high blood pressure and diabetes and colorectal cancer screening, 6 of our 10 plans demonstrated improvement on those measures between 23 and 24. Given the distribution of our members in our 10 plans, that translates to 91% of our members being enrolled in plans that improved on these critical measures, which is really terrific. This slide shows that for those same 3 critical measures, the majority of our health plans perform better than the national 66th percentile on these measures in the first year that the plans were accountable to this benchmark. Previously, they had been held to the 50th percentile benchmark. This is also great news. It also shows that the vast majority of our members were covered by these plans. This slide highlights some particular high notes from our plans. Both Sharp and Kaiser outperformed 90% of all commercial HMO plans in the U.S. with their performance on controlling high blood pressure, and Kaiser also did so for colon cancer screening. It's worth calling out that Kaiser's outstanding performance on the QAMS metrics. For all 6 of our measures, the 4 we have been focusing on here, as well as the 2 maternity measures, Kaiser was above the 66th percentile. It's particularly important given the number of our basic members who get their care from Kaiser, which is over 520,000 members. I did want to talk a little bit about childhood immunizations. We did have 2 plans, Kaiser and Sharp, who were above the 66th percentile on this measure, which is pretty remarkable given all that has transpired in the past few years and in the past year in particular. However, the majority of our plans were below the 66th percentile and have struggled to bring that rate up. It's due to a combination of factors. As I'm sure you're all aware, the pandemic changed how some people think about vaccines and health information. And those shifts, coupled with the proliferation of misinformation that undermines trust, have driven declines in routine vaccine coverage, increasing the risk of disease outbreaks like measles and making public health communication much more challenging. We also know that there are access barriers, missed opportunities by provider offices, and data challenges with our health plans. And of course, there are the concerning changes coming from the federal government that impact the childhood vaccine schedule and will undoubtedly impact vaccination rates. As I mentioned earlier, however, CalPERS and our state partners remain committed to providing evidence-based preventive care, including vaccines, which do remain one of the most successful public health interventions in history. We've also aligned on the financial penalties for our measures. We've showed something similar to this slide in the past, but I did want to remind you how the adoption of these measures and the penalties associated with them really drives improvement. Previously, our health plans had to hit the 50th percentile, as I mentioned, as their benchmark. We've now raised that benchmark to the 66th percentile. Also, in previous years, when plans didn't meet the benchmark, they were fined a small percentage on their administrative services fees. So that amount of money at risk for the quality measures was really pretty fairly low, really small enough to be considered just another cost of doing business for the plans, but not really a powerful motivator to improve on performance. Now the plans have a far more significant amount of money at risk on these measures. That money at risk starts at 1% of premium and increases to 4% of premium by year 4 for our HMO plans. This equates to a vastly increased amount of money tied to performance on these measures, more than $350 million at risk during the 5-year contract for these measures. This graph illustrated here is a pictorial presentation of what the payment will be depending on where plan performance falls for each measure. Plans that hit the benchmark will pay nothing for that measure, as you see on the bottom right of the graph. For plans that don't hit the benchmark, there's a graded payment scale. It's based on a sliding scale. So plans pay more the closer they are to the 25th percentile, and they pay less the closer they are to the 66th, which is what the green line represents. Plans that perform below the 25th percentile for a measure will pay the full amount for that measure and will be required to implement a quality improvement plan in consultation with CalPERS. Here you can see the potential amount of money at risk across all the plans based on our QAMS measures. That amount this year is $64 million. Based on the preliminary results that we have at this point, we have estimated the projected HMO penalties to be about $8 million. That amount may change somewhat based on updated results, but it will generally be around that amount. 9 out of 10 plans will pay a penalty, with only Kaiser owing no money because they were above the 66th percentile for all measures. Penalties collected for 2024 will be used to lower premiums across all plans for all members for contract year 2027. So I've shown you all the numbers, our year one preliminary results, but what's so important and that I wanted to emphasize is that QAMs matter because they turn quality and equity into real financial and contractual consequences for health plans, and that's what actually changes behavior. Now we'll talk about our alignment work that goes beyond quality measurement. As I noted earlier, CalPERS, Covered California, and DHCS all have overlapping plans and provider networks. Having different sets of requirements and expectations from all three purchasers generates extraneous noise and siphons off resources that should be focused on patient care. By aligning our specific contract requirements around behavioral health, quality measurement and equity, advanced primary care, virtual care, and data exchange, we as purchasers reduce some of that burden. But most importantly, it allows us to create a sustainable healthcare ecosystem that prioritizes preventive care, coordinated interventions, accountability, and improved health outcomes for California. We're also aligned in our response to recent challenges to health equity efforts. As you know, all three purchasers were aligned in requiring that our health plans obtain and maintain National Committee for Quality Assurance, or NCQA, health equity accreditation. This aligned effort created a consistent equity infrastructure and reinforced broader quality and equity accountability. All CalPERS health plans are accredited through 2026. Recently, NCQA has made substantial changes to their health equity accreditation standards for health plans, including changing the name to Health Outcomes Accreditation. NCQA's changes to the accreditation standards include replacing gender identity requirements, reframing diversity and representation, and allowing flexibilities in how organizations identify disparities. CalPERS, again with Covered California and DHCS, provided feedback to NCQA during the public comment period, disagreeing with many of the proposed changes because they undermine the evidence-based health equity standards that California and our health plans have invested heavily in achieving. Ultimately, NCQA chose to move ahead with their proposed changes, and as a result, their health outcomes accreditation does not align with California's standards of advancing health equity. After extensive discussion, we have decided not to require health plans obtain NCQA health outcomes accreditation. This does not mean an undoing of our health equity work. On the contrary, we remain committed to our health equity work and will contractually hold our plans accountable for continuing and advancing the health equity work we have all invested in. Most elements of the former NCQA health equity accreditation are already included in our contracts, but we will add additional elements during the 2027 amendment process as necessary. In alignment with our partners, I did want to emphasize that we remain committed to improving and advancing health equity. Our collaborations magnify the impact of each purchaser's voice and to send a clear signal to the broader healthcare system where improvement is expected. We also see the value of using this collective voice in policy advocacy. CalPERS and Covered California have written numerous joint letters to the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, or CMS, to provide feedback on various federal programs. These include providing support to enhance coverage of preventive services, to incentivize alternative payment models, to improve healthcare affordability and access, and most recently, to protect access to Affordable Care Act subsidies to maintain affordable health care for all families in California. And as you know, in October, Dawn testified before the Senate Special Committee on Aging, highlighting the value of the alignment work we are doing as purchasers here in California. I'll wrap up today by touching on a few newer areas of alignment. Our teams are working together to identify access-challenged areas across our state and are using secret shopper surveys and other methods to understand at the practice level where these challenges are. We believe that these efforts, coupled with our collective work on primary care capacity investment and strong contract requirements, will help identify and address the access barriers our members face. We also realize the potential of collaboration in improving pharmacy affordability and access, and are working to leverage our purchasing power to ensure that our efforts are not only impactful, but also resilient in the face of evolving healthcare dynamics. With that, I will conclude, and I'm very happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Dr. Logan. Happy to hear that. That's going to hopefully get us a little more stable costs. That would be our primary outcome, I would hope. Are there any comments from the board? Doesn't seem so. Thank you so much for your, oh, wait. Just one, Ms. Middleton.
I will be very quick. Dr. Logan, I want to thank you and all the members of your team for knowing that you are standing behind all of the people in California. Thank you.
Thank you. And again, thank you very much for your presentation. Great presentation. We're moving on to contracting. Hold on. Contracting agency health regions, challenges and future directions. Don Moles. And take it away, Don.
All right. We'll not be talking about North Korea or Iran, just as a spoiler.
Thank you.
Anytime.
Not taking them over?
So, yes. So this next discussion is going to be about the CalPERS public agency rating regions. It's a conversation that we have not had in a while. The board last had it in 2018. For background, about 60% of members who receive healthcare benefits through CalPERS are employed by the state of California. There is one rating region for all state employee premiums, which means that we never have to have a conversation about rating regions for state employees. CalPERS has had regional pricing of premiums for its public agencies since 2005. Currently, there are 3 rating regions for members who receive their health benefits through public agencies. Roughly, they include a Northern California rating region, which we refer to as Region 1. It stretches from the top of the state, so the Oregon border, down to just north of Fresno. Region 3 includes Los Angeles, Riverside, and San Bernardino counties, and then Region 3 is everything else. So Fresno to LA, and then south from LA to the Mexican border. Yesenia is going to show you a map, so this may be easier to visualize then. The number of rating regions has varied, with the 3 we have now being the smallest number we've had since the inception of rating regions in 2005. The reason why we have rating regions is important, and it's based on a couple of principles we're going to return to often throughout this conversation. As a reminder, CalPERS is not the only source of healthcare coverage for public sector agencies in California. Many manage healthcare benefits on their own, and many others turn to insurance brokers or for-profit organizations that manage benefits. PA rating regions exist because CalPERS premiums need to track closely with the actual healthcare costs in particular areas of the state. If they don't, we become uncompetitive in parts of the state where healthcare costs are below average and artificially attractive in areas where the costs are higher. Over time, this causes premiums to go up for everyone. Untouched over a very long time, it can create serious sustainability issues. CalPERS has always had aggressive goals for PA recruitment and retention. They exist for two reasons. The first is because we are a mission-based organization that is committed to making high-quality health benefits available to as many public sector workers in California as possible. And two, because we are able to get better deals, lower prices on things like quality guarantee, lower prices and things like quality guarantees because of our size. Being the largest purchaser of health benefits in California's commercial markets allows us to negotiate better terms for our contracts. However, when it comes to the cost of our premiums, the location of the agencies that are joining or leaving CalPERS are typically more significant factors. The addition of public agencies from high-cost areas increases costs for the health program, and the addition of agencies from low-cost areas lowers those costs. Incidentally, the other related factor that impacts our premiums is the risk profile of the employers we add or lose. Agencies with older and sicker employees can add to the cost of CalPERS premiums, while the opposite is true for agencies that are younger or healthier than average. Because we don't underwrite, this also puts us at a competitive disadvantage and can be a reason for agencies to make other choices. This second challenge isn't one that can be addressed through changes to our regional structure. I want to bring the conversation back to a topic that we've talked about a lot in the past. Healthcare prices in California vary dramatically based on the markets we are purchasing in. When we compare our most to our least efficient markets, there's more than a twofold difference in the cost of healthcare. This difference in costs across California are primarily due to the lack of competition in high-cost markets. Contrary to what is sometimes claimed, cost of living and payer mix play a much smaller role. We've quantified the effect of high-cost markets on our premiums in the past, but price variation and the presence of high-cost markets in particular also drives our need for different rating regions. In some respects, it would be better for us to have fewer PA rating regions. Regional differentiation is confusing to our members, and it adds administrative load for our employers and for CalPERS. But differentiating regions is necessary because of the price and cost variation. To the extent that we're successful in addressing high-cost markets, or the Office of Healthcare Affordability is successful in its mission, the need for regional differentiation in rates can be less. Periodically reviewing our rating regions is good basic program hygiene. Healthcare market dynamics shift over time, and in order to keep our premiums as affordable as possible, we need to check back in to make sure that our rating regions reflect those changes. This is and should be a long process. It will involve data analysis and consultation with our stakeholders, and there will be a number of points where we're going to want to check back with you, the board, on what we are seeing and hearing before issuing recommendations. The goal today is to talk through those various steps, share analysis that we've already done, and answer your questions. So next I'm going to turn it over to Yesenia Croft, who is going to provide additional background and go into more detail about the number of considerations that are important to this conversation.
Good afternoon, Yesenia Croft, Chief of the Health Account Management Division. We are the member and employer-facing division for the health program, and I oversee the team responsible for the recruitment and retention of public agency and schools in the program. I'm going to start by providing some more context about CalPERS health regions. First, what do we mean by regions? Regions are a grouping of counties and/or zip codes in a geographic area where healthcare costs are comparable. Regions allow CalPERS to price premiums closer to the cost of healthcare in the area. I also want to make an important distinction. When referring to the cost of healthcare, that we are not referring to the cost of living, such as housing costs, commutes, rent, etc. So this conversation and our project about the cost is about the cost for employees and their dependents to purchase healthcare. And as Don mentioned, regions were created to enable CalPERS to effectively compete to attract and retain public agency and school employers in the program. When our premiums are priced competitively in the market, employers look to CalPERS as an option for comprehensive, high-quality benefits at a competitive price. When employers are considering us, they'll often look at premium trend, sometimes for 1 year, but also our 5-year rate history so they can compare CalPERS against the other options available in the market. The more accurately CalPERS regional premiums are aligned to the market, the more competitive and effective we are in our recruitment and retention efforts. Each year, we have employers that join and elect to leave our program. For example, over the past 5 years, we have added 33 agencies, while 38 agencies left the program. There are several factors that contribute to why, and they're based on agency needs, but regions play an important role when comparing our premiums with the competition. When our premiums are priced more aligned to the market, it enables us to more effectively compete. So regions apply to our 1,140 public agency and school employers that contract with us for health benefits. Regions are for our basic plan only, which cover 45% of the basic member population and equates to 511,000 members. And while our Medicare plans are available regionally, we do not price Medicare plans based on regions. Our Medicare premiums are the same statewide for our state and public agency retirees. And here we have an example of a state and regional pricing for 2026. The example showcases United Healthcare Alliance HMO as one of our 2026 HMO plans. The state, which is essentially a single region because state employees have the same benefits regardless of where they live or work, has a premium of $1,048. On the far right, the regional premiums are shown for the same plan, with Region 1 premium at $1,290, Region 2 at $951, and Region 3 at $871, which reflect the price variations throughout the state. And now I'll turn it over to Jared to talk about the trends we're seeing that are impacting our regional and statewide premiums.
Good afternoon. Jared Chinneberry, Chief of the Health Policy and Data Division. One of the areas I oversee is responsible for the collection of healthcare claims data as well as the analysis of it. Our data make a compelling case for why now is the time to revisit our regional approach, echoing Don's earlier remarks. The chart on this slide shows the average medical costs of public agency members compared to state members. The vertical axis shows the percent difference in costs, with the horizontal line at 0% representing the point where costs were equal between the two groups. If public agency costs were lower, the data points would fall below the line. If higher, they would appear above it. In 2020, public agency member costs were slightly less than state member costs. However, in 2021, the average costs for public agency members surpassed those of state members, and the gap has continued to widen each year. By 2024, public agency costs were 2.7% higher than state costs, indicating that costs for public agency members are growing faster than state member costs. If we don't do anything, this upward trajectory is likely to continue unabated. To understand why this is happening, it's important to first look at how healthcare costs vary across the state. This heat map shows the relative cost of care for members in each county compared to the statewide average. The most expensive counties, shown in red, are about 1.5 times the state average, and the least expensive, shown in blue, are about 30% lower than the state average. As you can see, there's substantial cost variation across the state, which is especially pronounced between Northern and Southern California, as we discussed earlier. While our 3-region model has helped address this divide, it has not completely solved the problem, because significant cost variation still exists within each region. For example, in Northern California, which is represented by CalPERS Region 1, there is considerable variation, with Monterey, Bay Area, and the northernmost counties standing out as much higher than average. We frequently highlight Monterey in particular, as one of the most expensive counties in the state for healthcare, largely due to limited competition among providers there. Similar examples with cost variation can be found within Regions 2 and 3 as well, highlighting the broader issue. So let's return to the question. Why are the costs for public agency members increasing faster than those for state members? It's largely due to where public agencies are located and how that is shifting over time. We're seeing a growing concentration of public agencies in high-cost counties, while their presence in lower-cost counties is declining. Of the new agencies that joined CalPERS from 2021 to 2024, 60% of their members reside in Region 1, where the highest cost counties are located. Conversely, nearly 80% of the agencies that left CalPERS in recent years were in Regions 2 and 3, where the lowest cost counties are. This trend is influenced by how CalPERS public agency premiums are currently set, based on 3 large regions that have significant cost variation within them. In this system, lower cost counties effectively subsidize higher cost counties within the same region. As a result, when public agencies compare CalPERS to other options in their market, CalPERS health plans tend to be a good deal in higher cost counties, but less attractive in lower cost counties. This underscores how the design of CalPERS regions and the cost variation within them can impact market dynamics and ultimately affect the overall premiums. And it highlights the need for careful evaluation of CalPERS' current 3-region structure and consideration of how it can be optimized to support the stability of the program. I'll return it back to Yesenia to provide background on how we arrived at our current regional structure.
So now I'll provide some history of the board's actions on regions over the last 20 years. As we said earlier, in 2005, CalPERS established regional pricing for contracting agency basic plan premiums. This was done to attract and retain agencies in areas of the state with lower than average healthcare costs. Regions first came about when nearly 36 public agencies and bargaining groups terminated their participation in CalPERS in 2003. The majority of these agencies were from Southern California, where they were paying above market premiums to stay with CalPERS. And in 2004, dozens of other agencies were also planning on leaving. So the board supported legislation that added language for regional price variation of premiums to the Public Employees Medical and Hospital Care Act, or PEMCA. PEMCA, as a reminder, is the law that governs the health program and the contract that employers agree to when they adopt a resolution to join our program. Starting in 2005, the board approved 4 regions, with regional pricing aligned with the market experience to encourage public agencies to continue their participation in our program. And regions have been in effect ever since, with changes adopted in 2009 to add a 5th region made up of Sacramento, Placer, El Dorado, and Yolo counties. And in 2018, following a year of analysis and stakeholder and employer outreach, the board approved the current 3-year region model in effect today, starting with the 2020 plan year. So why change from 3 to 5 regions the last time? As you can see from the map, all of Northern California was combined into a single region, removing Sacramento and the Bay Area as their own regions. This was based on the objectives and analysis at the time, which aligned premiums with the cost of care in the region as much as possible, while balancing premium impact to employers and members. And as previously mentioned, the goal of regional pricing is to stay competitive to ensure the future of the program. The adjustment of CalPERS regions may benefit some agencies and may impact others. But to remain competitive, CalPERS must assess and adapt to changes in regional costs over time. This is necessary to provide premium stability and ensure the sustainability of the program. And here's a deeper look into the 3 regions that we have today of our 1,140 employers. As Dawn noted, Region 1 is our largest region with the majority of the counties in the state, along with the most contracting agencies. We have 659, or 59% of the contracting agencies in Region 1. This equates to roughly 273,000 of our public agency members. Region 2 in Southern Central California, along with San Diego and Imperial counties, has 220, or 19% of our agencies, equating to roughly 60,000 members. Region 3, where healthcare costs are the lowest, is comprised of Los Angeles, Riverside, and San Bernardino counties, where we have 261, or 22% of our agencies, and 168,000 members. And while I'm on this slide, I want to highlight a point that you'll be hearing more about during this process. As the regions are groupings of counties where the cost of healthcare are similar, sometimes counties with similar market costs are not necessarily next to each other. You see Region 1 is in purple, is all Northern California counties that are next to each other. We refer to this as contiguous. Then you see that Region 2 in green has counties next to each other, but also includes 2 counties in the far south. This is an example of non-contiguous regions. And while CalPERS has always had 1 or 2 non-contiguous regions, again because it's based on the cost of care in the market, we will look closely at this as part of our analysis because it can create administrative burden for our employers that may have employees living in different regions with different premium prices. Now, rating regions are not unique to CalPERS. They are a common industry practice, particularly in the healthcare insurance market. They are used to more accurately reflect the geographic differences in the cost of care. And as an example, we want to share Covered California's rating regions. Covered California has 19 geographic regions that are set in statute. This greater number allows them to set premiums in each region that more closely align with the true cost of healthcare in each county and metropolitan area. And while we are not suggesting that CalPERS should adopt a 19-region model, we wanted to highlight that there is precedent for creating a regional structure that accurately reflects geographic differences in the cost of care and supports the long-term sustainability of health benefits. Taking steps in this direction is necessary for CalPERS to remain competitive at the local level. And lastly, I'll go over a high-level timeline of some of the activities planned for 2026, including the discussions we'll be bringing to the board. We are currently developing a stakeholder outreach plan, modeling much of it after what was done in 2018. We will hold a webinar and discuss with employers at various stakeholder meetings and at the Employer Leadership Dialogue scheduled later this fall. And as part of our stakeholder outreach efforts, we will be conducting a survey in the spring with our contracting public agency and school employers to enlist their opinions about regions. Don will also provide an update in his opening remarks at the March PHBC. And over the next few months, the team will be digging into the regional costs to understand pricing variation within the current regions and what would happen to the sustainability of the program if CalPERS does not change the current regions. This work requires the CalPERS Health team to work closely with our actuarial office to build out a regional analytic modeling tool based on historical data using public agency membership and claims in order to run various scenarios. The models will measure factors including the amount of member disruption, both positive and negative, based on the regional scenarios, so we can bring a data-driven recommendation to the board. The analysis will explore if CalPERS were to change the current regions, how would the new regions be defined? We will discuss the implication of having more regions versus less. We will also review the benefits and drawbacks of contiguous versus non-contiguous regions. And as I shared before, our current Region 2 is a non-contiguous region. We are going to review a number of scenarios by modeling the potential disruption or hotspots identified, how the new regions will improve CalPERS' competitive position, Additionally, we'll explore how it could make our premiums less attractive for agencies in higher cost counties while making them more attractive for those in lower cost counties. And finally, we'll identify the anticipated administrative burdens associated with the implementation and administration of the new regions. We will bring scenarios for regions to the board in September, and in November, we will bring the options with our recommendations to you for your approval. The new regions you adopt will take effect January 1 of 2028. And that concludes our presentation, and we're available for your questions. Thank you.
Okay, I have Ramon.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you for the presentation. I remember when I joined the board, this process was just going to be implemented. And I remember there was issues about counties who were moving from one region to another region, and I'm sure we'll have that. We're looking for your recommendations. But it is troubling that the data you gave that the public agencies that are coming in are higher, I forget how the term is, but higher risk or higher cost employees perhaps with age or whatever. And the ones that, of course, is not economic for them are leaving. So it makes sense that we need to relook at this. And I know it's going to be an effort to try to balance competing interests. But at the same time, I want to commend the whole team for, you have, the people who look at the data, right? And people that look at the pricing and then so it's, I'm just glad we have the resources to do this work. And something that Dr. Logan mentioned before was the collaboration with the other agencies. I think it was telling that we had what Cover California had. We had so many agencies, so many rating regions that maybe we could learn from other people's practices also. So I thank you for the presentation, and I know you have a lot of work to do, and you're doing a lot of analysis, and I look forward to having some robust discussion on some of the data you present and recommendations for this board. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Palkey, go ahead.
Thank you. Without repeating what my colleague Ramon was saying, looking at the cost variations of 22, 24, I was looking at like Los Angeles, and it's looking at like what obviously based on the colors, but then knowing the population of Los Angeles, but then seeing the what's happening in the Bay Area, and then looking even further north to see what's happening in Trinity. Like, what is the drivers? That's because it seems odd.
So most of the most significant driver there is competition and the lack of competition. So there is still good competitive there are good competitive markets in Southern California that have eroded in Northern California. So the North has historically been a challenge because there isn't the infrastructure for multiple hospitals in a single small county, for example, competing with one another. And so we tend to pay prevailing rate, and lack of competition hurts us in those counties. Those counties we don't have a ton of members in. So the impact of that lack of competition is not as significant. In other parts of California, the lack of competition is, I would say, less natural. It tends to be the consequence of single health systems buying out other health systems or acquiring the ability to control sort of multiple parts of the health system, and we see higher prices in those counties. So we see a lot of that in the Bay Area. When we talk about the Central Coast, that is one of the challenges that we're facing, particularly in some counties with hospitals. And so it comes about that way. There have been the Attorney General has been active in looking at a lot of these mergers and acquisitions and some of this consolidation that erodes competition, but doesn't have all of the tools that he needs to push back on some of them. Office of Healthcare Affordability now is reviewing it, and we're looking at other ways of inserting competition into areas where there's low competition. We've talked about that in the past. That is challenging for other reasons, but something that we're continuing to push. But that is the most significant dynamic that we see, and it hurts us the most in the highly populated areas like the Bay Area, where we don't have the same kind of competition that we do in the other high population areas like Los Angeles.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Walker, go ahead.
Thank you. Whew, so you guys do a great job. I have to keep saying that because I always get blown away by the work that you do. But remind me again, you said like and this is where it's sticking in my head, Don, and all of you so like we don't have the same competition in the Bay Area, right, that we do. So we have better competition in like San Bernardino and Riverside County than we do. Tell me why, because it's not.
So the markets they're healthier markets. There are multiple places that a purchaser can go to get good health care and make it available, and so they compete to a certain degree with one another on price. That happens to a lesser extent in some of the Northern California markets, and in some Northern California markets, in our observation, it doesn't happen much.
Right. And then the impact of a lot of the rural hospitals closing, and that has an impact also, right?
It can. Again, the main impact there is in access. Rural areas, because we don't have a lot of members in rural areas, the costs there matter also, but they are have a less profound impact on our bottom line.
Okay. And then also, not for when we come back again for this, but just at some point during this next year, it would be good, I think, to have a conversation about, because I hear it all the time about the out-of-state care, right? Especially for retirees, at least for state workers, we've been able to, through a lot of different things, to mitigate that. But I will just tell you, it's kind of hard as, I'm talking to people and they're talking to me because they see a health plan that's here in California, that's someplace else, and why isn't it so easy to just, if we've got, Kaiser here and they got Kaiser there or whatever, why doesn't it just translate across and why do we have to pay? So that kind of discussion, because I think, and I know you've done it before, but I think it's worth repeating because I think, if you don't hear it a lot, you forget. And then all you have is the frustration over the high cost of the high cost PERS plan.
Yeah, we hear you and happy to bring that conversation back.
Yeah, I think we should schedule it like once a year because it's easy to forget when all you see is the cost.
Yep.
Thank you. Or maybe we can have a defined narrative on the website too that people can access easily. I think that would be really good as well.
Yeah.
I want to thank you guys for your presentation. I will say the covered California rating regions, that's a scary one. That's how many? 19?
19.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
That's a lot.
It's a lot. We agree.
But thank you very much and look forward to seeing our work for what we're going to do for regions.
Thank you.
With that, I will move to the end of the session at public comments. So I'm going to call folks up by threes. Al Darby is first, Edward Hasbrook, and Susan McCarthy. Oh, no. Okay, well, too late, I called you. So.
Al Darby, Vice President, Retired Public Employees Association. Excuse me. Regarding the Rosie private equity presentation earlier today, it seemed to ignore the constant flow from financial publications that are negative on private equity in many different respects. I wanted to comment regarding what areas of the economy are being negatively affected by private equity, and are these negative effects in, for example, healthcare and labor issues morally justified? The other question I have is, there any value added from private equity that benefits the general population, or are we simply putting more money in the pockets of billionaires and other folks who already have a hell of a lot of money? The other issue is with the cuts to Medicare and Medicaid, regarding private equity and their activities in healthcare. Are these pursuits, do they simply exacerbate poor folks' ability to receive health care? And I think there's no question about that beginning in 2027 when the cuts take effect. So the points I'm trying to make here is, what are the benefits to the general public from this private equity that we're investing in? It's hard to find much, if any. If there is any interest in efficiency, it seems to be more of an interest in extra profits. One other comment regarding the subject we just left, the healthcare of CalPERS. Sutter Health in Northern California is certainly one of the contributors to the high cost and should be examined carefully for any future negotiations with them. Thank you.
I turned it off again. Go ahead, next.
Thank you. My name's Edward Hasbrook. I'm back. We're here yet again, still asking you to sell what is now, at your latest report, over $2 billion in Tesla stock. We haven't gone away. We're not going to go away. And the issue is not going to go away until you address it and act on it. At your September meeting, you directed the staff to prepare a report on the valuation and risk of Tesla. We're grateful to that. It's an important step, but it's not the end of the road. The fact that 4 months later, no report has been disclosed and no action on Tesla is on your agenda only highlights the fact that this investment is going forward on autopilot. The staff told us when we met with them that they'd never made an individualized assessment of Tesla up to that date, that it would only been an investment based on Tesla's presence in an index. And without that advice and that assessment from the staff, how could you as the board possibly have made an informed assessment? This isn't a delegation of your fiduciary responsibility, it's an abdication, which will continue until you get the staff to complete and make public its report and put it on your agenda for public session at your next meeting. While that investment goes forward, continuing to invest in Tesla is a lose-lose proposition. You may hope that the Tesla stock bubble will continue to rise, at least for some short term, although you're supposed to be long-term investors, and it's clearly a much worse long-term investment with no real long-term potential than it is a short-term speculation. But hoping that your speculations will pan out in the short term and that you could sell them at the peak is the height of the gambler's fallacy and not the game that you should be playing. If you make money on Tesla, it's because you're bankrolling a fascist and bankrolling all of the things he does that undermine all of the values of CalPERS members and of the state of California. And of course, if the bubble bursts, you lose. You lose on that investment, you jeopardize the pensions, you risk having to draw on the general fund and the taxpayers of the state. There is no winning game to gambling on Tesla. So please, take this issue up. Don't keep putting it off. It won't go away. Every day, every month, every meeting that you don't consider it only increases the risk of a catastrophic loss when, not if, the Tesla bubble bursts. Please act now. Sell Tesla. Thank you.
Thank you. Hold on a sec. You were Edward, right? So are we on Susan?
Yes. Hi. Thank you for the chance to speak. I am Susan McCarthy. I live in San Francisco. I'm in CalPERS through my husband's work. And I ask that CalPERS divest from Tesla stock as part of your fiduciary duty because it is a highly risky investment. Ordinarily, CalPERS and other funds don't take into account the personal behavior or political opinions of CEOs of companies you invest in. But this is a different case because the political activities of Elon Musk, the CEO of Tesla, are affecting the performance of Tesla. The company's captive board cannot stop him. For example, a recent NBER working paper showed that ever since Musk became publicly involved in partisan politics, sales of Teslas dropped dramatically by 1 million cars. And since not everyone who decided not going to buy a Tesla went ahead and bought another electric vehicle, the overall sales of EVs dropped so much that California will not be meeting its 2026 EV target. It's actually staggering that the CEO of an electric car company can cause people to buy fewer electric cars. On an environmental note, toxic dumping is also a big problem with Tesla. In 2024, 25 California attorneys general filed suit against Tesla for improperly disposing of toxic waste. They won. Tesla is still under a detailed injunction to improve their compliance with environmental laws and to have yearly audits of how well they're doing. More recently, CEO Musk has been promoting the idea that the U.S. should take over Greenland, which is part of Denmark. It's ridiculous, it's unprecedented, and it's dangerous. This is another political position which is liable to worsen global politics and harm the United States. Tesla is already performing dreadfully in Europe because of Musk's political activities. But if world tensions rise, if the U.S. leaves NATO, that will have bad consequences for many of CalPERS' other investments, not just Tesla. The stock market is already in shock, as you may have seen in today's news. Tesla's a really strange stock. There is a completely irrational disconnect between the company's performance and stock sales, but this can't last. Tesla is a very risky investment. I ask that CalPERS consider divesting Tesla stock as part of your fiduciary duty to California pension holders like me. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, I'm going to move on to the next three. I'm calling J.J. Jelensik, Ruth Raditsky, and Anna Facio.
Okay. J.J. Jelensik, and I want to go back to the regional pricing. One of the questions that came up was what's going on in the Bay Area. And Don Molds doesn't want to say so, at least publicly. I would encourage you to talk to him privately. The big problem is Sutter and its monopolistic practices, its insistence that you must contract with all of our hospitals or none of our hospitals. They've run around and they have bought up hospitals and cut out the competition. I don't know how many of you are familiar with the Bay Area, but from the Carquinez Bridge to Fremont, there are Kaiser, the county hospitals, and Sutter. You get to Fremont, you run into Washington Township District Hospital. If you look over in San Francisco, you've got Sutter and the county. That is the problem. They have been sued for their monopolistic pricing. They have been sued over their purchase of other hospitals. I understand why Don doesn't want to say anything publicly or doesn't want to call them out publicly, but I encourage you to talk to Don in private, and I think you will get an education. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Ruth Rudetsky.
Good morning. I'm Ruth Rudetsky, retired math teacher and former CalPERS member from San Francisco. Here's a sampling of recent Tesla headlines from Electrek, the largest EV news site, known for its extensive positive coverage of Tesla. January 16th, is Tesla ending full self-driving direct sales to avoid California's false advertising ban? January 15th, Tesla sales stall in India. January 14th, Tesla stops selling full self-driving. January 13th, Ford F-150 Lightning outsold Tesla Cybertrucks and was then canceled. January 8th, Congressman claims Tesla design killed at least 15. January 6th was a big day for Tesla news. Tesla's full 2025 data from Europe is in, and it is a total bloodbath. And Elon Musk shows total ignorance of Tesla's current falling sales trajectory. And Tesla hits trademark roadblock for Cybercab due to squatter and its own incompetence. January 5th, Tesla rolls out 0% financing to boost declining sales. December 26th, Elon Musk drops sustainable from Tesla's mission as he completes his villain arc. December 22nd, Tesla's robotaxi project in Austin is much smaller than Musk claims. Lest you think I was cherry-picking, out of the first 30 articles I found in a search for Tesla, 15 were unequivocally negative, and only 5 could even most generously be considered positive. Please don't be a slave to the index in these extraordinary times. Do your fiduciary duty. Dump Tesla before its Enron moment. And please review not just Tesla, but your 20 largest holdings on a regular basis. Thank you. And I just want to say parenthetically, Sutter almost killed me.
Thank you. Ms. Anna Facio.
Hi, my name is Anna Facio, and I worked as a peace officer investigator for over 30 years with the state of California. Now I'm a retiree. Well, I've been retired since 2007. Anyway, I started paying attention to Elon Musk when he donated or spent over $250 million on Trump's reelection. And I couldn't understand why until I got to the quid pro quo. And I found out that all the cases that had been investigating Elon Musk's companies became the early targets of Trump's administration and Musk's Doge. For example, the Department of Labor had investigations, over a dozen investigations into Tesla. And as soon as January 24th, Trump fired the Inspector General. So no investigation was actually completed. Same thing with Consumer Protection Bureau. And there were over 300 complaints pending with Elon Musk Tesla, 66 of which were from last year, from 2024. And as soon as Trump took office, Trump fired the director of the Consumer Protection, Financial Protection Bureau. Also, the Department of Transportation, I think we all heard about the National Traffic Safety Administration was looking into Tesla. They had higher crash rates or injuries per crashes. Anyway, before anything was published, the Inspector General was fired again by Trump. The Environmental Protection Agency, they've settled multiple lawsuits with Tesla over the violations of the Clean Air Act, hazardous waste laws, and the company's automotive company's manufacturing plant in Fremont. I don't know what happened there, but again, Trump fired the Inspector General for the EPA. And lastly, the Office of Government Ethics, also the director of the ethics program was fired by Trump. And I just want to say as a final word, we should make sure that investigations are finished to determine culpability. But when you have someone who does the Nazi salute, admits taking ketamine, that's a scary thing for me. And I would suggest that you divest from Tesla stock and invest in other EV or public transportation options. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to call the next three down. I've got Nick Kolev, Mary Jo Walker. That's it for the people in office. Mr. Kolev, you can go.
Madam President Taylor, honorable members of the board, this is Nick Kolev, civil rights activist and CalPERS member from Chapter 34, Orange County. I wanted to touch on one issue because it's an educational day, which is very important and keeps a lot of administrators here in CalPERS very busy. The issue is the member retirement as a community property, how to split it. For 25 years, I saw 8 judges struggling to understand it. I saw 5 attorneys failing. And I saw many of the CalPERS administrators lost in the process. Although there are only 6 judicial forms, family law 370 through 375. My goal today is first to beg you to recommend to print again, or maybe the state has to do it, California Public Employees Retirement Law, which the last edition is dated January 1996, 30 years ago. Nothing in the major law libraries about it. And the second goal is to create a simple checklist, a form. So when the time between the divorce and the retirement is 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 years, people are clear where they stand in the process, because CalPERS is the depository of the final information. And that checklist could include a notice, that means the retirement is going to be split, judgment, if the judgment is produced or not. The third could be the joinder, those 6 forms, if they are completed or not. Because the joinder is the process for the court to assume jurisdiction over the retirement of the person. If there is no joinder, 10, 20, 30 years, there could be some limitations, statute of limitations and different one. And quadro, if the quadro was completed or not. This is the final step before to release the retirement. Simple checklist, 6 or 7 milestones stages in the process. So even after 10, 20 years, it's possible to find out what happened. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Walker.
Good morning, good afternoon. I'm Mary Jo Walker. I'm a CalPERS member, have been since 1986. I'm a retired city finance director and a county auditor, controller, treasurer, tax collector, also retired. It was about a year ago that Elon Musk went to Washington to wreak havoc on many thousands of civil servants' lives. That put him in the spotlight to show the world what kind of person he is and how he runs Tesla. Since CalPERS is largely a financial organization, I'm going to focus my remarks on finance rather than politics or personal or environmental or technology, all of which are also issues with Tesla. Number one, the hype is that Tesla is doing great. The fact is, it's not a stellar performer. The percentage increase in its stock value per share over 5 years was less than all of the other Magnificent Seven, except Amazon. And it was also less than the S&P 500 and NASDAQ composite over those 5 years. And Tesla has done just slightly better than CalPERS' own average annual rate of return on the public equities portion of your portfolio, which was 13% over 5 years average, according to the most recent audit. And their sales are down, way down. So Tesla is not going, they're not doing your portfolio any favors. Number two, Tesla's price to earnings ratio, or PE ratio, is extremely high, about 10 times that of the other Magnificent Seven and the broader stock market. This indicates a very high price volatility due to unsupported optimism for future earnings. Price jumps up around a lot, so it's a big risk. Number three, one reason I have heard for holding Tesla is that it gives CalPERS a seat at the table to impact its governments. It is obvious that shareholder engagement with Tesla has not been effective. I reviewed the proxy votes cast by CalPERS at Tesla's last 5 annual meetings, over which a total of 60 votes were cast. I found one over 5 years where CalPERS' vote was effective in actually changing Tesla's recommendation, and that was a shareholder proposal in 2025 requiring Tesla board members to be voted on every year rather than every 3 years. It's a small thing, you know, relatively speaking. It took 3 years, 3 times for that to get passed. Number four, Tesla is owned by CalPERS because it's in your benchmark index. The index is already a custom index. It could be further customized to exclude Tesla. I understand the need for index-driven investing for efficiency's sake, but your fiduciary responsibility requires you to regularly review your largest holdings, which are passively purchased, to determine if they still comply with your principles. I think you'll find that Tesla does not comply with your principles. We recommend you annually review your top 20 index-driven investments. These top 20 represent almost $100 billion of your portfolio, and you have a responsibility to look at them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. With that, I'm going to move to our folks on the phones. I think we have 2 people. 3. Did I miss one? Probably.
Yes, President Taylor, we have Ralph Ballart to give a general public comment. Ralph Ballart, you are now live and can proceed with your comments.
Yes, I'm Ralph Ballart. Retired, although I teach an occasional community college physics class, and I'm a proud member of Divest Tesla, and you have heard from some of my colleagues. They reviewed the fact that Tesla's sales are crashing. You know, for my generation, it was the Edsel. For young people, when they want to joke about a failed auto model, they'll talk about the Cybertruck. Where's the Tesla Semi? Doesn't seem to exist. Musk promised the Roadster. I don't see any new Roadsters out there. Musk promised that Tesla would build all its own batteries with the 4680 design. That effort in Austin is a failure. Their quality metrics are poor, their costs are high. Another failure. The analysts say that Tesla is an AI company, and that's why it has price earnings of over 200. Well, there's the Optimus robot. you can't imagine how many humanoid robots are coming out of China. In the United States, Boston Dynamics and Hyundai have their humanoid robot. It's far superior to Optimus. Tesla doesn't have a chance in that arena. How about their robo-taxi service? That's basically a failure. In Austin, they have human either support drivers or people in the passenger seat. Tesla refuses to release their robo-taxi data. Why? Because it's terrible. It's terrible. Waymo is forging ahead. They release all their data. And now NVIDIA, the largest AI chip manufacturer in the world, has a robo-taxi product coming along with major partners. Tesla doesn't stand a chance. I would, in conclusion, quote Hemingway, "How do you go bankrupt? Two ways, gradually and then suddenly." Tesla is at the sudden phase. And as my friends pointed out, if you don't take action, billions will be lost. Thank you very much for your attention.
Next, we have Tom Patterson to give a general public comment. Tom Patterson, you are now live and can proceed with your comments.
Thank you. My name is Tom Patterson, a California taxpayer and advisor to charities on their investment programs. I appreciate your commitment to democracy and allowing me and my colleagues to speak concerning specific concerns about Tesla's executive compensation, dilution, and governance risk, which I want to cover. As you know, Tesla shareholders recently approved a massive award, potentially that would be $1 trillion for Elon Musk if aggressive market cap and operational targets are met. This is the award that is a successor to the 2018 award, which I'll talk about now. That award is now valued at $125 billion if fully vested. It, of course, was rescinded by Delaware court for fairness concern, but since our last open session with you, has been reinstated finally by the Delaware Supreme Court in December of 2025. So now we have of him making that outlandish amount of money for part-time work. From a shareholder equity perspective, these packages are a material source of dilution. The 2018 package will dilute your share of the company by about 10% with the options being exercised. The 2025 performance award is structured to create even more dilution if aggressive performance measures are met, period. However, if you look at the details, even if subpar performance relative to the S&P 500 is achieved, the package will still award about $50 billion in stock at current market value. By contrast, Tesla's lifetime cumulative net earnings are very modest relative to these compensation values, and public probably about $30 billion, and then public equity raised is about $25 billion. So there's really been no payback to shareholders, and we're just dealing with an idea that Tesla is going to be worth something in the future. From index-based holdings, three governance issues stand out. Musk is only a part-time CEO with massive conflicts between Tesla and its other non-publicly held companies. Two, dilution risk to existing shareholders' equity from massive performance grants would dramatically expand share count over time and is a unique value destruction mechanism unparalleled with any company in the world. I mean, it's just so amazingly out of most companies are doing buybacks. The critical importance of a truly independent board of directors to ensure alignment with long-term shareholder value, especially given Musk's history of erratic public actions, management of complex non-core initiatives, his involvement in other ventures, and social media behavior impact all the strategic value and focus of Tesla. These factors merit your careful consideration to divest Tesla to appropriately managed. And I very much appreciate you hearing this. I know your time's very valuable, and appreciate the opportunity for democracy to have a voice in California.
Next in the room, I have Addie McKeon. Whichever one, and they'll turn it on for you.
Hello. Hi, I'm just here. I just want to make my voice heard. I want CalPERS to sell all their Tesla stock right now. I mean, it's a terrible investment. It's funding fascism. It's putting the taxpayers and pensions at risk. We're in a very urgent moment in our country. We need to divest immediately from Tesla stock. Thank you for hearing me. And the urgency is, I hope, very clear to everybody. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that is the end of our public comment. We have one more on the phone? Oh yeah, you said 3. I don't have 3, but okay. Go ahead.
Next, we have Arthur Chu to give a general public comment. Arthur, you are now live and can proceed with your comments.
Hello, yes. My name is Arthur Chu. I'm a concerned California citizen. I was at the meeting in September when CalPERS announced that you guys would be looking at a report on whether to divest from Tesla stock. Like many others here, I'm frustrated that nothing has come of it in the months since. And I just wanted to comment, I understand the idea of remaining neutral or apolitical with investing in a benchmark index fund, but many, many people have pointed out that in the years since A Random Walk on Wall Street was written, an index fund is no longer a diversified snapshot of the market. It's become a tool of concentration, of positive feedback loops. Bigger stocks get more people investing in them, blindly following the index until the Magnificent Seven becomes the hyper-concentrated stock that CalPERS is invested in. And Tesla is almost a parody of that. It's a hyper-concentrated investment in one company that's invested in one person, with one man controlling a huge amount of the stock, getting more of it in compensation, and running the company like a tyrant. And right now we have this much money invested in a company where its Tesla bulls are saying it's going to pivot completely away from its core business model, which is selling automobiles, into AI. And I just feel like so many people have said the writing is on the wall that we are coming up on another potential 2009 recession situation with a massive bubble in AI stocks. And I just feel like it is, in fact, a less risky move to try to hedge against that risk by looking at divesting from the most obviously risky stocks and not just being part of the crowd, just going over a cliff like lemmings. But, so I just wanted to add my voice to the people who are saying that it's not just a political or a moral consideration, it's a practical consideration that there is a bubble burst coming, and it's big funds like CalPERS have a responsibility to their investors to actively look at those possibilities instead of just joining the crowd.
Thank you for your comments. With that, I believe we are done for the day, so I will adjourn our meeting, and we will be meeting tomorrow morning. Closed session today, and then tomorrow morning we will be meeting at 9 a.m. 10 a.m. 9 in the, okay. 9 for the breakfast, 10 a.m. in here. Gotcha. Ready? Nope. Okay. Now we're ready. All right, everybody. Welcome back to open session. Reporting closed session. We have nothing to report. With that, we are adjourning the open session of the board meeting. Thank you. See everybody tomorrow.
Network.